By the Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Alors, order. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Pierre-Boucher.
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher de Patrel-Bergère. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has many reasons to be proud. Quebec is proud of its creative, determined and welcoming people. Proud of people who for more than 400 years have opened their arms to anyone who wanted to join them. We're proud of this nation, which continues stubbornly to speak one of the most beautiful languages in the world, and to defend that language when it is threatened. We are proud of our creators and those who make us dream, laugh, and cry. We are proud of our ambitious and inventive and hardworking business people. We are proud of our close-knit families, and of all of those who join us. We are proud to be Quebecers. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to wish all Quebecers a happy Saint Jean-Baptiste Day.
The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the Filipino community here in Canada and around the world came together to celebrate Philippine Independence Day. I was honoured to raise the flag to celebrate this occasion at City Hall in Toronto alongside Consul General Prospero, my honourable colleagues from York Centre and Scarborough Centre, as well as Mayor John Tory, along with many other leaders from the community. In my riding of Eglinton Lawrence, we have a vibrant Filipino community, from outdoor festivals like the Taste of Manila, which the Prime Minister attended last year, to the PIDC Picnic, to the Victoria Basket Invitational Tournament, to media outlets like Pinoy Radio and Pinoy Dreams, to wonderful local businesses like Kusina Lounge and Sampaguita, to FV food service providers. We have so much to be proud about when it comes to the Filipino community. I would like to wish all Filipino Canadians and all those celebrating around the world a happy Independence Day. Mabuhay!
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
I rise today to draw attention to international charity work of two of my constituents, Dave and Heather Hepner. In 2005, the Hepners took their first trip to Thailand, where they witnessed the terrible refugee situation along the border of war-torn Myanmar. On the return to Canada, the Hepners found the charity Global Neighbours Canada. To date, Global Neighbours Canada has completed over 30 projects at a cost of $2 million. These projects include new schools, school renovations, new dormitories, orphanages, study halls, a safe house for girls, and most recently, a beautiful 24-bed hospital. Their charity also supports a migrant school in Thailand, teachers in Ma La refugee camp, a small orphanage in Myanmar. These ongoing commitments total $70,000 annually. 100% of the donations to Global Neighbours Canada go to the projects in Thailand and Myanmar. Not one single cent goes to the charity's administration. On behalf of all members of the House, I thank Dave and Heather for their commitment to providing assistance to those in need. May God bless you as you proceed with this work.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to recognize National Blood Donor Week and the thousands of Canadian blood donors who are the lifeblood of their communities. National Blood Donor Week takes place from June 11th to 17th and was officially enacted by the House of Commons in 2008. As Canada celebrates its 150th anniversary, We celebrate every donor, volunteer, and supporter during National Blood Donor Week. Thank you for representing the best of our country with your generosity and spirit. Donating blood is a genuine act of altruism and a truly selfless gift. It's amazing how much a small act of kindness can have such a big impact. Il faudra plus de
More than 105,000 new donors are needed this year alone to treat patients in Canadian hospitals. With every minute that passes, a new donor is needed to give life. Half of Canadians will one day need blood products or know someone who will need them. I encourage all Canadians to use National Blood Donor Week to thank someone they know who gives blood. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, last month in Italy, 3 young Roma sisters were burned to death while they slept. Graffiti celebrating 3 fewer Roma subsequently appeared on the walls of the capital. Cecile Koenig.
This is just one horrifying example of the violence, hatred, and persecution that the Roma people still endure today all across Europe.
Still applies policies that turn back Roma travelers when other people from the same home countries are allowed into ours with no constraints. The Canadian Roma community has made repeated appeals to the Prime Minister to stand up against the normalization of hate against Roma, to honour Canada's commitment to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, and to follow the example of the European Parliament in recognizing August 2nd as Roma Genocide Remembrance Day. Let's hope that happens, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, summer is right around the corner, and for many, summer is a time to go on a long holiday, head to the beach, or start a new hobby. School is done for the year and the barbecues are fired up. For most of us, summer does not mean a 2-month vacation, but it does give us something to look forward to. The weather is great and people spend more time outdoors and get involved in their communities. For myself, summer means I get to better focus on the people of Brampton North. I get by being in my Brampton office more often, by attending more community events, and by hearing from the residents of Brampton North right at their doorstep. With a year and a half into our government's mandate, we are working hard for Canadians. We have cut taxes, improved our immigration system, and given young families the support that they need. But our work is not done yet. We know there is much more to do, and we look forward to re-engaging with the people of Brampton North so that we can better serve them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Soon we'll rise for the summer, and that means it's almost time for the world-famous Calgary Stampede. For 105 years, people have gathered from all walks of life and from all around the world to take in the greatest outdoor show on earth. Most people know that the Stampede is a unique celebration of Western heritage, culture, and community spirit, attracting over 1 million annual visitors. And the Stampede is at the heart of what makes Calgary such a special place to live and to visit. The Stampede also reaches out into my suburban riding of Calgary Rocky Ridge, where I will attend Stampede events hosted by community associations, churches, businesses, seniors' residences, and neighbours, including the annual Ranchlands Community Association Bike Decorating Contest, Parade, and Breakfast. There's something for everyone during Stampede, so I hope to see many of my colleagues, and on behalf of my constituents, an early Yahoo! See you in July.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the City of Laval has 9 libraries, 1 portable library, and many activities, conferences, and exhibits for all Laval residents this summer. I'd like to commend this fine institution today, an institution that teaches young people how to succeed in learning and to learn to succeed by reading. This is a place where ideas flow freely and where families in Laval can enjoy learning without spending a fortune. Louis Aragon said that literature is the face of a nation. This eloquent statement conveys a great truth. We need to value this age-old and timeless institution. Mr. Speaker, if knowledge gives confidence, reading helps develop the intellect. This is very important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Mac.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, this month I was pleased to announce a federal subsidy of over $1 million for the Eco Nature Center, which is a gem of my riding of Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. I'm proud that our government is supporting an organization whose mission is to educate our youth, because our youth will be playing a crucial role as stewards of our natural environments in the future. Allow me to take this opportunity to wish great success to these young people who, in the coming weeks, will be enjoying the very enriching experiences provided by the Summer Jobs Canada program. This program is very important for local companies and organizations, and it allows nearly 200 people, young people in my riding, to get concrete job experience. This summer, I will have the pleasure of meeting each one of these young people who represent our future and our pride.
Albert Edmonton.
Speaker, this afternoon this House will vote on a Liberal motion to defeat Wynn's Law, a law that would simply require prosecutors to lead evidence of the criminal history of bail applicants. During the Justice Committee's study on Wynn's Law, not one witness could provide a credible example of when it would be appropriate for prosecutors to withhold evidence of the criminal history of bail applicants. Yet rather than fixing the loophole that cost Constable Wynn his life, this government is planning to leave it open, out of concern that bail hearings might be slightly delayed. Mr. Speaker, the bail hearing of Constable Wynn's killer was a highly efficient one, but one with fatal consequences. Potentially adding a few extra minutes to some bail hearings is a small price to pay compared to the loss of Constable Wynn.
Hear, hear, hear. The member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate Sullivan Heights Secondary School teacher Mark Pellich, a former winner of the Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellence, who has produced a powerful Canada 150 project with the Arts Council of Surrey entitled Our Times. The project captures the strength and ambitions of 250 young South Asian women through 5 years of photographs and written narratives. It symbolizes the progress our country has made in promoting diversity and equality for all women, and ensures that this progress is continued in the next 150 years. Thank you to Mr. Pelch and all the young participants for their contributions. Happy Canada 150.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in recognition of the late Ann Mitchell Michelle Curtis, an Alberta native and former resident of New Waterford who lost her life 2 years ago at the age of 45 while saving a group of children from a riptide off Dunbig, Nova Scotia. August 2, 2015, Michelle, known as her 9-year-old son, was among a few other children being pulled out to sea in a strong riptide. Without hesitation, Michelle swam to help her son, then headed back into deep water to help another child. All children were rescued, and Michelle made it back to shore, but encountered difficulties, and despite efforts of medical professionals, she died on the beach. As a palliative care worker and hospice volunteer, Michelle dedicated her life to helping others during the most fragile times of their lives. Michelle was often described by those who knew her as ambitious, energetic, a nurturer, and a giver, and Michelle referred to her children as her greatest accomplishment. This past Monday, Michelle's husband, Carl Curtis, accepted a Medal of Bravery from the Governor-General on her behalf.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to Elaine Rouleau, who will be retiring this month after more than 30 years serving the students of Carleton University, including the past 18 years as the founding administrator of the Arthur Kruger College of Public Affairs. While her job title may have been administrator, she quickly became the heart and soul of the Kruger College, providing gentle encouragement always and a stern warning when needed. In short, she was a second mother to all. Together with directors Eileen Saunders, Callum Carmichael, Chris Dornan, and Barry Wright, Elaine has seen her students go on to leadership positions in the public and private sectors, in NGOs, international organizations, and 2 members of this House. On behalf of myself and the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and every Kruger kid whose student experience was enriched by Elaine Rouleau, I say thank you and wish her and her husband Denny a very happy and healthy retirement filled with lots of time with the grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleagues, Minister Duclos, the Minister of Social Development and Families, and the Minister of Sports and Persons with Disabilities, for the good work that they're doing on the development and future implementation of a national housing strategy and a Canadians with Disabilities Act. I would like to encourage Canadians to join this dialogue.
Brunswickers living with a mobility disability, and our province has the oldest population in Canada. Therefore, it is vital that we address the importance of identifying and eliminating barriers to accessibility, including housing. I've heard from seniors in my riding. They want to remain independent and stay at home as long as possible, be active in their communities as they grow older, welcome people with all abilities and ages into their homes, and they want to age in place. I believe that visitability will be a very positive step forward toward the future of our housing in Canada. I would also like to recognize Ability New Brunswick for their hard work and commitment to strong collaboration with government, their research and public policy efforts as they continue to champion the concept of visitable housing, something that benefits everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 1 year since the Special Committee on Pay Equity tabled its report, unironically entitled, It's Time to Act. The government's response? We'll kick the can down a couple of years because, hey, women have been waiting over 40 years for this fundamental human right. What is a couple more years? They've also completely bungled efforts to remove gender-based discrimination from the Indian Act when Indigenous women have already been waiting 50 years. The right to equality is a cornerstone of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but sadly this government has disappointed time and time again when it comes to making things better for women. Grandiose announcements without immediate and meaningful funding do not help Canadian women today, and we are tired of waiting. It's time for this so-called feminist government to walk their talk. It's 2017. It's time to act.
Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask members of this House to keep their thoughts and prayers with U.S. House Majority Whip Steve Scalise, who was wounded this morning when a gunman opened fire at a charity baseball practice near Washington, D.C. Thankfully, his wounds are not serious, and prior to entering hospital, he was in good spirits and talking to his wife. He also had praise for the police and first responders who came to his aid. Several other people, including 2 Capitol Hill police officers, were also injured in this shooting, for which there is as yet no known motive. Other lives could have been lost had it not been for the heroic efforts of law enforcement. We stand with our American friends and colleagues in times of tragedy, and at this time we were praying for those who were shot, their families, and those who work with them each and every day.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we, for only the second time in Canada's history, will raise Pride flag on Parliament Hill. Raising a flag to wave proudly on Parliament Hill is an important symbol of our commitment to ensuring Canada is safe, inclusive and welcoming. With the passage of C-16 from this place and Canada's leadership as a co-chair of the Equal Rights Coalition, important steps are being taken to recognize this commitment. With the reported persecution of the LGBTQ2 community in places such as Chechnya, celebrating Pride affirms our efforts to advance the rights of the LGBTQ2 people around the world. Across Canada, I invite all Canadians to join the Pride celebrations. I look forward to the Toronto Pride Parade, Faith in Pride hosted by MCC Church, the Trans March, and the Dyke March started by Lisa Hayes and Lesha Vanderby. Pride is a time to celebrate, support, and remember. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in less than 2 years, the Prime Minister has turned a conservative balanced budget into decades of Liberal deficits. Now, leaving my kids with his credit card bill is bad enough, but now the Bank of Canada has indicated that it might raise interest rates soon, something the U.S. has already done. Raising the interest rates by just a quarter point would mean at least $1 billion in new interest charges. So can the Prime Minister explain what new tax hikes he's planning or which programs he'll cut to pay back all the Liberal debt?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 years we had a Conservative government that gave boutique tax credits to the wealthiest Canadians, that neglected the middle class and had the worst record on growth in decades. The fact is, we lowered taxes for the middle class and raised them on the wealthiest 1%, which those members voted against. We delivered a Canada Child benefit that puts more money in the pockets of Canadians, and we have created record numbers of jobs over the past year. We are working hard to deliver on the ambitious promises we made to Canadians, and we're seeing that on the ground.
Speaker, he's spending fast and loose and leaving future generations of Canadians with his bill.
Exactly. For weeks now, we've been asking the Prime Minister to take the right decision to come out with the Sexual Offenders Registry to protect families. It's important to recognize the importance of protecting our children. So why is the Prime Minister not giving parents access to such an important thing as this registry? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, public security and the safety of our children is a priority for all members in this House. Canada already has a national system created by the Chrétien government and a national registry for sex offenders created and funded by the Martin government. Those are key instruments to ensure that high-risk offenders are identified and monitored by the police. We are examining the database to ensure that our children are protected.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister suggested that he doesn't have the money to give parents access to information about dangerous criminals living near their kids. Now, this makes no sense because, after all, he's found money to renovate offices, to move his friends from Toronto, and even for luxury vacations. So why won't the Prime Minister just do the right thing? Help parents protect their kids and create the publicly accessible child sex offender.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we take the protection of our kids and our communities very seriously, like every government would. Canada already has a national flagging system created and funded by the Chrétien government and a national sex offender registry created and funded by the Martin government. These are key tools for ensuring that high-risk offenders are identified and tracked by police and prosecutors. The Harper government passed legislation to create a proposed new database, but they never actually set it up and never funded it. We're examining the facts about it in consultation with provinces and territories, victims groups, experts, and other stakeholders.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, contrary to what he has said in the House, national security exam reviews are ordered by Cabinet. Numerous people are wondering why such a review did not take place for NORSAT. He denies that the U.S. was consulted, but there has been a refusal to comment on this in the U.S. and by the embassy. Why is the Prime Minister misleading us? Mr. Speaker, as I said, each transaction is subject to the Canada Investment Act, and it is subject to a detailed, scrupulous review by national security agencies. In this specific case, I can reiterate that our allies were consulted, including the United States. Our national security experts examined the agreement and the technology and concluded that the agreement did not give rise to any national security problems. We would never compromise our national security.
Mr. Speaker, this isn't the first time the Prime Minister has misled Canadians when it comes to how our allies reacted to one of his decisions. When he withdrew Canada's jets from the fight against ISIS, he claimed that none of our allies objected, but we now know that that isn't true. And here at home, we know all about his consultations. Informing someone of a decision is not a consultation. If the Prime Minister did consult the United States on the North Sat sail, as he claims, can he tell us if any objections were raised and exactly who he consulted with?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every single transaction is subject to national security assessment. This is a multi-step assessment process, and the process was followed. We take the advice and feedback from our national security agencies very seriously, and based on that advice, we proceeded with this transaction. In this particular case, our security agencies did consult with key allies, including the United States, and I can reassure the member and indeed this entire House that we will never compromise on national security.
Honorable Député d'Outremont.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Now it's an assessment, yeah. Yesterday, we introduced a motion to remove partisanship from the appointment of officers of Parliament. The Liberals said they welcomed it but had a structural problem with our motion. So to show our sincerity, we amended our own motion to address their stated concern. Will the Prime Minister accept this reasonable, amended proposal, or is he just physically incapable of putting an end to partisan appointments, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, we created an independent, open nomination process when we came to office after a decade of partisanship from the previous government, and that's why we've been able to put forward appointments that reflect the diversity of this country. Over 60% female appointments, significant numbers of Indigenous and visible minorities, and we're going to continue to follow all the appropriate processes, including consulting with all parties and having a vote on the proper processes for officers of Parliament.
Angela Merkel that all references to the Paris Agreement be removed from the G20 declaration. This is a fact, not simply because the German newspaper Der Spiegel confirmed it and then yesterday reconfirmed it, but also because the Prime Minister has not denied this specific fact. But what's less clear is why. So why did the Prime Minister do this?
Prime Minister.
Very simple, Mr. Speaker. I did no such thing. I clearly expressed to Angela Merkel that we need to continue to work together on fighting climate change, on remaining committed to Paris. And as the German government confirmed today, quote, he did not ask Chancellor Merkel to delete all references to the climate agreement from the draft G20 document. Canada remains committed to the climate agreement, committed to Paris, and will continue to push for that at G20, at G7, and every opportunity we get, because that is how Canada leads.
The Honourable
Member for Outremont.
There's an easy way to clarify all this because the Prime Minister could very simply release the text of his part of that conversation with Merkel. But of course he won't do that because he knows that it is a fact that he is and his government are a fraud when it comes to climate change.
But let's talk about journalists. Will the Prime Minister do what needs to be done to ensure that the bill to protect journalistic sources is adopted before summer?
Journalistic sources.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, we remain committed to the Paris Accords. I have said that to every world leader that I've spoken to. We have pushed for that. We were an instrumental part in making sure that it was a strong statement of support from the 6 G7 countries who are moving forward with Paris. We continue to push so it becomes part of the G20 communique. We know that leading on climate change is what Canadians expect and is exactly what this government is doing. in regards to freedom of the press, we continue to defend and promote journalistic freedoms, which is why we're supporting the Senate proposal.
The question was, are we going to get it through before the end of term? And we don't have an answer to that, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said he stood by his Defence Minister's account of the role he played in Afghanistan and that there was no conflict when he blocked an inquiry into the detainee scandal. The Ethics Commissioner has just reported that the Defence Minister, quote, downplayed his role in the transfer of detainees. What consequences will the Minister face for having misled the Ethics Commissioner, or is the Prime Minister just fine with hiding things from Mary Dawson?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of Afghan detainees is one that we take very seriously in this House. That's why there have been no less than 6 investigations into that issue, including one that is ongoing. Indeed, when we were offered as NDP and Liberals the opportunity to go through 40,000 documents directly pertaining to that, the NDP refused to do it. We engaged with that. We take very seriously those responsibilities. We will continue to take very seriously what Canadians expect from this government and from this party.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, in the scandal surrounding the high-tech company being sold to the Chinese without a national security review, the Prime Minister keeps saying that he consulted key allies. The problem is that senior U.S. leaders have said that they weren't consulted and they're concerned about Canada's national security, more so than the Prime Minister is. Can the Prime Minister tell us when he met with those people, to whom he spoke? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all transactions of this nature are subject to a security review. It is a multi-step security process, and the process was respected. We take advice from Canada's national security agencies very seriously, and we have confidence in their work. We proceeded based on their advice. In this specific case, national security agencies consulted the United States, and I want to reassure the member opposite and this House that we will never compromise national security. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I asked a very simple, clear question. If the Prime Minister is so sure of himself, is he prepared to table all of the documents? Is he prepared to say who was consulted and when? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we take our responsibilities in terms of national security very seriously, and we work with and listen to our national security agencies. We have confidence in those agencies that examined the process, that followed the process, examined, protected, consulted with our allies, including the United States, and recommended proceeding with the transaction.
Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's story on the Norsat takeover is getting murkier and murkier by the day, indeed the hour, Mr. Speaker. We know these facts. It was the Liberal cabinet alone who chose to forego the National Security Review. That's a fact. It's a fact that the Prime Minister is claiming that our allies have somehow approved this, and yet those same U.S. allies are saying publicly that they have grave concerns, Mr. Speaker, so something is not adding up. And we ask again, take away the speaking notes. I would encourage the Prime Minister, take those away, just answer the question in the House. Who did they consult with? Which allies? The
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is in place and has been in place for many years a process whereby national security concerns are addressed and followed. And the fact is we have our security agencies that went through the proper process in regards to this transaction, including consulting with our allies, including the United States, and signaled that we could move forward with this transaction. That is the process that is forward. We will never compromise national security, and as the member knows, we follow the process in this situation.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, why won't the Prime Minister be open and transparent in this House about who exactly was consulted on this deal? which elements of the U.S. administration were consulted. What did they say? Mr. Speaker, we know through this transaction that the Liberals are trying to appease Chinese official interests as they move forward with a free trade deal with China. We know that, but we are concerned about Canadian security and we're concerned about North American security. Who did they consult with? Who did they consult with? Let us know.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we take very seriously our national security and always will. That's why we ensure that the process is rigorously followed for transactions of this type. Our national security agencies were engaged with this process, consulted with our allies, did the work they are supposed to do. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we trust our national security agencies. We believe in their capacity to do their job as mandated by the government, and we respect the fact that they are able to do their work in full respect of the law and the principles that Canada lays out.
For Milton.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the Prime Minister very carefully today. This is not a question about trust in our national security agencies. This is about the competence and the negligence within the Cabinet of the Government of Canada. Yep. And it's simply this. They have many connections which they laud all the time in terms of talking to the United States. Did any single Cabinet Minister on the other side give a heads up to their counterpart in the United States and say, is this a good idea? Because I want to do a gut check. Because you know who's doing a gut check, Mr. Speaker? The Canadian public. And I want to know, who did they talk to and what did they learn?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is wrong. This is about trusting our national security agencies to do their job and follow the processes. Mr. Speaker, our national security agencies engaged in the rigorous process that we have forward, made determinations based on their investigations, based on conversations with our allies, including the United States, and reported to this government that it would be something we could move forward, that could move forward. That, Mr. Speaker, involves trusting our civil servants and our national security agencies, which on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we do.
The honourable member for Milton.
But, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian public elected a government to do exactly what we're supposed to do here, which is to take the information from the public service and make sure that the right determination is being made. They have failed abysmally in this decision-making. I have sat at this table and I understand fully the importance of weighing so many different variables in making these decisions. They are hiding behind the skirt of the national security agencies because they're afraid that they're going to be seen to not appeasing the Chinese government because of whatever they want to do. Mr. Speaker, this is wrong.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to take this occasion to wish all public servants a happy National Public Service Week. After 10 years of a government that did not listen to our public servants, did not respect the work they did, did whatever it wanted based on ideology and not facts, we are proud that we respect our public servants, that we listen to them, that we expect them to fulfill their responsibilities with professionalism and accuracy, and that, Mr. Speaker, is exactly what our national security agencies do every day to protect Canadians and our interests.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik Kiyu. Order, please.
For 2 decades, the Indigenous peoples co-drafted the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and it's been 10 years since its adoption by the UN General Assembly. Last December, the Prime Minister promised, once again, all chiefs that he remained committed to its adoption and implementation. Yet on Monday, the Prime Minister suggested that the declaration would be tantamount to colonial imposition. How can the declaration be imposed on us if we wrote it, Mr. Speaker? Which is it, yes or no? Will his government support Bill C-262?
The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been clear. We are committed to implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. In doing so, we will ensure that implementation of this declaration goes beyond mere words. It must be translated into practical benefits on the ground. Simply adopting the declaration word for word into law ignores Canada's Section 35 framework and the hard work necessary to bring about real change. We're committed to working in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples to identify which laws, policies and practices need to be changed to give full effect to UN DRIP.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals approved the foreign takeover of a major BC provider of seniors care by Onbong, a huge Chinese conglomerate. They did so despite serious concerns raised by the U.S. and many others about this company's murky ownership structure. Now, we see the chairman of Onbong has been arrested on suspected corruption charges. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the well-being of BC seniors. Why did the government fail in their due diligence, and will they revisit their decision to ensure Canadians are protected?
Hear, hear.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that member well knows that BC's regulatory regime is robust and imposes rigorous standards of care on all operators of residential care and assisted living facilities. Cedar Tree has confirmed its strong commitment to the ongoing quality of operations of the Canadian retirement residences and to its healthcare workers. They will remain subject to provincial oversight on senior care facilities, ensuring rules for the care of seniors continue to be followed, and will keep the current number of full and part-time jobs.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are seeing the interests of Canadians being put behind the interests of the Liberals and the appeasement they want to achieve with the Chinese. So our question, though, is simple. Who in the U.S. do the national security agencies consult with? It's a very simple question. Canadians deserve to know who was consulted with in the United States.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we trust our public servants. We trust our national security agencies to do the important work every day of keeping Canadians safe, of defending our interests. Our national security agencies went through the process. They consulted with our allies. They confirmed to us that we could move forward. That is exactly what we do. For the member opposite to suggest that somehow our civil servants are not up to the tasks they are given, that our national security agencies are incapable of doing their job, is quite frankly what we saw for 10 years and why they're now in opposition.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Let's try again. Either the Prime Minister doesn't know who these national security agencies consulted with, or he's misleading this House.
Exactly.
Which one is it? And he can tell us right now. If he knows, would he please tell this House who these national security agencies consulted with in the United States? Put the talking points away and tell us, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, under the Investment Canada Act, there is a process whereby our national security agencies look at transactions, evaluate them in terms of national interests, consult with allies, including the United States in this case, and make a determination on whether or not it is safe to move forward. This process isn't a new process that we brought in. It's a process that has existed for many years, and our national security agencies and civil service have demonstrated their ability to protect Canada's interests and deliver on what we ask them to.
Order. The member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, 4 months ago, this government rushed to sell senior care facilities in Canada to a Chinese conglomerate. Onbong Insurance had been denied in many other countries from buying assets. Now we learned that Mr. Wu, the chairman, has been charged with vague accusations, including corruption, and there's speculation that the Chinese government, as part of their effort to re-establish state-owned enterprises, I think I have a number of constituents who have asked me regularly and are very concerned. Can he tell us who owns their home?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I can reassure the residents that indeed BC has a strong and robust regulatory regime that imposes rigorous standards of care on all operators of residential care and assisted living facilities. Cedar Tree has confirmed its strong commitment to the ongoing quality of operations of its Canadian retirement residences. They will continue to remain subject to all provincial oversight in upholding the highest standards of care for our seniors.
The member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, he perhaps is not aware that a whole number of those seniors immediately got a notice that they had to be removed from their facilities. It was absolutely shameful.
Terrible.
They approved the sale of our senior cares to Onbong. They can't tell us who owns the conglomerate. They have the only face of that business was the chairman, who of course is now in jail with these accusations. They say everything's so fine. The minister says, I'm going to keep watching, I'm okay. Well, we're not convinced that things are okay. So would he stand up and tell us who owns the homes of the seniors of Canada?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the provincial governments across this country have the responsibility for imposing rigorous regulatory regimes to ensure the protection of our seniors, regardless of who owns and operates the various senior care centres. Cedar Tree has continued to emphasize its rigorous standards of care, and we're going to make sure that the provincial oversight remains strong and that all proper rules and regulations are followed to ensure proper care for our seniors right across this country. This is something we take seriously and will continue to stand up for.
Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, Monday the U.S. dairy industry formally asked trade officials to come after the Canadian dairy industry in NAFTA renegotiations. New Democrats have repeatedly stood in this House highlighting trade attacks on our supply-managed dairy industry. With the U.S. blaming Canadian farmers for their own overproduction, we need more than vague assurances from this government. It's clear to everyone that dairy will be a top priority in the U.S. administration. Instead of the same meaningless talking points, will the Prime Minister draw a red line and commit to no expanded market access?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's a Liberal government that created supply management over 40 years ago. The Liberal Party has always defended supply management, and we always will defend supply management because it protects our consumers, it protects our producers, it creates opportunities for growth and security in our production of dairy products. We know, and we have been able to sign significant trade deals internationally, like NAFTA, like CETA, while protecting our dairy industry, while protecting supply management, and we are going to continue to do just that.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. The Liberals promised to compensate dairy and cheese producers for CETA-related losses. Instead, they announced a transition program that doesn't even cover half the anticipated losses. The program's so discouraging for Quebec's dairy industry that the official opposition in Quebec City is calling for a 6-month delay in adoption of the trade deal to give the federal government time to see the light. When is the Prime Minister going to confirm that he will fully compensate the dairy and cheese sector? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the CETA gives Canadian producers and consumers access to a massive market of hundreds of millions of people to sell our products. We know that it's going to require some transition period, but I am so proud of our dairy producers in Quebec and Canada. They will have to adapt. That's why we're investing hundreds of millions of dollars to help them with the transition so that they can take full advantage of the European trade deal. We are working with our dairy industry to defend it, to support it, and to ensure beautiful success on the world market.
Mr. Speaker, Atlantic Canada faces a number of unique challenges in growing our economy and encouraging businesses to innovate and export. One of those challenges is helping high-growth potential firms grow and stay in Atlantic Canada. These firms are generally small in size, but their impact is significant. They are more likely to invest in their companies and people while also exporting more than the average Canadian business. Can the Prime Minister please tell this House how the government is helping these firms in Atlantic Canada?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Fundy Royal for the excellent question, and in fact all of the Atlantic MPs for their hard work on behalf of Atlantic Canadians of all parties. With the newly launched Atlantic Growth Strategy, our government is creating the conditions for more well-paying jobs in Atlantic Canada by working with the Atlantic provinces to provide companies with a one-stop shop for access to both federal and provincial supports. Since the program's launch, the number of companies participating has more than doubled, Mr. Speaker. This will result in more Atlantic Canadian companies expanding, becoming more competitive, and creating well-paying jobs in their communities. It's all part of growth for Atlantic.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
On these beautiful sunny weeks, thousands of public servants don't get paid still at all. That's how much respect the Prime Minister has for them. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, in response to responding to an access to information request isn't a tough concept to grasp, and yet a Shared Services Canada employee, who's also the president of the Liberal Riding Association in Glengarry Prescott Russell, had the nerve to delete 398 pages of emails after receiving an ATIP request. This is tangible evidence that the Liberals are willing to sacrifice transparency in order to save the party elite. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister admit that deleting these emails was illegal? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is a very troubling story, and that is why people have been called to account. The process was followed, and it's now with the Justice Minister's office and the Attorney General's office to see what the next steps will be. We take this partisanship extremely seriously because it has no place in our public service.
Phil.
Mr. Val Trudeau, who has a last name that's investigated a lot around here, Mr. Speaker, is a director at Shared Services who illegally deleted 398 pages of emails related to the Liberal Party from a government server. Trudeau is a Liberal Party Association president. It's highly doubtful that the parliamentary secretary, a former national director of the Liberal Party and a Liberal minister, can independently investigate illegal activity by this Liberal activist. What are they covering up? And will the Prime Minister commit today to have the Director of Public Prosecutions investigate this?
Hear, hear. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we expect all employees to meet the highest level of ethical behaviour and decision-making as set out by the Values and Ethics Code for the public sector. Let me be clear. All rules should be appropriately followed at all times. Shared Services Canada took this situation very seriously, immediately launched an investigation, and notified the Information Commissioner. As is usual, this matter has now been referred to the Attorney General's office.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the Minister of Heritage should review the Values and Ethics Code for the public service, especially the chapter on conflict of interest. Because once again, we see her staff being lobbied by their former employers. In fact, her chief of staff has been lobbied 6 times by Google Canada. The problem? Google Canada was her former employer. And anyone with a basic understanding of ethics would know this is a blatant conflict of interest. Is the Prime Minister willfully ignorant of the conflicts of interest within his own ministry, or does he just not care?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, as we've said many times, creative industries are going through a period of disruption brought on by the digital shift. The Minister of Canadian Heritage has met with all major digital platforms as part of our review of Canadian content in the digital age. The expertise and broad knowledge of her Chief of Staff in regards to the digital landscape is essential in our assessment of how best to support the sector during this transition. She has been fully transparent about her former employment with Google Canada, including with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. In the wake of conflicts of interest that the Liberal Party has to account for, yet another conflict has emerged involving the Heritage Minister. Her current Chief of Staff, a former Google employee, attended multiple meetings with her former employer. The Broadcasting Act is up for review. What better than to consult with those who will benefit from the review? Are the Prime Minister and his ministers going to have to take an Ethics 101 course for the rules to get followed? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we all know that creative industries in Canada are dealing with major obstacles in the digital era. The minister met with major stakeholders in connection with reforms to the legislation, and the in-depth knowledge and experience of her chief of staff are an essential asset in assessing how best to support the industry during this transition. She's always been entirely transparent about her former employment with Google Canada and with the Ethics Commissioner. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. We learned yesterday that 2 patients in Quebec with incurable health issues who are experiencing unbearable pain are having to turn to the courts for medical assistance in dying. And yet they meet all the criteria set out by the Supreme Court in the Carter decision. The catch, the medical assistance in dying legislation is overly restrictive in its requirement for reasonably foreseeable death. This is preventing the individuals in question from getting the help they need to end their suffering. What pretext is this government going to use again before showing some genuine compassion? Mr. Speaker, we passed legislation which set out a regulatory framework for medical assistance in dying in Canada in order to protect the most vulnerable Canadians while respecting the rights and freedoms of choice. It's very important to strike the right balance, but it's delicate. We know that there is still work to be done in our society. Things are evolving, but we tried to strike the right balance between protecting the most vulnerable and allowing Canadians freedom of choice. This is an important issue for society. It's important for individuals. I think we struck the right balance.
Mr. Speaker, I don't normally praise the Senate, but today senators are trying to separate the Infrastructure Bank from the Liberal Omnibus Budget Bill. Now, this is exactly what the NDP tried to do in this place, but the Liberals blocked our attempts. Many experts, including the former parliamentary budget officer, have raised serious concerns about the Liberals' Infrastructure Bank. So, will this Prime Minister finally do the right thing and scrap the Infrastructure Bank from their omnibus bill?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we were the only party in the last election that committed to actually investing in the kinds of infrastructure that Canadians needed. We know that proper investment in the future matters for public transit users, matters for social housing, matters for green infrastructure that will protect people in the coming years. We put forward $180 billion in infrastructure spending in the coming years, but we recognize that even that's not enough, and being innovative about bringing forward new ways to find financing for the infrastructure that Canadians need to grow the economy and build for the future is something important that we've done.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are going to end any prospect of the public child sex offender registry that was passed by this House 2 years ago from becoming a reality. Now, first of all, they said they didn't have any funds. Now they just want it cancelled. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the Prime Minister to make the rights and interests of innocent and law-abiding Canadians the #1 priority. What is the problem with that?
What's the problem? Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the safety of our children and our communities is obviously a priority for this government, as it is for any Canadian government. There is no partisanship in this. That's why we recognize that we have a national flagging system created by the Chrétien government. We have a national sex offender registry created by the Martin government. And we look at the current proposal around a database that was proposed by the Harper government, but not funded and not implemented. We're consulting with various community leaders, police groups, protection and victim services to ensure that however we move forward, we are protecting victims and
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's record is terrible. When it's time for concrete steps to protect kids, the Liberal government is an epic fail. They're trying to pass the buck to the provinces. We saw it with marijuana. The Prime Minister wants to legalize possession for 12 to 18-year-olds. We see it with the pedophile registry. The Liberals don't want communities to know when an offender is living in their area. When are they finally going to take their role seriously, protect our kids, and make the sex offender register accessible to all parents? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, whoever suggests that there's anyone here in the House that doesn't take protecting our children seriously in our communities is not worthy of being here. We all know that we all have to do everything we can to protect our communities and our young people. That is why we are moving forward with controlling and regulating marijuana. That is why we are looking at proposals to protect children better, and why we are defending the current national sex offender registry. We know this is a priority for everyone, protecting our kids.
St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, in minutes, this House will vote on a Liberal motion to defeat Wynn's Law, a law that would close a criminal code loophole that cost the life of Constable Wynn. Wynn's Law would simply require prosecutors to lead evidence of the criminal history of bail applicants so that what happened to Constable Wynn never happens again. How, in good conscience, can the Liberals oppose this?
Here.
Mr. Speaker, again, I extend my deepest sympathies to Constable David Wynn and to especially his widow, Shelley.
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I extend my deepest condolences to the family of Constable David Wynn, including to his widow, Shelley. I know the Minister of Justice and her had a good chat a number of months ago. We took the proposal around Wynn's Law. We sent it to committee where it was studied, where it was heard experts on it. It was examined to see whether indeed it would do what it is purported to do. The committee made a determination, and we respect the work of committees to do exactly those kinds of determinations.
Order. The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, families across Canada know the importance childcare has in their daily lives. From working parents to single parents to all manners of families, parents in my riding want to provide the best for their children, to contribute to their development and their communities, to know their representative is a strong advocate for their priorities. This is why on Monday, I was very proud to see the federal government re-engage in early learning and childcare across Canada with a $7.5 billion investment. Wow. Can the Prime Minister inform us on the next step he will be taking?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Brampton South for her question, for the hard work she does in her community and for families in her community. Every child deserves access to quality early learning and childcare. The framework signed this week will help more Canadian families have access to affordable, high-quality, flexible and inclusive childcare. It will focus on the most vulnerable children and ensure that more childcare is language appropriate for French and English minorities and culturally appropriate for Indigenous children. Our government is concentrated on finding real solutions for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. That's what we promised to Canadians. That's what we're delivering.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Terry stood in this House and...
Start again now.
Start again?
Start again.
Good. Mr. Speaker, on May 18th, the Liberal House Leader's Parliamentary Secretary stood in this House and said this: "I can't say enough about the Canadian Autism Partnership and what it's been able to accomplish to date. I applaud each and every person involved in that." But on May 30th, that same member stood in solidarity with his Liberal colleagues and opposed the Canadian Autism Partnership and the interests of Canadians living with autism. Mr. Speaker, what did the Prime Minister say to make the Parliamentary Secretary vote against the very existence of the organization he praised less than 2 weeks earlier?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that autism spectrum disorder has a significant and lifelong impact on individuals and families. Federal investments in research, data improvements, surveillance, and trading skills are supported supporting those with autism and their families. There is an extraordinary network of stakeholders across the country raising awareness and providing services to families. Our government will continue to support these efforts through our programs. Through the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, the Government of Canada has invested more than $39 million in autism research over the past 5 years. We're going to continue to work with communities communities and parents.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, a united front has emerged in Quebec against the CRTC decision on French language content. Today I expect an answer from the member for Papineau, not because it's Wednesday, but because the PMO has had more meetings with Bell lobbyists than the Heritage Minister. Maybe that's what explains his radio silence on this issue. It's like a silent film. After all his meetings with Bell and Chorus specifically on broadcasting, can the Prime Minister assure the united front of cultural stakeholders that he will fight by their side to get this bad decision quashed? Will he send it back to the CRTC, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Our government firmly believes in the importance of arts and culture, and that's why we've invested more than $1.9 billion in that area. One of the largest investments in the past 30 years. We've done so because we're convinced that arts and culture are an important driver for the economy and for our identity. We are now studying the impact of the CRTC decision.
And Matapedia.
Honourable member for Avignon. Mr. Speaker, as you know, our government committed to growing the economy and strengthening the middle class. Last week, we saw once again the published data showed that our plan is working. Job statistics were released and the news was encouraging, particularly for Quebecers. Could the Prime Minister please tell the House what the job statistics show? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Avignon-Lamétis-Matane-Matapédia for his question and his leadership within the Quebec caucus. Mr. Speaker, Canadians elected this government to grow the economy and create good jobs. In the past 6 months, the economy has created over 250,000 full-time jobs, the strongest growth in the past 15 years. In Quebec, the unemployment rate dropped from 6.6 to 6%. Its lowest level since 1976. Our plan is working, and we will continue to invest in Canadian workers to grow the economy long term.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister keeps pointing to research funding as cover for not supporting the Canadian Autism Partnership. Does he understand how ridiculous this is? 4 members of the Partnership Working Group are among the world's top autism researchers. Lonnie Zwagenbaum from the University of Alberta, Stelios Georgiadis from McMaster, Jonathan Weiss from York University, and Stephen Shearer from Sick Kids. These researchers want their research to actually be used to benefit Canadian families who desperately need it. When will the Prime Minister stop hiding behind our world-class researchers and support them in helping Canadians with autism?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, on the contrary, we're happy to support our world-class researchers in a broad range of issues. On autism, this government, through the Canadian Institute for Health Research, has invested more than $39 million in autism research over the past 5 years. And we will continue to work with community leaders, continue to work with stakeholders, continue to work with families to address the very real challenges faced by people living with autism and their families. That is a commitment we're continuing to make in our commitment to research, our commitment to families, our commitment to helping Canadians live better lives.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that the Prime Minister has clarified for the second time that Der Spiegel story and has clearly said that he never asked Chancellor Merkel to remove references to the Paris Accord from the G20 summit declaration, let me flip it to the affirmative and ask the Prime Minister to confirm that Canada will stand with Germany and insist that commitment to the Paris Accord be in the G20 final declaration.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, we will. We remain steadfastly committed to the Paris Accords. Our Environment Minister and our government was instrumental in actually making sure that the Paris Accords became a reality. We will continue to push for the respect and the support for Paris at the G7 communique, as we did, and also in the G20 coming up in Hamburg. I would like to take this moment also to congratulate the Conservative Party for recognizing that climate change is real and supporting the Paris Accords as well. This is an important moment for Canada as we see unanimously the need to move forward with real action to reduce our carbon emissions. And I look forward to hearing
It being 3:10 p.m. pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 30th.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable is rising on a point of order. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During question period, I raised serious concerns from voters in Mégantic-L'Érable concerning the pedophile registry. The Prime Minister, in responding to my question, said that I was not fit to sit in this House. In my opinion, this is unparliamentary language, and it's an insult to the voters who elected me, Mr. Speaker.
Alors.
Order.
Gotta see it. Alors. Alors.
Order. Order.
Blake. Alors.
Order.
Agree. I would ask him to restrain himself or else go to the lobby if he can't, or he'll be asked to leave. Order. Je remercie l'honorable député.
I thank the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable for having raised this question. I will review the Hansard and address the House if necessary. It being 3:11 p.m., pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 30th, 2017, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-243 under private members' business. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Gerritsen, seconded by Mr. Robillard, moved that Bill C-243, an act respecting the development of a national maternity assistance program strategy, be now read a third time and do pass. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Jordan.
Second row at my right.
Mr. Johari. Mr. Kong. Mr. Kong. Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Monsieur Lefebvre. Monsieur Lefebvre. Monsieur Lemieux. Monsieur Lemieux. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Levitt. Mrs. Lockhart. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massé-Avignon-Lamétis Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Massé-Avignon-Lamétis Matane-Matapédia. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Madame Nassif. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Willett. Mr. Willett. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Picard. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rumi. Ms. Sahota. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Schultz. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Seri. Mr. Seri. Madame Shanahan. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon. Mr.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fraser Canyon.
Fourth row at my right.
Yeah. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Chan. Mr. Chan. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bettina. Mr. Bettina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Breton. Ms. DeMoff. Ms. DeMoff. Sorry, correction. Ms. DeBruson. Ms. DeBruson. Ms. DeBruson. Sorry. Then Ms. DeMoff. Okay. Ms. DeMoff. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Diario. Monsieur Diario. Monsieur Drouin. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Zerowitz. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur El Khoury. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Aelfson. Mr. Aelfson. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascato. Mr. Fragascato. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Greywall. Mr. Greywall. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Yacono. Mr. Yacono.
Troisième rangée à ma
Third row at my right.
Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Shifke. Mr. Shifke. Mr. Varani. Mr. Varani. Mr. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach. Ms. Rudd. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
J'ai ma droite.
Ms. Crow.
Ms.
Second row at my right.
Mr. Hiking.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Fan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
J'ai ma droite.
Mr.
Second row at my right.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
C'est ça, à ma gauche, qui a pris la motion pour bien se lever, cinquième rangée.
Please rise.
Mrs.
Fifth row.
Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shield.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
J'ai ma gauche.
Fourth row at my left.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diop.
Mr. Diop.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Back to Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Lauzon, Sormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Sormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Coleman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson. Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Boulris. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Blakey. Madame Moore.
Ranger ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Coulson. Ms. Finley. Ms. Finley. Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse-Lévis.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Et tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Quatrième rang.
Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 299, 299, nays contre 10, 10.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, June 13, 2017, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment to the motion of Mr. Cullen relating to the business of supply. The question is on the amendment. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Bouleris, moved that Standing Order 111.1 be replaced with the following. Shall I dispense? No. 1. Where the government intends to appoint an officer of Parliament, the Clerk of the House, the Parliamentary Librarian, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, or the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, the name of the proposed appointee shall be deemed referred to the Subcommittee on Appointments of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, which may consider the appointment during a period of not more than 30 days following the tabling of a document concerning the proposed appointment. 2. At the beginning of the first session of a Parliament, and then thereafter as required, the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs shall name one member from each of the parties recognized in the House to constitute the Subcommittee on Appointments. The subcommittee shall be chaired by the Deputy Speaker, who shall be deemed to be an associate member of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for the purposes of this standing order. The subcommittee shall be empowered to meet forthwith following the referral of a proposed appointee pursuant to Section 1 of this standing order. 3A. After it has met pursuant to Section 2 of this standing order, the Subcommittee on Appointments shall forthwith deposit with the Clerk of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs a report recommending the approval or rejection of the appointment. And that report, which shall be deemed to have been adopted by the committee, shall be presented to the House at the next earliest opportunity as a report of that committee. B. If no report has been filed with the Clerk of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs on the 30th day following the nomination of a proposed appointee, a report recommending the rejection of the appointment shall be deemed to have been filed with the Clerk, and that report, which shall be deemed to have been adopted by the committee, shall be presented to the House at the next earliest opportunity as a report of that committee. 4. Immediately after the presentation of a report pursuant to Section 3 of this standing order, which recommends the approval of the appointment, the Clerk of the House shall cause to be placed on the notice paper a notice of motion for concurrence in the report, which shall stand in the name of the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons under notices of motion, routine proceedings. Any such motion may be moved during routine proceedings on any of the 10 sitting days following the expiry of the notice, provided that, If no such motion has been moved on the 10th sitting day following the expiry of the notice, it shall be deemed moved on that day. The question on the motion shall be put forthwith without debate or amendment. 5. Immediately after the presentation of a report pursuant to Section 3 of this standing order, which recommends the rejection of the appointment, the proposed nomination shall be deemed withdrawn, and that the Clerk of the House be authorized to make any required editorial and consequential alterations to the standing orders. Mr. Stewart, seconded by Ms. Matheson, move the following amendment. Shall I dispense? Question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Chemin-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Chemin-Lévis.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudriard.
Monsieur Boudriard.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Crow. Miss Crow. Mr. Hiking.
Mr. Hiking.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Schiffcake.
Mr. Schiffcake.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Nanasangri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. de Bruson.
Ms. de Bruson.
Ms. de Moff.
Ms. de Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessier.
Madame Nessier.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing. Yeas pour 141, 141. Nays contre 168, 168.
Declare the motion defeated. Le prochain mise au vote.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Bouleris. Dispense? May I dispense? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Mon avis, les non l'emportent.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in support of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor
Mr.
West.
Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame
Madame
Boutin-Sweet.
Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemin-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemin-Lévis.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albers.
Mr. Albers.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Martial.
Monsieur Martial.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf
Ms.
Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion votent.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr.
Mr. Algabra. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach. Ms. Rudd. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs. Monsieur Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mrs. McCrimmon. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair. Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. DeBrussen.
Ms. DeBrussen.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon Lamitis Matan Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamitis Matan Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission Masky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Ms. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Yeas pour 141, 141. Nays contre 168, 168.
I declare the motion defeated. Conformément à l'ordre adopté le mardi 30 mai 2017,
Pursuant to standing order adopted previously, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights concerning the recommendation not to proceed further with Bill S-217.
la question est la suivante.
The question is as follows, that the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, may I dispense? No. Recommendation not to proceed further with Bill S-217, an act to amend the Criminal Code, detention in custody, presented on Thursday, May 11th, 2017, be concurred in. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Mrs. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sophie.
Mr. Sophie.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossier.
Mr. Bossier.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. De Bruce.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé-Vignon Lamétis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé-Vignon Lamétis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Van Dal.
Mr. Van Dal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quach.
Madame Quach.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion, bien se...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Nicholson. Finley. Ms. Finley. Ms. Rempel. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Poilier. Mr. Poilier. Ms. Leach. Ms. Leach. Mr. Blaney Belchastre Zechemé-Lévy. Monsieur Blaney Belchastre Zechemé-Lévy. Ms. Rates. Ms. Rates. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Bergen. Mr. Lebel. Mr. Lebel. Mr. Watts. Mr. Charles. Mr. Charles. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Van Loan. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Mrs. McLeod. Cameron Thompson Caribou. Mrs. McLeod. Cameron Thompson Caribou. Mr. Clement. Mr. Clement. Mr. Washington. Mr. Washington. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Deltaire. Mr. Deltaire. Mrs. Wall. Mrs. Wall. Mrs. Ledoux. Ms. Ledoux. Mr. Straw. Mr. Straw. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Bessard. Mr. Bessard. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Monson.
Stormont Dundas South Glenway.
Mr. Logan, Stormont Dundas South Glenway.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Pullius.
Mr. Pullius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Aboutaye.
Mr. Aboutaye.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Calkin.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Grecian.
Mr. Grecian.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Geneva.
Mr. Geneva.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Aldis.
Mr. Albert.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Bertard.
Mr. Bertard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lightwood.
Mr. Lightwood.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nutter.
Mr. Nutter.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Shea.
Mr. Snail.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Shears.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson. Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 197, 197. Nays contre 103, 103.
La motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Adopté 97 du règlement. Alors,
Inaudible.
le projet de loi prenne fin. Tabling of documents.
Order. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table, in both official languages, the 2015-16 Progress Report on Canada's Action Plan for the Implementation of the United Nations Security Council resolutions on women, peace, and security. Thank you.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 17 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canadian-Europe Parliamentary Association respecting its parliamentary mission to the Republic of Estonia, the next country to hold the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union, and its participation at the second part of the 2017 session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe in Strasbourg, France, from April 19th to 28th, 2017.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 33rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee, pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, deemed to have concurred in a report at second reading and recommended that the following items not be designated non-votable. Pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed adopted.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Or Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. It's entitled Scorched Earth, Responding to Conflict, Human Rights Violations, and Man-Made Humanitarian Catastrophe in South Sudan. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Canning, seconded by Mr. Stetsky, moves to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Navigation Protection Act, certain lakes and rivers in British Columbia. Cette motion est
the motion is deemed adopted.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr.
Canning,
Speaker.
seconded by Mr. Oops. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. And I'm very happy to introduce my bill here, and I thank my colleague from Kootenay, Columbia, for seconding it. A bill that would restore protection to all the lakes and rivers in my riding that were protected under the Navigable Waters Protection Act, but were stripped of that under the Navigation Protection Act in the previous Parliament. The Liberal government promised to repeal these measures in the last election, but has since reneged on that promise. So through this bill, I hope they will change their course of action. This bill would restore protection for the Okanagan River, which is home to the greatest success story in salmon run restoration in the country, for the Kettle and Granby rivers that flow through Boundary Country, and the Slocan River, one of the most beautiful rivers on the continent. Lakes such as Skaha, Vaso, one of the first federal bird sanctuaries, Vesuvius and Slocan. All these waterways and more are at the heart of South Okanagan, West Kootenay, and they fully deserve the protection that they once had. Thank you.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, Mr. Canning, seconded by Mr. Stetsky, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading this bill, premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Perfect. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have actually been discussions with the parties, and if you seek it, you should find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology be the committee designated for the purposes of Clause 65 of an Act to promote the efficiency and adaptability of the Canadian economy by regulating certain activities that discourage reliance on electronic means of carrying out commercial activities, and to amend the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commissions Act, the Competition Act, the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, and the Telecommunications Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député a-t-il...
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed.
The terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm just presenting a petition on behalf of my constituents. 2,546 people signed e-petition 211. It's concerning a guaranteed annual income. They believe that a guaranteed annual income in Canada would help eradicate not only poverty, but also allow individuals the opportunity to use that income to then become successful. And they highlight the idea of Dauphin, Manitoba, which had a Mincome pilot project in the 1970s, which has been studied quite extensively by researchers at the University of Manitoba. So I place it before the government for a response and for your consideration. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation des pétitions, l'honorable...
Presentation of petitions, the Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to table a petition signed by 648 citizens of Laval. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to backtrack on its decision to abolish the tax credits for school fees and public transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Presentation of petitions.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions. My constituents in the riding of Saanich Gulf Islands call on this House to take action and amend the Canada Elections Act to ensure that proportional representation be a voting system to ensure that Canadian elections result in a democratically elected House that reflects the way the citizens of this country have actually voted. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, deals with the issue of security certificates, again from residents of Saanich Gulf Islands. They call on the Government of Canada to end the use of security certificates as inherently open to abuse and violating an individual's right to a fair trial.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise once again to bring voices from coastal BC to this Parliament in support of a solution to the long-standing problem of abandoned vessels. They risk oil spills, risk local jobs, risk our environment across the country. Let's end the runaround and make Coast Guard responsible for first action on abandoned vessels. Let's fix vessel registration to get the costs off taxpayers. Let's build a coast-wide strategy cooperating with provinces and local governments. Let's act before vessels sink. Let's create good green jobs by supporting recycling and local salvage companies. This petition is signed by people from Gabriola Island, Victoria, and Nanaimo, all of the directors of the Regional District of Nanaimo signing as individuals. I'm honoured to have the support of many local governments for my legislation, Bill C-352, and adding again that we know $1 million a year, as announced by this government this month, is inadequate to deal with the thousands of abandoned vessels left on all three of Canada's coasts.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Portage Lisker.
Mr. Speaker,
Speaker, I rise today to present a petition on behalf of my constituents that calls on the government to recognize the importance of palliative care when people are at the end of life, the help and support that palliative care provides. And it specifically asks that palliative care be defined as a medical service covered under the Health Canada Act, so that provincial and territorial governments will be entitled to funds under the Canada Health Transfer System to be used to provide accessible and available hospice palliative care for all residents of Canada in their respective provinces and territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Simcoe York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal war on history continues to prompt many petitions to my office. I today rise to present petitions from 4 Canadian historical societies stating that they want history to be respected and celebrated during the 150th anniversary of Confederation, which, as we know, the government has chosen not to allow as a theme. The members and visitors of the Elbow District Museum in Elbow, Saskatchewan have expressed their support for the government to include Confederation as the theme of Canada 150. The Elbow Museum recounts the life of immigrants to the prairies in the 1900s coming by Sir John A.'s railroad to settle the West. The members of the Trail Historical Society have signed this petition and are also asking the government to keep Confederation in Canada 150. The former mining settlement grew with the development of a smelter servicing the Canadian Pacific Railway, one of the projects central to the legacy of Sir John A. Macdonald. Today, the legacy of this early project of Confederation plays a central role in Trail's heritage. Members of the Thornhill Historical Foundation are calling on the government to restore Confederation as a theme of Canada 150. Father of Confederation William Pierce Howland represented part of Thornhill as a member of Parliament in 1867. And finally, I have a petition from the Antigonish Historical Society. Father of Confederation William Alexander Henry grew up in Antigonish. He stood as a Liberal and became a Conservative. He originally opposed Confederation, but ultimately became a supporter after attending the Charlottetown Conference. And his ability to see the light and change his mind should be an inspiration to the government, encouraging them to change their minds and end the Liberal war on history and make Confederation a theme of the 150th anniversary of Confederation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 987, Question 991, and Question 995. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's response to question 986, question 988 to question 990, question 992 to question 994, and question 996 to question 999 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Notice of motions for the production of papers. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll read this first. I'm sorry, based on what we just heard, is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motion for the production of papers.
I believe I might have caused a little bit of confusion. I should have said at the very end there that I ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand too.
Okay, I think I did call that, didn't I? Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
Will all questions be allowed to stand? I hope so. I think we got it right this time. We're good. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand at this time, too, please.
Good. We have agreement. Good. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, debate on the opposition motion in the name of Mr. Nicholson, tougher penalties for Child Predators Act.
Okay. Since today is the final allotted day for the supply period ending June 23rd, 2017, the House will go through the usual procedures to consider and dispose of the supply bills. In view of recent practices, do honourable members agree that the bills be distributed now? Agreed? Agreed. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that the House reconnaisse que les projets de loi
acknowledge that Bill C-26, Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act, received royal assent on June 18th, 2015.
Acknowledge that through 2 federal budget cycles, the current government has failed to fund and implement this act as passed 2 years ago. C. Convient.
C. Agree on the public safety importance of a publicly accessible high-risk child sex offender registry database. And
D. Reaffirm that Canadian citizens have the right to know about dangerous and high-risk sex offenders living in their communities and neighbourhoods for the purpose of protecting their children, families, and loved ones. Par conséquent, la Chambre.
Accordingly, the House call upon the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness to fully implement Bill C-26, Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act.
Member for Niagara Falls.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour of sharing my time with the member for St. Albert Edmonton. Mr. Speaker, under our Conservative government, Bill C-26, also known as the Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act, received royal assent on June 18, 2015. Mr. Speaker, that was just a few days before the election was called. Now, I would like to rise in this House to address a recent Access to Information report in which it states that the Liberal government is considering not releasing the publicly accessible registry names of persons found guilty of sexual offences against children to communities where these individuals reside. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are disturbed and perplexed by this report. Parents across Canada have the right to know if convicted sex offenders are living in their neighbourhoods so that they can better protect their children. And taking away this tool from parents puts children across the nation at a greater risk. Now, under our Conservative government, I'm proud to say that Canadian children were fully protected. If the Liberals do not make public the names of these high-risk child sex offenders, it will increase the jeopardy under which Canadian children can be exposed. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government put that law in place to safeguard children. And as I indicated, in June of 2015, it received royal assent. A day later, the parliamentary session ended for the summer. The Conservative government, though, set in motion a directive to the RCMP to take the necessary steps to implement the program. Mr. Speaker, it is 2 years later, and we have yet to see this database made public. And parents across Canada are justified in wanting to know why the Liberals have not acted on this. If a dangerous sex offender has been released or has moved into your neighbourhood, people should have the right to know. Parents, regardless of their political affiliation, want to be informed. It's the only way to ensure that we're doing everything possible to safeguard our children. Now, the question really is, Mr. Speaker, why hasn't the government implemented this? Their legislation priorities, I would suggest, are skewed. They've introduced a bill that ensures that individuals do not pretend to practice witchcraft, and they've banned dueling challenges. Well, you know, I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but the last time I checked my neighborhood, fake witchcraft and dueling in the streets was not an issue. What would be an issue, though, is if a convicted sex offender moved into the house next door and that information was not made accessible to neighborhood parents through our high-risk child sex offender database. So the Liberals need to explain this to Canadians. I'm at a loss, Mr. Speaker. Again, I pose the question to this government. Does the government plan to make this publicly accessible high-risk child sex offender data basis public? And if not, why not? The other day in question period, the Prime Minister cited that the government wasn't left with any money from the previous government to implement the registry. Now, this is completely inconsistent with their messaging. They've been telling Canadians for the last 20 months that they've got billions of dollars to spend on everything. Now, they would have us believe that they have been struck by fiscal conscience and they can't justify this expenditure. It would seem that the Liberals have plenty of money to spend on whether it be staff junkets to Paris, Washington, other extravagant trips, but they don't seem to have difficulty spending billions of dollars and running a huge deficit that will ensure the budget will not be balanced until well after 2055. The argument they simply can't afford to spend the money on the high-risk child sex offender database doesn't hold water. How is it they can defend not budgeting these monies, which would better protect our children? Is there a price that can be placed on the safety of our most valuable resource? I think not. The Liberals employed the database after they formed the government in 2015. How many children would have been spared such a nightmare? This is the whole idea of putting this forward. Mr. Speaker, we do hear stories all the time where somebody gets picked up and for whatever reason, the police did not make it known to them. I'm the first one to compliment the police and support them, but we have to take this added extra precaution. This is what we're talking about, so that we aren't reading stories in the paper where some convicted sexual predator has moved into a neighborhood and the parents didn't know about it. This is what we're saying, and I'm not saying that the police don't very often notify communities, but I want to have parents to have the ability to go right into the database themselves to make sure that these individuals are being watched and that the neighbors are getting opportunity to know exactly what's moving into their neighborhood. It's a step in the right direction. The database has been around for some time, but to make it publicly accessible is something new under our Conservative government, and I challenge anybody in this House to argue that children won't be better protected if they have this. I challenge them again. How can you say they won't be better protected if people have the opportunity to check the registry? And again, I'm not in the business of criticizing police. We support them, and they have been a tremendous support for everything that we have done, certainly everything that we did as a government. But this is one more protection that we want to put in place. And if I'm asked the question, what about these individuals? I want these individuals to get help. There's no question about that. They should get help, and I'm completely supportive of that. But I don't accept the idea that the Liberals, first of all, say, well, there was no money for this. Well, you know, the election was called a couple days after this thing passed. That's the one thing. The RCMP are given funds to put these things together, which they have been doing over the last couple of years. So I think maybe the Liberals have moved on from that, about they have no money for this. But again, I challenge them to answer this question. Wouldn't children, the most vulnerable in our society, be better protected with a public child sex offender database? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for his remarks. I just wanted to ask a couple of points of clarification. Under the previous legislation, the authority resided with the local police chief to, on the basis of a threat assessment, where there's a belief that a sex offender posed a significant public safety threat, to release that information to the public. And quite frankly, I believe that I've probably done that more often than any other police chief in the country, so I have some experience with this. But the question I wanted to ask specifically from the member from Niagara is Bill C-26, as I read it, says the database must only contain information with respect to any person referred to in subsection 4.1 that a police service or other public authority has previously made accessible to the public. And so the only information that would actually be contained in this high-risk database to which the member refers would be that information which a police chief or other public authority that has that authority has already released to the public based on those threat assessments. And so when the member makes reference to all entries into the sex offender registry, that's not, as I read it, what Bill C-26 actually says. And so I seek that clarification from him.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
I'll tell you what this will do, Mr. Speaker. This will be very specific as to where these individuals. There won't be some broad definition or announcement that this individual is moved into a particular area. People will be able to go online themselves and check it out. If they miss the warning that the community has been given, they will be able to check it for themselves. This is what we want to do. This is the next logical step in better protecting our children. So that's what that bill was all about. And the bill did receive royal assent. It's the law of this country. And so I'm asking the Liberals, please go ahead. Please go ahead. I believe if you talk to parents in your community and say, do you think this would be the next best step to help you so that you're not caught by surprise? You know, we see incidences of this all the time, that some individual who has been convicted, the public many times are unaware, or they didn't hear about the announcement that this person's been released from jail. And so this is just one more step, and that's the way we have to look at it, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not in the business of criticizing all the efforts that have been done on there, but we can make the system better, and that's exactly what this bill would do. It was passed by Parliament here, so all I'm asking the Liberals to do is do the right thing and implement it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask our honourable colleague for clarification. Earlier this week, in my riding of Caribou, Prince George, we were told that a high-risk sexual offender, Thomas Marion, was going to be released into a community of Hickson, just a small community down the way from Prince George. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I believe that parents and victims and communities have the right to know. But my understanding is right now that it is at the will and whim of the judicial system and that of the police, whether they choose to make those communities and the victims aware that these offenders are going to be released into the communities. And so through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask our honourable colleague, all that we are suggesting here, that it becomes law, that it is part of this bill, that regardless of who they are, where they are, they become part of this database so that the victims' families, the victims themselves, can then check the database themselves to see when and if this person is going to be released back into the community and then at a high risk to offend. Thank you.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
The honourable member, I think, has summed it up very well. The challenges that parents face under the present law, and I believe that the law previous to C-26 was helpful, and I believe that these are important steps, and all we are trying to do is to increase that protection that will be available to parents. Because, Mr. Speaker, you and I, we've all heard stories, and I appreciate my colleague, raising the question of a particular individual. Parents and people have the right to know if their safety is at risk, and particularly the safety of their children. But I should be clear as well, it's not just confined to children. They are obviously sexual predators who attack people of all ages. That being said, we have passed that law by Parliament, and I just ask my colleagues on the other side, have a look at it, have a study of it, let's get moving on it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on the motion. It was a few weeks ago that reports came out that bureaucrats within the Department of Public Safety had recommended that a publicly accessible registry for high-risk sex offenders not move forward. Now, since those reports came out, we on this side of the House quite legitimately have asked questions of the government as to whether those reports are true, and secondly, whether the government intends to cancel a publicly accessible registry for high-risk child sexual predators. And Mr. Speaker, despite posing very clear questions to the government on this question, what we have not received is a clear answer to a clear question. Mr. Speaker, every Canadian parent deserves to know when a high-risk child sexual predator moves into their neighborhood. And Mr. Speaker, every Canadian deserves an answer from this government, yes or no, in terms of whether they intend to move forward with this registry. Maybe at the outset, let me just say, when we're talking about high-risk child sexual predators, we're talking about the worst of the worst. We're talking about people who pose the greatest risk to our children. It is those offenders that would be subject to a publicly accessible registry that would be available where anyone could go online and get information about those offenders. As my honourable colleague from Niagara Falls mentioned, it was our previous Conservative government that passed legislation to establish this registry. And in response to the legitimate questions that we have been asking, instead of providing an answer, the government has come back with essentially two arguments or two statements. They have said, first of all, that there's a national sex offender registry, and second of all, that when a dangerous sex offender is released from prison, Correctional Service Canada informs the police, and the police, if there is a danger, can in turn alert the public. Mr. Speaker, there's no question that the National Sex Offender Registry is an important tool. And to give a previous Liberal government credit, it was under the previous Liberal government that the National Sex Offender Registry was established. Since 2004, it contains over 35,000 registered sex offenders. Of the 35,000 or so sex offenders that are listed in the registry, approximately 2/3 are individuals who committed sex offenses against children. The database provides law enforcement with important information about the name, the address, the whereabouts, the description of the sex offender. And that obviously is important for law enforcement in order to be able to undertake investigations and ultimately help facilitate the prosecution of individuals who perpetrate such offenses. The issue, however, with the Sex Offender Registry is it is not publicly accessible. Yes, it is a tool that law enforcement uses, and that's fine and well, and that's important. But at the same time, parents deserve to know whether or not a child sexual predator is moving into their neighborhood. And so that's where the publicly accessible registry comes into play. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, the Minister of Public Safety have said in this House, well, nonetheless, Correctional Services Canada alerts the police, and the police then in turn can alert the public. And yes, that's important for the purpose of bringing public awareness, for the purpose of keeping our communities safe. But let's be clear, that is a limited thing. It's limited in the sense that the police notify the public on one day, and oftentimes that's about it. And so if you're maybe not reading the newspaper or watching the news that night, or maybe you were out of town for a week, it's quite possible that you would have no idea that a high-risk child sexual predator moved into your neighborhood. And that's why, again, our Conservative government introduced this registry. It would empower parents to be able to go online, to check the name of someone who moved in, to look at their photo, to see what they look like, and maybe check it a few times, not just in passing with seeing it in the newspaper. Mr. Speaker, that information that would be contained in this registry is key to keeping our children safe. That information is information that parents can use to take precautionary measures, and those precautionary measures in many cases could make the difference between keeping a kid safe from a high-risk sexual predator. And so, yes, there are measures to inform the public, but this is adding to it. It's giving parents another tool. And so the real question is, what does the government have against giving parents an additional tool? I think they owe it to Canadians, if they're not going to move ahead with it, to provide a clear and cogent explanation. But if they agree, as we agree, that this would be an added benefit, then it is imperative that they step up to the plate and provide funding so that we can get this registry implemented at the earliest opportunity, so that high-risk sex offenders can be identified and that children can be kept safe. And regretfully, unfortunately, this government up until now has instead tried to pass the buck, engaging in the blame game that it was the previous Conservative government that passed the bill but didn't provide the funding. Well, as the honourable member for Niagara Falls pointed out, the legislation that enabled this registry received royal assent on the last day before going into the 2015 election, the last day that this House sat before the 2015 election. It's now been 2 budget cycles, and this government has not provided one single cent towards this registry. Talk about a lack of priorities, especially from a government that spends like drunken sailors, spends billions and billions of dollars on all kinds of things, but can't be bothered to provide the funding to create a registry and make available a tool for parents to keep their kids safe. Exactly. But Mr. Speaker, there is always an opportunity to take a step back and do the right thing, stop stonewalling, stop the blame game, just get on with it and get this registry established. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ajax.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member's tone opposite. Just as a note at the beginning, the tone that we use on this issue is very important. I don't know about the honourable member. I have 3 wonderful children. I'm fortunate never to have this horror visited upon them. I did unfortunately have somebody within my immediate family who was a child, was a victim of very terrible sexual assault. And we all care profoundly about protecting our children. And all questions must come from that place. I know the member cares. I care. Each and every one of us does. So it's important that we maintain that respectful dialogue with something that's so difficult. There's 2 points that I would make to the honourable member. One is that, so after 10 years, because this was not introduced over a 10-year period of government, it was introduced at the end, dollars weren't put there. But there's a couple of questions that I would like to get his response on. One, what about the evidence that's been presented to us? Because the registry is just a compilation, by the way, of already available data. The police already inform the public when they think there's a mistake. I can tell you when I have kids, when they notify to somebody who's in the neighborhood, that's not something you miss. But to put it publicly available everywhere and to remove the filter of the police, we've heard 2 main problems I'm wondering if you can speak to. One is that folks go to ground, they disappear, police don't know where they are because they don't want to be on this registry, so they either move to jurisdictions like Quebec or New Brunswick where they don't get put in information, or in alternative, they don't provide their information. So it actually makes the public much less safe because we don't know where they are, and it hurts compliance. And the second is that there are substantial evidence of vigilante action, not just against these individuals, but against innocent members of their family. So there's a lot of substantive concerns that I would like to debate and hear the members can respond on about public safety.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Public Safety. On the member's first point about the previous Conservative government introducing this at the end, well, I can say that over 9.5 years, the previous Conservative government did more to keep children safe than any government in recent Canadian history. And I agree with the honourable member that all members of this House care about keeping our kids safe, but when it came time for action, it was our previous Conservative government that increased sentencing for child sexual predators. We strengthened the National Sex Offender Registry by requiring all sex offenders to register under it. We made important investments in things like child advocacy centers to assist individuals who are young, who experience the most horrible of crimes, to help them deal with that. So Mr. Speaker, I say, in terms of the Conservative record, there is absolutely nothing to apologize for. And Mr. Speaker, with respect to the points raised by the honourable member, the fact is it simply comes down to whether you believe that parents should have access to readily available information about where these child sexual predators live, and we say that every parent in this country has that right.
And comments. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
I want to thank my colleague for not only his presentation today, but as we heard earlier today in the House of Commons, his involvement in another very significant Wyn's Law debate. It's sort of interesting, and I appreciate my colleague across the way. I haven't had, because he's absolutely right. I think those of us that maybe not have had a very direct connection to that may not have the same feelings or impact of a family member that has. And so I pass on to him my concern of those ones that have gone through that. It must be, as we call it must be hell. And so to that, what I'm concerned about after hearing that, though, is that we all care about the protection of our children. And that's great. So we've taken one step. I'm just wondering to my colleague, what is the concern about raising another layer of protection then, so that we don't have a repeat of these situations that happen across our communities and across our country?
For St. Albert, Edmonton, in 45 seconds or less, please.
I thank the member, and maybe just to further respond to the point that were raised by the parliamentary secretary, of course I recognize that it's a terrible family tragedy, and I acknowledge his sincerity when he speaks about this issue. But the fact of the matter is that in terms of the information that would be accessible in this registry, it would be information that would be made available already publicly by the police, so it would be through the process that is already established. What this would simply do is add another layer so the parents simply could go online and get that information anytime, anywhere, rather than simply being reliant on one day in which it's reported in the news.
Alors, conformément à l'article 38.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Drummond, Langues Officielles.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, and l'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot, Canada Revenue Agency.
Opening debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank my honourable colleague across the way from Niagara Falls for bringing forward this motion about our government's commitment to protect our communities and especially our children from sexual violence. And I'll repeat what I said in the question earlier. I think there are certain issues that demand the best of us. that demand us to rise above partisan rancor and to have mature dialogue about an issue that obviously is close to all of our hearts. The sexual exploitation of children, violent attacks, the devastation that it visits upon young lives is something I wish I knew less about. And I can tell you that, that surviving that and somebody getting to a healthy place is an enormous challenge, and that as government, it must be one of our top priorities to ensure the safety and well-being of our children. And so it demeans this place when there's anyone who would cast aspersion on any member for doing anything other than trying to provide that protection. And I think it's incumbent upon us in this debate and any debate on such a sensitive matter to avoid the temptation to oversimplify issues or to try to seek an opportunity to gain a partisan point when such matters are happening. And so I think the debate that's been happening today has been much more constructive. I unfortunately feel that some of the debate that's been happening during question period was much less so. Mr. Speaker, before I turn to the specifics of the motion, I think it's important that we begin with some needed context and a clear understanding of how the current system works when it deals with sexual offenders. Canada currently has very robust measures in place. The National Sex Offenders Registry was established in 2004 under the then Prime Minister Paul Martin's government by former Public Safety Minister Anne McClellan. It was created as part of the Sex Offender Registry Information Act, which is a key element of the current system. Under this act, sex offenders have a legal obligation to register with police so that they can be monitored in the community. The database is maintained and kept up to date by the RCMP. It contains important identifying information about convicted sex offenders across Canada, such as physical description, name, address, and place of employment. Sexual offenders are included in this database upon conviction, and police forces across Canada have access to it. This helps our police officers prevent and investigate crimes of a sexual nature. It ensures sex offenders are properly registered and monitored, and it serves as a vital tool for identifying high-risk offenders. When a high-risk sex offender is released from prison, the Correctional Services of Canada notifies local law enforcement and provides police with detailed information about the individual. This information includes a document such as the offender's criminal profile, records of institutional behavior, and psychologic and psychiatric evaluations. Local police can then notify the public. A key point to highlight in this regard is that most provinces and territories already have legislation or policies in place regarding public notification about sex offenders. The majority of police forces across Canada do, in fact, already publicize information about any released sex offender who they consider to be a potential danger to the public. So, Canada already has a registry that police can use to keep track of sex offenders. And most Canadian police forces already alert the public about sex offenders in their communities. And that brings me to the notion before us, and the new database the Conservatives are calling for, in accordance with the former Bill C-26. Most of that legislation has already been brought into force, and our government is currently examining the sections of the law that allow for the creation of this new public database. I should point out that while the Harper government adopted legislation to create the database, they never actually created it. Introducing it at the end of their 10-year mandate, they never put any money into actually setting it up. I've heard fears expressed by some honourable members in this House, including some of the comments made here today, that this database might be dismantled. You can't dismantle something that hasn't been set up. The term cancel was used. You can't cancel something that hasn't been created. So the question is not whether or not to take it apart, but whether to set it up. And our government is giving the matter careful consideration, taking into account the needs and concerns of victims, the importance of helping parents and communities protect their children, the evidence about the utility and effectiveness of sex offender databases, and the experience in other jurisdictions. Obviously, this move is first and foremost about public safety and protection. When the former Bill C-26 was being studied by the Justice Committee in 2005, the Canadian Centre for Child Protection expressed the view that public notification about sex offenders in high-risk cases could be great of assistance to families and communities. and the Victims Ombudsman stressed the importance of ensuring that victims have access to meaningful information so they feel informed, considered, protected, and supported. We recognize these concerns. Certainly, we, and I specifically, share them. The criminal justice system must always keep the needs of victims in mind, and we must always do everything we can to prevent further victimization. We know the best way to do that is by implementing criminal justice policy that has been proven to keep the public safe, that is evidence-based. To that end, we are aware of the questions that have been raised about the effectiveness of public notification systems and whether such systems might have unintended consequences, some of which I referenced in my questions earlier. One practical concern is that public databases might encourage sex offenders to go underground or be less likely to comply with police registries, which can have an adverse effect on the effect of monitoring these individuals. It can be quite detrimental. Sex offenders may also move to jurisdictions where they are not as heavily monitored, and that could be particularly a concern with the proposed database we're talking about today, because the law would only allow this new database to include information that has already been publicly released. It will be of no help whatsoever in jurisdictions like Quebec and New Brunswick that don't have any public notification systems, and it could actually encourage sex offenders to move to these provinces to avoid public exposure and scrutiny. Another concern is that people may use a public database to access information about sex offenders for the purposes of vigilante action, as has been the case in certain jurisdictions. Included in this possibility is the possibility that such an action could be misdirected, especially if information in the database was incorrect or out of date. At the time C-26 was being examined at committee, the Canadian Bar Association noted the possibility of vigilantism to which innocent people could fall victim if they are mistaken as offenders. And vigilantes have also been known to target the families of people on sex offender registries. These kinds of concerns need to be weighed against the benefit that a publicly accessible database would bring. We need to examine the evidence to determine, based on facts, whether this proposed database would make our communities safer. And that's exactly the work we're undertaking. One thing we do know for a fact is that the treatment and reintegration programs, like Circles of Support and Accountability, have been proven effective at reducing recidivism among sex offenders. Circles of Support and Accountability is a Canadian-made, community-based program, world-renowned for its effectiveness at dramatically lowering rates of recidivism and preventing victimization. It was begun by members of a Mennonite church in Ontario and involves some truly amazing volunteers who hold sex offenders accountable, support their reintegration, and protect Canadian communities. Circles of Support and Accountability work primarily with people who have committed one or more sexual offenses and who require support to live a positive, crime-free life. This program has shown time and time again that it leads to fewer victims of sexual predation, which is exactly what each and every one in this House wants. The Harper government had research demonstrating that circles of support and accountability reduced the rate of offending for sex offenders by almost 3/4, from 22% to 5.6%. Truly almost unheard of in programs to have that kind of efficacy. As a bonus, the Circles of Support and Accountability saves money. Again, the Harper's government's own research showed that every dollar invested in the program resulted in nearly 5-fold savings in costs to the justice systems and to victims. But the Conservative government, unfortunately, cut all federal funding for that program, despite its efficacy, despite how science had proved it was working. At the time, Barbara Craig wrote a column in the National Post entitled, quote, "Ottawa's Curious Decision to Cut Funding to the Successful Sex Offender Registry Program." In her words, the cost of the Circles of Support and Accountability is modest. The process benign, the burden on the community nil, and the harm reduction proven. She concluded that the government's choice to stop funding appears to be an incredibly misguided decision. We recently reinstated that federal funding, allocating $7.48 million over 5 years to the National Crime Prevention Strategy. We've also doubled the annual funding for national flagging system programs. The program was established to track high-risk violent sexual offenders and to ensure that prosecutors are aware of the potential information regarding an offender's likelihood to engage in violent behavior. It was recently evaluated and shown to be a very effective way of identifying and tracking high-risk offenders. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, we are investing in programs that have been proven effective at keeping communities safe, and we are carefully examining additional measures, notably the database that is the subject of today's motion, to better understand the benefits and potential unintended impacts. While that examination continues, well, the work of making sure we get public safety right, particularly when it comes to our children, we are not in a position to support the motion today. It is our government's intention to consult with communities and various stakeholders and law enforcement experts to ensure that we have a firm understanding of the potential effectiveness of this initiative before we decide whether to move forward with its implementation. We also have to ensure that any future database is compatible with systems already in place in some provinces and territories. Different approaches across various jurisdictions may create implementation challenges, especially since the proposed database would capture only those offenders who are already subject to a provincial or territorial notification. That is why we will be consulting with our provincial and territorial partners. These consultations will inform our way forward on this issue and ensure that we are implementing and funding evidence-based criminal justice policies that protect our children and keep Canadians safe. The Minister of Public Safety and officials in the Public Safety Department, myself, will be working very hard to that end over the upcoming months. In the meantime, we will continue to support the existing National Sex Offender Registry, as well as proven and effective programs like Circles of Support and Accountability and the National Flagging System. The most important consideration is that the programs we fund and the measures we implement must have demonstrated positive impacts on public safety. This is not a matter of who cares more or less about protecting our children. We know we all care equally about that. It's a matter of doing what works best to protect them, not based on a gut feeling, not based on what sounds best in a soundbite, but where evidence leads us. Right now, we're doing the work of getting those facts so that we can decide whether or not to create this new database, and if we do, how to best go about it. Mr. Speaker, on that point, I just want to close with this. This is a highly charged issue, but it's important for the public to know that the systems and controls that not only we have in place now, but were put in place, as I mentioned, by both Prime Ministers Martin and Chrétien and by successive governments, established a framework to ensure community safety, and that when police feel somebody is dangerous, to notify them. That it is hyperbolic in the extreme to suggest that the only thing keeping our kids safe is this particular database, when in fact the database in question is aggregating existing publicly made available information. And so on that basis, I think we can have a constructive dialogue about the particular utility of this. But given the very real concerns that were raised around its misuse, it's only appropriate that we take the prudent and appropriate amount of time to get this incremental piece right. In the meantime, there are a raft of things that we know already in evidence we can do, and we are doing, to keep our children safe. I know that's a priority for us, and I know it's a priority for every member of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the speech. Going on to the National Registry, you can go on there, but as everybody in this House knows, it is not public. I myself, as I said, have worked in the constituency office for a number of years, as well had a lot of interaction with two people that had been the victims of sexual offense. One was a 7-year-old girl and a 12-year-old girl. And to me, I recognize what the parents went through. Following that, when the person was arrested in my own hometown, I know that the police were always being asked, but unfortunately that information is not public. This member seems to be worried more about the integration of an offender than he does about public safety in our children. And that's very concerning, because I'd really like to know the science behind that, because this is a very science-based government. I'm saying that with a lot of biting my tongue, but when we're talking about this, he's talking about science. I'd like him to tell me, when we're looking at pedophiles, people who have assaulted our children, have sexually assaulted our children, what is the chances of re-victimizing?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I would just say again on the onset, I would go back to my earlier comments. When the member says that I care more about integration than I do about sexual victims, it's just very unfortunate well, I'm sorry, it's below this place and it needs to be called out. You know, when any one of us in this House cast aspersions that somehow we don't care about the safety of our children, that somehow we don't care about sexual offenders, it is despicable. And I can tell you right now that every day we do something to keep our communities safe. I trust our police. I trust our chiefs of police that when there is a dangerous offender, that they let us know. And that when sexual violence hit my family in a very real way, I know exactly what it means. And to sit here and say that somehow I don't care about it is repugnant. And what I would say to every member of this House, again, that instead of...
Order. I realize this is a very emotional topic, and emotions tend to bring out responses that aren't very parliamentary at times. So I just want to remind the honourable members that one person speaks at a time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And specifically, when we talk about what works, the fortunate thing that we have is a variety of different jurisdictions that have implemented different measures to ensure that reporting is done safely. And we know that our police inform us and that the information that's being talked about is already publicly available. What we don't want to do is rushing into the kind of hyperbolic politics that's being articulated on the other side to try to win some partisan points at the expense of good public policy. Because at the end of the day, so many of us are here are parents, and it's extremely important that we get it right and that what we do actually protects our communities, doesn't protect our householders.
Before I go to questions and comments, I'd like to remind the honourable members that there are people who want to ask questions. And on this topic, we seem to be going a little bit long, so if you can maybe try to keep it as concise as humanly possible. I know it's not easy. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague. And I wanted to raise an issue that we had the Chrétien government that brought in the national flagging system, which proved to be fairly effective. It was a system brought in. There was a budgetary budget that followed it. We had the Paul Martin government that brought in the National Sex Offenders Registry, and again allocated resources for it. As the member has correctly indicated to the House very clearly that we all care about the sensitivity of this issue, and I'm wondering if the member can just comment in terms of just how important it is that Ottawa work with different stakeholders, understand what it is that we actually have in place as we try to move forward on a very important issue.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Canada has one of the lowest rates of violent recidivism and recidivism when it deals with sexual offences, and that's because successive governments have implemented good policies. And I would also say that we have phenomenal frontline police officers and police chiefs who do an incredible job of keeping our community safe. So those measures have already been put in place. The question is, what can we do to improve it? And I think the hesitation that we have to have, particularly in something that's as detailed and as complicated as this matter, is to ensure that we don't have knee-jerk policies that are based on gut feelings, but instead that we root ourselves in evidence and science to make sure that what we're putting in isn't actually making things worse. And so that's why it's incredibly important for us to be prudent and cautious as we proceed. But I think the member quite rightfully points out that we have a wonderful base on which to stand. There's very good work and policy that's been done here. And I think that we always have to look at ways to make it better, but it has to be rooted in evidence.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable... Oh, I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for Danforth.
Well, I really appreciate what the Parliamentary Secretary has outlined for us today as far as a vision. And I was hoping that perhaps he could help me and expand a little bit, because he has shown great confidence in the system and in what we're doing to move forward to make sure that all of our children are safe and what is already there. And yet I hear so many concerns from the other side. And I would like to give him a bit of extra time perhaps so that he can let us know exactly what is in place right now that people can feel confident that we are moving forward in the right way to make sure our children are safe.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as my thank you very much to my honourable colleague for her question. As was identified earlier, we do have the national flagging system, that we do have databases available for police to access, that when police get information that somebody is being released into a community, they can make a threat assessment, they can determine what the public needs to know, they can make the public aware that an individual is moving into a neighbourhood, and that right now there's very high compliance with the system as it exists. The police are able to know where individuals are and are able to track it. Now, one of the concerns with putting that on the internet so everybody can search it and look at people's names and pictures and point to that person on the street, if they haven't been identified by the police as somebody as a particular risk, is that everybody will start moving underground. And move off the system, not tell police where they are, and go to ground. And it's one of the things that I think we have to be very careful we get right, because the circumstance could very well be that if we brought this out, that we don't know where dangerous offenders are, that when police need to apprehend them or know what they're up to, we have no idea where they are. So that could be one unintended consequence. I also am concerned, I talk about vigilantism, and everybody thinks, well, good, let that person who already served their time and has been released, it's good if somebody commits vigilante violence. I've heard people say that to me. I don't think very many people feel that way about the families of the offender. And there's a very real concern with families being targeted, people who have committed no crimes and are completely innocent being targeted. So the thing is, we got to take a step back. Walk outside of the cone of rhetoric that we're being thrown into and make sure that the policies that we're implementing are actually improving public safety and are actually protecting our children. And where the debate should, I think, center as we have this back and forth is on that. The opposition party, the Conservatives, have ideas. The New Democrats have ideas. The Greens have ideas. The Bloc have ideas. And that we could share that dialogue in a fashion that says, well, look, I understand that you have ideas that you feel are better than ours. Great. But don't go to that next point of saying that somehow you then don't care about kids or you don't care about dealing with predation. That's unbecoming and not worthy of this place.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thanks very much. I disagree with the member's point on vigilantism. I just think the parents would like to know if there is in fact somebody across the street or down the road, and appreciate the police have a role, but I also think that it's a parent's right to know if there's a pedophile down the street. But my question to the member is, California, which is a liberal state, obviously, a progressive state, if you want to put it that way, they have a registry. They even have apps so that parents can find out where these pedophiles and if they're on their street or in their neighborhood. I wonder if the member has gone there, if he's talked to Democratic legislators, lawmakers, to see where they find the value in having a registry there and even apps there, and why it seems like it's so impossible to do it here. I ask that question with all due respect.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you. Mr. Speaker, actually, I have been to California. The member might be interested in knowing that it has the highest violent recidivism rates, or one of them in North America. If we were looking at places to emulate, California would be just about dead last. And secondly, I don't speak about parenting in the abstract. I am a parent. The issues the member talks about are ones that preoccupy my mind and every parent. And so absolutely, to his point, when we're talking about parenting, I want to look at jurisdictions are getting it right, not jurisdictions that are getting it wrong.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for Niagara Falls for bringing forward this motion to the House. He and I serve on the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights together, and in the short time that I've gotten to know him, I know him to be a man who treats these issues with a lot of sincerity, and I know he cares about these issues. The motion before us is essentially looking at a bill that was passed in the previous Parliament, Bill C-26, which received royal assent on June the 18th of 2015. Now, Mr. Speaker, part of that act was that it created what was called the High-Risk Child Sex Offender Database Act. And essentially, the motion before us revolves around that particular act and whether it's operational and whether it's had the funding and so on and so forth. I want to, from the outset, Mr. Speaker, just state how important it is for us to protect our children from predators. And, you know, I myself am a father of twin daughters. I'm lucky to have a third one coming along the way later this year. And I know all members in this House, whether they're Conservatives, Liberals, NDP, Bloc Québécois, the Green, I know everyone is very sincere in wanting to protect our children. And I take that as a starting point, that we want to make sure the policies and the legislation that coming out of this place are in the best interests for all Canadians and all children. As long as the sexual exploitation of children continues, then we need to come together in this place to find effective ways to prevent and eradicate child sexual exploitation. I will note, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP voted in the last Parliament for the Conservatives' Bill C-26. And we voted for C-26 because of the importance of the issue. But we were very clear that we were disappointed with the legislation as the Conservative government promised action, but there was no new funding attached to implement it. Now here we are, where the Conservatives are now in opposition, and there are accusations being made to the Liberals that the same problem exists, that there is no funding to implement the law. Now, the NDP has always had a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to sexual offences against children, and that has not changed. I know I speak for my entire caucus when I say that. But we are disappointed that the Liberals and the Conservatives were stuck in this argument that fails to address some of the key problems. There have been cuts followed up with years of lack of funding for the prevention of sexual offences against children. The funding has not been there to reduce the risks of recidivism. What is good about this debate is that we now have a chance to discuss how important it is to protect children from sexual predators. We heard from many witnesses at the committee in the previous Parliament that tougher sentences would not solve every problem. We need the resources immediately to counter sexual abuse against children. Now, when the Conservatives moved their omnibus crime bill in the previous Parliament, the NDP helped move provisions that dealt with the sexual offences against children through faster than anything else. Members of the NDP have introduced private members' initiatives with a view to preventing the sexual exploitation of children. One of the major changes was to make it illegal to use a computer to organize an offense against a child. The NDP also fought for the Circles of Support and Accountability program, an organization that works to reduce recidivism. Circles of Support and Accountability's numbers are impressive, Mr. Speaker. One study found a 70% reduction in sexual recidivism for those who participate in the program compared to those who did not. Another study found an 83% reduction in recidivism. The program dramatically improves public safety while not being prohibitively expensive. And despite the success of such an initiative, funding was cut to it by the previous Conservative government. When we did the committee study for C-26 in the previous Parliament, we did bring forward some evidence-based amendments. We asked that it be explicit that the database not be used to identify victims. We also moved an amendment that would make the minister provide an annual report to Parliament on the effectiveness of the law. And this, again, I have mentioned this many times in this House. This goes to the ability of Parliament, this place, to hold the government to account for the programs it is operating. And we felt that providing this annual report to Parliament would allow parliamentarians to judge the government's effectiveness on the program, to hold it to account, and to possibly provide the pressure to initiate changes that might be needed. We clearly want to know that our measures are effective, and I think we should see evidence of that fact. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, those well-meaning amendments at the time were rejected by the Conservative government. Now, some of the initiatives taken by the Conservatives when they were in government starting in 2006, they implemented new mandatory prison sentences for 7 existing criminal code offenses. They made it illegal for anyone to provide sexually explicit material to a child for the purpose of facilitating the commission of an offense against that child. And this is a process that is often referred to as grooming. They strengthened the sex offender registry. They increased the age of consent from 14 to 16 years of age. And they put in place legislation to make the reporting of child pornography by internet service providers mandatory. These were all big steps to stop the sexual exploitation of children. The issue was that in 2014, the Minister of Justice at the time came to the committee and stated that sexual offenses against children had increased by 6% over those past 2 years. And Mr. Speaker, this statistic obviously puts everything that was done into question if we have no resources. Because it's easy enough to change a law. But if that law is not backed up by the resources, it quickly becomes meaningless. And I'll just highlight, Mr. Speaker, a point here. Over a 5-year period, when the Conservatives were in power, the RCMP withheld some $10 million in funds that were earmarked for its National Child Exploitation Coordination Centre and related projects. These cuts were made partly as the RCMP had to conform to some of the deficit reduction action plans that were in place. They were made as the number of child exploitation tips from the public was increasing exponentially. I want to talk a little bit about the sex offender registry now, Mr. Speaker. Canada's sex offender registry is currently only available to police. Federal prisons are required by the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to notify police of the release of a high-risk offender, which can result in a community notification. This generally means a police media release that contains basic information about the offender, which includes their photograph. And depending on provincial legislation, police can publicly disclose information if there is a significant risk to the public. However, the Conservatives are arguing with today's motion that the public should have access to more information on who is living in their communities. But I want to look at the example that is employed by the province of Manitoba. This is an example where in the province of Manitoba, they have a Community Notification Advisory Committee. It's made up of people from the criminal justice and mental health systems who have the expertise to determine whether an offender is likely to commit further crimes. It has representatives from the general public, Winnipeg and Brandon Police, Manitoba Public Prosecutions, Manitoba Corrections, the Correctional Services of Canada, and Manitoba Health, all of these agencies working together. After a thorough review of each case, the committee recommends measures that can range from no notification to full public notification, all based on the circumstances of the individual. It can even recommend that police take other steps to ensure community safety, such as surveillance. The Conservatives have been arguing that the public should have open access, but I think if we look at the measures that have been instituted in Manitoba, we already have an example where there's an effective program that can institute a wide range of measures depending on the circumstances. Now, the Sex Offender Information Registration Act is the act that established the National Sex Offender Registry. As it stands now, the national database containing information on convicted sex offenders is managed by the RCMP. It provides access to current information on offenders to assist in the prevention, or investigation of sexual offenses. Under the current system, those convicted of certain sexual-based offenses have to register with the police and periodically update their personal information, such as their name, their address, the type of offense, and a recent photograph. Police currently notify the public when they deem there is a risk that warrants it. As I've stated, other jurisdictions have drafted their own protocols or legislation regarding public notification, and there's certainly some fine examples that we can be looking at. Now, the legislation that was passed under the previous government, as I mentioned in my introduction, C-26, made it possible for the government to create an online public database. And now we see that the Conservatives, with this motion, are pushing the Liberals to go forward with this publicly available database. However, there have been some issues that have come up with the implementation of said database. An internal memo to the Minister of Public Safety by his officials, which was obtained recently by the Canadian Press, mentioned that a number of concerns have been raised and that there was support for dropping the idea of a public database. The memo indicated that officials recommended proceeding with elements of the legislation that impose new reporting requirements on registered sex offenders and allow for better information sharing between federal agencies. Officials suggested Public Safety Canada and the RCMP undertake a review and consult interested parties for a fully informed assessment of the proposed new database, and then to develop options for the government. It is important that these issues are dealt with before we go forward with sweeping changes that might not be effective in our fight against the sexual exploitation of children, which I will again repeat in this House, is fully the goal of every member here. Now, just to look at some of the judiciary impacts, Mr. Speaker, in the province of Quebec, Quebec's bar has long held the position that a publicly accessible registry could cause many unwanted societal consequences. In 2003, they argued that there were risks of vigilante-style attacks, a propagation of fear, and a creation of a false feeling of safety. Another issue with the federal registry is that there is no national definition of a risk of recidivism. The current assessment of risk is different between the provinces, and if we are going to make a national public database, then it should be based on a common definition of recidivism rather than a patchwork quilt. I want to do everything we can to protect public safety, which includes properly funding initiatives to put an end to child exploitation. The issue here is that there is not really any evidence that making the registry public will enhance public safety by either increasing arrest rates or predicting the location of future offenses. The police already have all of the relevant information in the current registry, and they are responsible for protecting public safety using that information. We await the results of the ongoing review by public safety officials and the RCMP, who are at this moment studying further the possible merits and drawbacks of a public database. Mr. Speaker, I think I will conclude by saying that this is a good opportunity for us in the House to have a discussion on how to best end child sexual exploitation. And I will repeat again that the NDP has always had a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to sexual offences against children. We need an effective, well-funded regime that is based on evidence, not talking points. And I will conclude by saying that I look forward to hearing more from my colleagues from all parties in the House on this issue. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me get that out of my ear. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have actually some experience with the actual application of the sex offender registry.
On his earpiece, and I think that should solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There we go.
Mr. Speaker, I do have some experience with the application, and I would point out that we've talked about the establishment of the Federal Sex Offender Registry, but in fact it was the province of Ontario in 1999 that implemented what was then called Christopher's Law and implemented a sex offender registry, which was the first of its kind in this country. And one of the things that I've been very much directly involved with is the oversight and the application of that registry and how it's used. And so, if I may, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to ask the member, I've just checked the Ontario Community Safety website, in which they speak about the Ontario Sex Offender Registry, the longest established, and I might suggest the most effective in the country, in which they said that the public does not have access to the Ontario Sex Offender Registry, and they make the statement that this contributes to a consistently higher offender compliance rate, resulting in increased accuracy and integrity of the data. And they said that they go on to say that this enhances public safety for Ontarians by providing police with the ability to have more accurate information about registered sex offenders. And I can tell you from experience, Mr. Speaker, that an accurate, comprehensive sex offender registry gives the police the tools that they need to monitor offenders in our community, to locate offenders and to identify them for the purposes of investigation and prosecution. And I can also tell you, Mr. Speaker, that it is the responsibility of police chiefs in Ontario to notify the public when, on the basis of evidence and a threat assessment, they believe an offender represents a significant threat to the community. And I've, quite frankly, been involved in that notification on very many occasions. So I ask the member, in light of that experience in Ontario, if he might reflect on whether or not he believes this information should be made public for any other purpose other than the one I've already described.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think what I will say in response is like this is a very hard subject to talk about. No one wants to imagine any child being put through this. And it especially hits hard to those who know children, either their own or their immediate family or their friends. And I think ultimately the cornerstone of my speech was about finding an effective way to make sure that this doesn't happen. And I did outline the fact that I trust our public safety officials, whether it's the RCMP, local police, the people in Corrections Canada. I think I highlighted the example that exists in Manitoba. I trust in the people who have made a career out of public safety, that they have our best interests at heart. And I simply want us to, I really look forward to the review that's being completed by Public Safety Canada, and I think this House should adopt policies based on that review, and we should trust the officials who make a career out of this, who are very dedicated to their craft. And that ultimately it should be based on that collaboration of those officials, because the other thing that we need, Mr. Speaker, is we need to make sure that these systems are well funded. It's one thing to pass a law, but we need to make sure that when that law is passed and when it's in effect, that those agencies have the resources to operate. And so I look forward to continuing this conversation and to seeing the report when it's tabled in this House. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his contributions to this debate. I wonder if there's one area that he could perhaps help out with this and his discussion, I'm sure, with his colleagues, particularly those who were there in the previous Parliament. Now, this was a bill that was introduced by my successor, Justice the Honourable Peter MacKay. He introduced this bill into Parliament, and the bill itself did one of those things that gets talked about here a certain amount of times, the increased mandatory penalties for certain sexual offences against children, increased maximum sentences for violations of prohibition orders and peace bonds. And so there were those, but Mr. Speaker, one of the main sections was this section that we are talking about, the Public Sex Offender Registry. This is the big part of this bill, but here's where I want to get some assistance from the honourable member. When this bill came up for second reading, I still remember to this day, it was supported by the Conservatives, Liberals, and the NDP at second reading to set send it to committee. And I have to tell you, believe me, it sticks out of my mind when the NDP and the Liberals are supporting a bill that we are to get tougher on crime. But again, I'm sure it may have happened some other time, and maybe it'll happen again in the future. But that being said, it was sent to committee, and then when it was returned here at third reading, it was carried by a voice vote here. So we had support all the way along. It wasn't something that we came up, those Conservatives, 3 days before the election, were going to put this in. Well, no, this was something. It was, as my colleague from St. Albert Edmonton pointed out, this was consistent with what we were doing. But what happened? The NDP supported us on this. The register vote second reading. We got it passed easily at third reading here. What's happened in the meantime, and does he have any theories as to why the Liberals have changed their mind on this? Thank you.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I wasn't present in the previous Parliament. I did work for a former MP, Jean Crowder, as a constituency assistant, so I did have some awareness of what was going on in previous Parliaments. We did indeed. The member is correct. We supported Bill C-26, but as I identified in my speech, we did have a few issues with the bill. We did try to move some specific amendments to make it stronger in our view. As to what's happened since June of 2015 and up until now, I did mention in the conclusion of my speech that we know public safety officials are currently conducting a review. They are doing a review, public safety officials and the RCMP. They are studying further the possible merits and drawbacks of such a public database. And I think we owe it to those officials who have made a career out of public safety, who study this issue, who know the best practices. I think we owe it to those officials to conduct their review, to hopefully report those findings back to this House so that we can then proceed with an informed decision. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, I just want to remember that he has about the honourable member, he has only about 5 minutes because we'll be stopping at 5:30.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those who know me well know me. I'm a man of few words, so that should be more than sufficient to get across what I need to say today. I rise to speak to the C-226, an act to amend the criminal code, specifically the high-risk child sex offender database. And what's interesting was pointed out by my colleague that this bill was introduced by the Honourable Peter MacKay back in February of 2014. And because the Parliament rose for the summer for the 2015 election, it did not become enacted into law. Now, C-226 summarizes a number of things. It amends the criminal code, among other things, and there's a whole list of them there, which are great amendments in this bill. But more specifically, it enacts the high-risk sex offender database to establish a publicly accessible database that contains information that the police services or other public authority has previously made accessible to the public. I think that's key. With respect to persons who are found guilty of sex offenses against children and who pose a high risk of committing crimes of a sexual nature. I think it's important to realize in that specific piece of legislation, what's intended is this is not information that will be contained and made up. It's already available to the public, and I think one of the reasons that this database is great, in my previous life, I too, as my honourable member from across the way pointed out earlier, was involved in ensuring that, as a police service, we advised our public when there was a high-risk offender being released in our community. And we went through the process of ensuring that our public was made aware of it. What was interesting about that process is not everybody was aware of it at the time we made it aware, and they had no other place to go and find it unless there was a database available. I think one of the key aspects of this amendment would be that there would be a database that is available for the public who missed the initial police response, the initial police advising the public of such an offender, that they can go to and find that information out. Now, what's interesting is this piece of information, this publicly accessible database, it contains specific information about persons who are found guilty of sexual offenses, and these offenses are against children, and who they pose a high risk to reoffend. So the only information that the database would contain under this legislation is information that the police officer, as I said, has previously made accessible to the public, and it includes the offender's name, any aliases, their date of birth, their gender, physical description, a photograph, a description of the offender's offenses, any condition by which that offender is bound, and the name of the city, town, municipality, or other organized district in which the offender resides. And I think that is information that is rightfully available. It should be rightfully available to the public. And as I said, not everyone who is available to hear the first pieces of information is police provided in a media release to the public. Some people move into a community after that release is done, and it would be great to be able to have a database available so that parents can access it and find out who and where these people might live. Now, the other interesting thing is that before this information is put into the database, the offender is notified of the intent to do so. And I think that is also a critical component. As we found out in the past, as I said in my previous life, this was something that we did on a regular basis. Now, what's unfortunate is that this did not receive the royal assent as Parliament session ended for the summer, and then an election was called. And so no money could be allocated for this, as it wasn't up to the government at that point in time for the implementation. So my suggestion would be that the responsibility falls squarely on the shoulders of the current government following our election to implement this act. And they've had 2 years to do so, Mr. Speaker, and we still have no action on it. Thank you.
Comme il est 17h30, conformément.
It being 5:30, pursuant to order made Tuesday, May 30th, 2017, and this being the final supply day in the period ending June 23rd, 2017, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the opposition motion. The question is the following.
By Mr. Cooper, moved that the House A. Acknowledge that Bill C-26, Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act, received royal assent on June 18, 2015. B. Reconnaisse que durant...
B. Acknowledge that... May I dispense?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes! All those in favor, please say yea. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 8118, the division stands deferred until later this day. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Business of Supply, consideration of motions to concur in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018.
Monsieur Duclos pour
Mr. Duclos for Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves. That vote 1 in the amount of $129,915,146 under Privy Council Office, Program Expenditures, in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018, be concurred in. Debate.
Ministre des Institutions démocratiques.
The Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This evening by acknowledging that this week is the 25th Annual National Public Service Week. C'est le moment de souligner.
And it's a time to underscore the tireless work being carried out by the some 250 public servants who support the Government of Canada and respond and meet the needs of Canadians.
Officials who have supported me since the day I was sworn in as Minister of Democratic Institutions. They work hard to ensure that I am supported in my duties as Minister. I feel proud and fortunate to work with such an exemplary group of public servants. But even more than that, Canada can be proud of the strength of its public service thanks to individuals such as these. Thank you for all that you do. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise this evening to speak to the opposed vote. This particular motion deals with Vote 1, the amount of $129,915,146 under Privy Council Office program expenditures in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018. Of this $129 million, $1 million deals with the creation of the new, nonpartisan, merit-based Senate appointments process. As the Minister of Democratic Institutions, I am mandated to restore Canadians' trust and participation in our democratic processes. My job is to improve, strengthen, and protect Canadian democracy. I was honoured when the Prime Minister asked me to take on this portfolio, as to me, it is one that touches every single Canadian. The effectiveness of our democratic institutions and the health of our democracy is one of the most defining features of our identity as a country. We know that when Canadians have faith in their institutions, they are engaged. It is when they lose faith in these institutions that they become disengaged from the process and disheartened by their lack of voice in the system. Unfortunately, Canadians' faith in the Senate was shaken during the Senate expense scandal that saw the previous Prime Minister's office directly interfering in the day-to-day operations of the Senate. We listened when Canadians told us they were losing faith in this institution. We listened when they told us they didn't think the Prime Minister's office should be interfering in the careful deliberations of the upper house. We listened when they told us the Senate shouldn't simply be a rubber stamp for the government in the House of Commons, but instead it should be conducting its important constitutional role as the chamber of sober second thought. Under the previous government, Madam Speaker, the reputation of the Senate suffered. Canadians care deeply about their democracy. It is our job as legislators to ensure that we continue to strengthen and protect our great institutions. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous...
That is why we announced in our election platform of 2015 that the Liberal government would put in place a nonpartisan committee whose members would be appointed based on merit that would propose to the Prime Minister candidates for the upper chamber.
Commitment in order to restore Canadians' trust in this institution. The Senate, after all, plays a pivotal role in our Parliament. And, as it is written in our Constitution, we cannot pass legislation without it going through the Senate. On January 19, 2016, we established the Independent Advisory Board for Senate Appointments and launched a nonpartisan, open, and transparent application process. It consists of 3 permanent federal members and 2 ad hoc members from each of the provinces or territories where a vacancy exists. The Independent Advisory Board has a mandate to provide non-binding, merit-based recommendations to the Prime Minister on Senate appointments. By carefully assessing applications that have been developed using merit-based criteria. The Advisory Board looks to identify Canadians who would make a significant contribution to the work of the Senate. Dorénavant, les Canadiens de...
Henceforth, Canadians across the country can apply to become a senator.
Reflect our commitment to make the Senate a more open and transparent institution. A Senate that is arm's length from the government and less partisan than ever before. Madam Speaker, if a Canadian wants to apply to serve in the Senate, they simply have to visit the government's website, canada.ca. Our government is committed to a merit-based assessment of Senate candidates. Our emphasis is on individuals that meet the merit-based criteria established by the government. The first such criteria, Madam Speaker, is with regards to gender, Indigenous, and minority balance. Individuals will be considered with a view to achieving gender balance in the Senate. Priority consideration will be given to applicants who represent Indigenous peoples and linguistic, minority, and ethnic communities, with a view to ensuring representation of those communities in the Senate is consistent with the Senate's role in minority representation. The second criteria, Madam Speaker, is with regards to non-partisanship. Individuals must demonstrate to the Advisory Board that they have the ability to bring a perspective and contribution to the work of the Senate that is independent and non-partisan. They will also have to disclose any political involvement and activities. Past political activities would not disqualify an applicant. The third criteria is knowledge. Individuals must demonstrate a solid knowledge of the legislative process and Canada's Constitution, including the role of the Senate as an independent and complementary body of sober second thought, regional representation, and minority representation. And finally, the fourth is personal qualities. Individuals must demonstrate outstanding personal qualities, including adhering to the principles and standards of public life, ethics, and integrity. Individuals must demonstrate an ability to make an effective and significant contribution to the work of the Senate, not only in their chosen profession or area of expertise, but the wide range of other issues that come before the other place. Depuis le printemps 2016,
since the spring of 2016, thanks to the new appointment process, our government has appointed 27 new senators from Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Quebec, Ontario, British Columbia. They are all great Canadians who have taken their seats in the Senate, who are doing excellent work on behalf of all Canadians. From a wide variety of horizons, judge, teacher, Olympic athlete, and others, these new senators are adding their knowledge and skills to the knowledge and characteristics of those already holding a seat in the Senate.
While we have taken strides to modernize the Senate through the appointment process, the Senate itself has undertaken a number of modernization efforts to fulfill its important constitutional role. For example, the Senate has begun inviting ministers to appear at Senate question period. This gives senators an opportunity to directly question ministers in relation to their portfolio and mandate, and gives them an opportunity to hold the government to account. I myself had the opportunity to appear before the Senate during its question period in February of this year. Furthermore, a new special committee was created in the Senate to deal specifically with Senate modernization. The Special Senate Committee on Senate Modernization has released 11 reports to date on a variety of modernization efforts that the Senate can implement within the current constitutional framework. These reports deal with issues like question period, the speakership of the Senate, regional interests, and more. On May 11, 2017, the Senate adopted the 7th report of the Senate Committee on Rules, Procedure, and the Rights of Parliament. This report implemented recommendations from the Special Committee on Senate Modernization that amend provisions in the Senate rules in order to allow for any group of at least 9 senators to be recognized either as a recognized party in the Senate, as long as the party is or has been registered under the Canada Elections Act in the last 15 years, or as a recognized parliamentary group that is formed for parliamentary purposes. This change is a response to the influx of senators who are now sitting with designations of independent and non-affiliated. There are currently 43 senators who are not sitting as part of a recognized political party. The Senate has also made changes to its committee structure. In December of 2016, a sessional order was moved to increase the size of Senate committees in order to accommodate non-affiliated senators and to give them better representation on committees that is more in line with their numbers in the chamber. Madam Speaker, the Senate is taking an active role in modernization efforts, and we applaud all senators for their hard work on this regard. Nos efforts afin de moderniser.
Our efforts to modernize the Senate by making it more open and transparent go hand in hand with our vision of governance. We have promised Canadians fair, open, and transparent government, and that is what we're doing. In addition to Senate reform, the Prime Minister has tasked me with carrying out other government priorities, including increasing transparency to the greater public and the media, transparency with respect to our system, cabinet, and leadership candidates. Very recently, I tabled Bill C-50, an act to amend the Electoral Act of Canada political financing. This bill, if passed, will make political financing or funding more open and transparent to Canadians. All fundraising activities costing $200 or more involving the Prime Minister, a cabinet minister, or a party leader or a leadership candidate for a party who's sitting in the House of Commons. All these activities will have to be publicly advertised at least 5 days before the event. In addition, the list of all attendees will also have to be provided to Elections Canada within 30 days for it to be publicly released through their internet site.
Be repeated, has one of the strictest oversight systems in the world when it comes to the financing of political parties. We have strict spending limits, a cap on annual donations, and a ban on corporate and union donations. But that doesn't mean we can't do more to improve and strengthen our institutions, Madam Speaker. Les Canadiens ont le droit d'en savoir.
Canadians are entitled to know more about political fundraising activities in Canada. Bill C-50 will provide them with more information on fundraising activities than ever before. That's part of my commitment and the commitment of this government to protect, strengthen, and improve our democracy.
Also led us to introduce Bill C-33, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. If passed, Bill C-33 will make it easier for Canadians to vote, make our elections more open and inclusive, and will help to build confidence and integrity in our voting system. Specifically, the legislation will do the following. It will restore the Chief Electoral Officer's ability to educate and inform Canadians, especially young people, Indigenous Canadians, new Canadians, and others about voting, elections, and related issues. It will help more Canadians to vote by restoring vouching and using the voter identification card as ID. Guided by the Charter of Rights, we will break down barriers preventing millions of Canadian citizens living abroad from voting in Canadian elections. And it will invite more Canadian youth into our democracy by allowing voting pre-registration for Canadians ages 14 to 17. S'il est adopté.
If passed, Madam Speaker, this bill will strengthen the integrity of the elections process by giving Elections Canada new tools to ensure that only eligible voters are on the national voter list. In addition, this bill will also increase the independence of the Chief Electoral Officer.
Government's promise to repeal certain elements of the previous government's so-called Fair Elections Act, which made it harder for Canadians to vote. We believe that Canada is better served when the franchise is extended to as many Canadians as possible, not restricted. We will continue to look at ways to encourage greater voter participation and engagement. We will continue to work with the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, who are currently studying the report of the Chief Electoral Officer entitled An Electoral Framework for the 21st Century, Recommendations from the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada following the 42nd general election. The committee has been studying this report item by item, and I'd like to thank them for all of the work they've done so far in that regard. I very much look forward to receiving their recommendations. En terminant, Madame la Présidente.
To conclude, Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity today to remind Canadians that our work is not done. I will continue to work hard to protect, strengthen, and improve our democratic institutions all throughout my term of office. In that respect, I am currently working in cooperation with the Minister of National Defence and the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness on assessing the vulnerability of our electoral process to cyber threats.
Forward options to create an independent commissioner to organize political party leaders' debates during future federal election campaigns, with a mandate to improve Canadians' knowledge of the parties, their leaders, and their policy positions. I will also review the limits on the amounts that political parties and third parties can spend during elections, and propose measures to ensure that spending between elections is subject to reasonable limits. Our democracy, Madam Speaker, is strengthened when Canadians can get directly involved in our process. And while casting a ballot is one of the most important ways to make our voices heard in our democracy, we have to ensure Canadians know it can be so much more than that. We can do this by continuing to examine what barriers exist between Canadians and participation, and learning how to create pathways for meaningful engagement. I intend to do just that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just listening to the Minister, you can tell that she has a very ambitious agenda. And I know Canadians would know through the Prime Minister's mandate letter just the type of task that has been asked of you. And I wanted to pick up on the idea of the changes, enabling more voters to get out. And one of the pet peeves that I've always had was, and we saw that with the Conservative government when they passed legislation to marginalize the importance of the voter identification card. And I'm wondering if the Minister can just provide her thoughts on the importance of that particular voter ident card and how it might be able to be used going forward.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his excellent question, an important question, because we know, we have the facts from Statistics Canada, that almost 200,000 Canadians did not vote in the last federal election because they didn't have the sufficient identification required to vote. The voter identification card is an excellent way for Canadians to be able to go and to use that as sufficient ID to cast their ballot. Madam Speaker, all Canadian citizens have the right to vote. We need to ensure that they have the opportunity and the possibility to vote, and that is exactly what Bill C-33 is intending to do, and I hope that all members in this House share that the importance of democracy is ensuring that everyone can participate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and great pleasure having the Minister here today. Last year, I put a private member's bill forward, C-236, which was the Canada Gender Equity Act. Through discussions of that bill and in the subsequent Democratic Reform Committee, that proposal put forward, but it was voted down both times by the government. Meaning that Canada now is about 65th place in the world in terms of the percentage of women in our House of Commons, and I'm wondering if the Minister has any concrete plans to make changes to increase the number of women in the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from across the way for his question. Obviously, gender inclusion and ensuring that we have more gender balance in our House of Commons is a deeply important issue for me, as it is for this government. I thank him for bringing forward his proposal, and it's something that I am looking into and seeing what kinds of actions we can take, because we know that we are richer when this House is more adequately reflective of the population at large. So I look forward to carrying on conversations about what we can do to encourage more women to run for office and to see how we can support them when they do put their names forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Minister in her remarks spoke about Bill C-50, which is a bill that she recently tabled that sets out rules for how to perform cash for access fundraising. Of course, those who object to the practice object to the idea of selling access to ministers. And if it's the principle that's objectionable, because I think she would recognize, and really my question to her is whether she recognizes the difference between your ordinary MP and ministers of the Crown who are in charge of dispersing large amounts of government funding, together around $300 billion a year. The bill doesn't stop that practice, but I wonder if she recognizes at least that there is a difference between the influence that ordinary MPs have with respect to government funding and the influence that ministers of the Crown have.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. As it is clearly outlined in Bill C-50, this legislation would only apply to cabinet ministers, the Prime Minister, party leaders, and leadership contestants. It is precisely to provide more information to Canadians about political fundraising. It is within the rights of Canadians to contribute to a party, to a leader, to a candidate who shares values, who shares ideas, who shares aspirations for the future of our country. And that is precisely why this legislation is designed to provide more information than ever before with who is attending fundraisers, when they happen, and where they are taking place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the Minister for her comments, and just somewhat confused in her answer just now, because, you know, in the rules that she's bringing forward, what they're really trying to do is make it so that all the cash for access fundraisers that they've been doing with Liberal cabinet ministers will now be legal, which currently doesn't fit underneath their own guidelines that was laid out by the Prime Minister and put in their mandate letters. Now, the question I have for the Minister herself is, as the Minister for Democratic Institutions, which includes this place, well, in the late hours last night, the House Leader for the government tabled a notice of a new clerk coming to our chamber from the Senate. And I just want to know whether or not the government consulted with the Speaker and other parties before they made this unilateral decision.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I think that question is better posed to the government House Leader, as this was not part of my portfolio. However, I do welcome and congratulate the individual with whom we are putting forward for recommendation. My understanding is that he is of exceptional quality and has a long and distinguished career in this House, and I hope that all in this place in Parliament. And furthermore, I also want to use this opportunity to clarify that Canada has very strict rules when it comes to political fundraising. In fact, the maximum an individual can contribute is $1,550 a year, and this is actually a level that was put in place by the previous government, and it's something that, you know, we do believe it's important for Canadians to be able to exercise their democratic expression by supporting a political party of their choice. I know that all members in this House fundraise in order for them to run campaigns, that parties require funds to be able to operate, and that parties play an important and vital role in our democratic engagement and discourse that we have in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another question related, though. So the minister mentioned the limit of $1,550. The province of Quebec has always led the way when it comes to electoral finance. Currently, my understanding there is individuals can only donate $100. That is the limit for donations. And I'm wondering if the minister would ever consider lowering the limit. $1,550 seems a bit excessive when most Canadians could not afford that. Would the minister ever consider lowering the limit from $1,550 to, say, $500 a year? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As my honourable colleague knows, every province regulates how they do political fundraising themselves, and that is up to each province to decide. I believe that at the federal level, this is a reasonable limit. With regards to that, it should be noted that the average donation is about $207 a year, and there are less than 2% of Canadians who are members of political parties and who donate to political parties, and it is something that more people could contribute to, and if it's just $5, it's a way to express your support for a party that shares the ideas and the aspirations that you have as a country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'd like to ask the Minister, in her mandate letter, it says to bring forward options to create an independent commissioner to organize the political party leaders debate, and she did mention that. So on this independent commissioner, will she promise in this House not to follow the process followed by the government when it failed to appoint an official languages commission, and actually commit to doing a fulsome process where all parties in this House are consulted in person through a committee that we can all agree on with the members of the New Democratic Party as well?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions. A brief answer, please.
Brief answer. Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question, because in fact I have already begun consulting with the parties opposite, both the leaders of their party and presidents of their parties, as well as my opposition critics, on a whole range of issues, including the Debates Commission within my mandate letter. Furthermore, I'm particularly pleased and proud that we're going to be bringing this forward, since the party opposite refused to participate in the consortium debates during the last federal election. This is in specific response to ensure that if a party leader decides not to participate, we will have debates and Canadians will be able to participate. In 2011, 11 million Canadians tuned in to the National Consortium debate. In 2015, because the previous Prime Minister refused to participate, the debate with the largest viewership was 4 million, Madam Speaker. This is an important initiative to ensure that during an election, Canadians have access to the ideas, to the policies, and to the individual who's asking for their vote and for their trust. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, to the Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I'd just like to let you know, Madam Speaker, that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Edmonton, Manning. I'm here tonight to speak about the estimates and about the part of the process that I'm specifically charged with, which is being critic of the Treasury Board, and also related to the fact of the budgetary things that we have found that this government is doing, the kind of out-of-control spending that we're watching, the fact that the debt grows, and the fact that this will be put off to future generations. So I'm going to touch on a few things, first of all, Madam Speaker, if I'm allowed, to talk about what has been proposed by the government in terms of estimates and the reforming of estimates. First of all, we should indicate that changes to standing orders in this House is traditionally done with unanimous consent of all parties. So we do not take lightly the proposal to change the standing orders for estimates reform, although this government thinks differently, that they will be able to just ram it through unilaterally and do what they want. What the proposal does, it will drastically reduce the time Parliament has to examine how government spends taxpayers' money. The government can improve this kind of accountability to parliamentarians without a change to the standing orders. Now, when it comes to the rationale for why the government is proposing to table main estimates on May the 1st, the stated goal of the proposal is to delay them and therefore improve the alignment of the main estimates in the budget. But there is no fixed date for the budget, or even a requirement by any government to table a budget. And there have been times in this country's history when it was appropriate not to table a budget in this Parliament. And so if we change all of a sudden the rules around what a government can and cannot do without that government agreeing to table a budget on fixed budget dates, then we are starting to take out the accountability factor that this government seems to want to do in terms of the House of Commons and parliamentarians. Ultimately, alignment of the two documents will depend on streamlining the internal government processes and the timing of the budget, which are both under the full control of the government. So it should be very clear that a change in terms of when estimates are tabled can easily be done by the government without putting changes into the standing orders. The primary implication of this change will be to drastically reduce, as I've mentioned, the time Parliament has to consider the main estimates for their approval. As this debate has been going on for some time, at least since the start of, or the end of last year and into this year, several people have weighed in on it. And I'm going to read 3 quotes, and this is from the Parliamentary Budget Office in terms of the report that they wrote called Considerations for Parliament Reforming the Business of Supply, dated November 22nd, 2016. And the first quote comes from page 11 and 12, and the quote is, "Unless the government is able to present a clear plan to reform its internal management processes, this example shows that it is unlikely that delaying the release of the main estimates by 8 weeks, which is proposed, will provide full alignment with the budget." So in other words, the stated goal will not be achieved in terms of what the analysis of the Parliamentary Budget Office did when they looked at what was being proposed. The second quote comes from the same document, and it reads, quote, "The government asserts that Parliament does not play a meaningful role in financial scrutiny." I'm going to reread that sentence. The government asserts that Parliament does not play a meaningful role in financial scrutiny. The Parliamentary Budget Officer disagrees with this view. We note that notwithstanding the government's performance, information of admittedly poor quality and an inability to reconcile the government's spending proposals, parliamentarians have performed a commendable job of asking pertinent questions in standing committee hearings, question period, and at committee of the whole. End of quote. Again, part of the analysis of the Parliamentary Budget Officer in terms of what this government wants to do. The third quote from the same document, and this is actually from the former Parliamentary Budget Officer, Kevin Page. And actually, I'm sorry, it does not come from that document. It comes from the Globe and Mail, November 2nd, 2016. And he's quoted as saying, "On budget and estimates alignment, the report suggests that MP should consider a delay in the tabling of main estimates until well after the start of the fiscal year. How does that improve financial control? Bureaucrats are effectively saying Parliament would review requested spending after the start of the fiscal year on April the 1st, with budgets tabled in late winter. If you start from the perspective of financial control, Parliament should see the fiscal plan, departmental plans, and requested authorities, both voted and statutory, before April the 1st. Now, Madam Speaker, the point of reading those quotes is that what we have been told to get our agreement to unanimously support this has been simply trust us. So at the end of the day, when we've brought up the issues, the Parliament or the President of the Treasury Board essentially ends the conversation with saying, "You just have to trust us. This is going to be better because I've been in Parliament for so long, over 20 years, and I've experienced more of Parliament from the opposition benches than the government benches, and I know this would help." Now, it's a worthy goal. Estimates reform is a worthy goal, one which many parliaments have tried to tackle. But this is done in such a way as to not want to take the input from the opposition and to, in fact, reduce the amount of scrutiny the opposition has. The bottom line, in many ways, is that Parliament will have less scrutiny by way of confidence votes on financial matters in this House. Now, why is that? Why does that matter to the opposition? It matters greatly because many times in our country's history, especially in minority governments, there are times when other issues are crowding in around an administration or a minority government. And every occasion to have a confidence vote is an important occasion for the opposition in terms of having a tool to hold the government to true account. And so when we reduce those, we're taking away some of that. This is reminiscent in many ways of what was tried by this government back with Motion 6. Motion 6 was a reactionary, spiteful motion put before us, which basically took away many of the powers that are given through our parliamentary democracy for the opposition to use to hold the government to account. What happened in that scenario is that Canadians spoke up. Canadians told this government this was wrong, and they eventually backed off of that Motion 6. So there are some parallels here to being told what it is we're going to have in terms of financial accountability on the government side to the opposition and saying, well, we just need to do it because we feel it's the right thing. Well, that goes against the traditions of the House. Now, I want to tie this to a little bit to the record of this government on financial issues or their economic record, because as we see in the overall scheme of things, especially now with what's being debated in the Senate today with escalators on certain forms of taxation just being automatically put into the budget bill, and of course our friends in the Senate are debating them today and will continue to debate them, whether this is good for Canada and for Canadians or not good. We look back, and I want to focus on two things in terms of not only the broken promises, the $10 billion tiny deficits that they campaigned on, but also the things that really affect Canadians. Now, as a small business in a small business, which I was for 26 years prior, is that my time's running out. I'm seeing you give me that signal, Madam Speaker. I'll stop there. I wish I could carry on, but thank you for your indulgence.
I'm sure that the member will be able to throw some more of the information in that he needs to throw in during questions and comments. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Globe and Mail has called the current sequencing of the estimates bad to the point of absurdity, and said that it's a discredited practice that has only served to keep MPs in the dark about how tax dollars are being spent. When the member is studying the main estimates, does the honourable member not want them to include items from that year's budget so the estimates are actually relevant?
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Well, I thank the member for that, and absolutely I do, and we do reconcile them through the supplemental estimates that we have right now, and the process we have has worked well. As the parliamentary budget officer said in his quote, parliamentarians have done an admirable job in lining them up. They will never be lined up totally. That will depend on when the Minister of Finance decides to table a budget. They will never be perfect. And this by no means even comes close to those alignments being perfect. And frankly, the Globe and Mail is wrong about that. I've been here 9 years, have been worked through the supplemental estimates process, lined up what the spending has been relative to what the budget presentations have been. And frankly, I agree with the parliamentary budget officer and not the Globe and Mail.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. I want to read further from the PBO report on the estimate reform. He says, before agreeing to changes proposed by the government, parliamentarians may wish to visit the core problem that undermines their financial scrutiny. The government's own internal admin processes. President of the Treasury Board's policy papers mention these can materially delay the implementation of government programs. They further notes that Supplementary B, tabled on 3rd November, contained 51 measures worth $1.7 billion that were originally proposed 7 months earlier in the budget. Now, it's very clear that changing the date of the estimates is not going to help with the alignment if the government is still taking 7 months to 18 months to get programs out the door. I'd like to ask my colleague, why does he think the government is trying to change the standing orders and preventing parliamentary oversight?
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Well, I thank my colleague for that question, because it kind of does go back to the motive, the question of what is the motive here? Is it truly pure, as has been attempted to be presented, that this would truly align, this would truly make things understandable, more understandable for parliamentarians? But let me tell you, there's nothing in these changes to make it, to simplify the reporting of how the numbers are reported, and how, frankly, if you look at the size of these documents and the detail to which they go, they're not an easy read. They're not easy for people who don't have kind of an accounting numbers orientation to be able to sort through. So I would rather see the emphasis of the government to try to make them more understandable, make them more readable, than I do with the alignment. The alignment's a good thing. I'm not suggesting it's a bad thing. But I think what the real motive is here is to actually chip away at the scrutiny that we have as parliamentarians, all parliamentarians, not just the government, because the government can do what it wants when it has a majority. But the question has to be asked, if we make these changes and we have a minority government, what's the effect, the long-term effects of these changes? And in this case, it's taking away some of the scrutinizing powers that opposition has if we go with these changes as written. There's been some talk of them being open to amendments and open to negotiation on certain things, and I await what those might be. But the reality is as proposed, I think the real motivation is just to make life a little easier for them.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it somewhat ironic that we are tonight to debate the main estimates, or in other words, the government's projection of what's going to spend this year. Ironic because there is little, if any, chance that the Liberal estimate bears any relation to reality. Perhaps what we need is to change the parliamentary wording. I think all of us on this side of the House, and probably on the other side of the House, would be more comfortable if we were to refer to it as the wild guesses but put forward by this government. Or perhaps, given their desire to legalize marijuana, we'll call it pipe dreams. Well, that will be probably a better description. Certainly, this spending program has no basis in reality. If we want reality, I would encourage members to look at the accomplishments of our previous Conservative government under the leadership of Stephen Harper. During the worst economic downturn since the Great Recession, Canada had the best job creation and economic growth record among G7 countries. We reduced taxes to the lowest point in 50 years, with a typical family of four would save about $7,000 per year from what they were paying under the previous Liberal government. And after running a targeted stimulus program that created and maintained approximately 200,000 jobs, we kept our promise to balance the budget, and we handed the Liberal a surplus in 2015. Of course, we all owe our thanks to the late, great Jim Flaherty for his steady guidance over several years as our finance minister. Today, that surplus is a forgotten memory, lost to history, as are the liberal promises of electoral reform or the small budget deficit. Instead, what we have is out of control, reckless spending, with no plan to bring any fiscal order to Canada's finances. This government may realize that money doesn't grow on trees, but it is hazy on where it comes from. Certainly, the basic economic fact that borrowed money must eventually be repaid, and with interest, doesn't seem to have made its way into the Liberal financial handbook. From what I can see, the Liberal economic plan is a simple one. Stumble along blindly and hope the Conservatives will come back and fix it in 2019. Yeah, exactly. The Liberals have failed to grow the economy, while people who love last will love best. So I hope we'll see that in 2019. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, economic growth forecasts for 2016-2021 are lower today than they were when the Liberals started their spending spree. The PBO says the Liberal infrastructure plan added only 0.06% to GDP and created only 1,900 jobs in 2016-2017, far, far lower than promised in budget 2016. Philosopher George Santayana is often quoted as having said, I quote, "Those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it," end quote. I don't know whether he had the Liberals in mind when he made his observation, but this government certainly proves the truth of his observations. As in the 1970s, the Liberals' reckless spending is causing public debt to grow uncontrollably. Our nation still hasn't repaid the massive Liberal debt incurred then, and this government is adding to it and repeating it. I have a message for the Minister of Finance. Information, just information, that may be new to him, that he might find it helpful in his planning, and that is, borrowed money must be paid back. At some point in time, those who have been so eager to lend him money are going to want their money back, and definitely with a hefty interest. When that happens, he's going to have to find the money. He's going to look crazy for money everywhere, and no better place that this government have ever done in the history but to reach deeply into the pockets of taxpayers and into the pockets of Canadians to make it for the crazy spending that always repeat and always go through. At this time, what happened? The money has to be repaid, and the obligations are there and obvious to us as we've been watching that this government has no idea how they're going to pay the debt back. Madam Speaker, you and I both know, I hope you share with me that thought, how the Minister of Finance is going to pay for this reckless spending. I suspect he knows too, but he doesn't want to admit it to Canadians. He has no plan, but and I'm sure he knows that Liberal governments has historically paid for overspending only and only by raising taxes. In the words of Ronald Reagan, I quote, "Death and taxes may be inevitable, but unjust taxes are not," end quote. We have seen this beginning already. The Liberals have already raised taxes on middle-class families, on students, and on small business owners. Whether it is a CPP tax hike, also on youth, middle-class families, and small businesses, taxes are going up, and taxes are killing jobs, and taxes are killing small businesses. Cancelling incentives such as the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, or the Canadian Art Tax Credit, or the textbook tax credit. The Liberals are raising taxes, all the while claiming they're not. And that's the irony, is they're claiming that they're not, and while in fact they're doing it badly. When they kept the small business tax rate at 10.5%, while it's supposed to go down to 9%, and ended the hiring credit for small businesses, they were showing that they did not understand the importance of small businesses to the Canadian economy. Madam Speaker, I was a business owner before entering political life, so I know something of how business works. The finance minister apparently doesn't understand that increasing taxes on business is not the way to create jobs. Increasing taxes on businesses kills jobs.
Exactly.
That may be why the creation record, that may be why the job creation record of this government is so dismal, is so low, is a disaster. I suppose that lack of understanding on the Liberals' part explains why they are so eager to impose a carbon tax on all Canadians, a move that will increase consumer prices on particularly everything while killing jobs in the process. We need to protect our environment. However, I fail to see how a carbon tax that will put people out of work would help Canadians and will help our economy. Madam Speaker, I must admit that the financial numbers this government has put forward are impressive. Certainly not based on reality, and certainly not what Canada needs, but they're still impressive. Looking at them, I can only come to the conclusion that this finance minister has missed his calling in life. He is obviously wasted in this place where the true nature of his talent is not appreciated. I would suggest that in the future the Minister of Finance present his budget, his estimates, his fiscal updates, and other financial statements, not to this House, but to His Excellency, the Governor General. The Minister may be unaware of it, but each year the Governor General presents an award for the best work of Canadian fiction published last year, or that year. From what I can see, with the numbers being presented to this House, the Minister will be guaranteed to win this year's fiction award. Maybe in the future the Liberals will adopt some economic policies designed to help rather than hurt Canadian economy and ordinary Canadians. I'm looking forward to that day, no matter how unlikely it seems. We really can learn the lessons of history. That's why, after a few years of reckless spending of the Liberal government, we know that the Conservative Party will be trusted by the Canadian people to put together a fiscal policy that will be to the best interest of all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaires. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do enjoy some time on the Finance Committee with the member from Edmonton Manning. But he did mention a little bit about fiction, Madam Speaker. And there really was a lot of fiction in that speech. I will give him a little history about debt in this country. You know, during the Mulroney years, that's when the debt went up, and that was a Conservative government. That's when it went up the most. Then the Chrétien and Martin years is when the government had to make hard decisions, and I come from a region where those hard decisions really hurt, made the hard decisions, balanced the book, had a surplus for, 8 or 9 budgets. And then Mr. Harper came on, and he drove us into $170 billion worth additional debt in this country. And it wasn't just the debt that was the problem, Madam Speaker, it was the services he cut. He cut back on the military. He was the lowest spending on military of any Prime Minister in 50 years, although they talk a different line. He cut the investments into science and research. And what this budget does, what the budget from this finance minister does, yes, it does make investments. And no, the target for balancing the books is not there yet. But we're not going to create fiction and say we're going to take our time and do it right. We've invested in infrastructure. We've invested in research and science. Why can the member not see that that investment is there for the future for our children and grandchildren?
Right. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you very much. I suppose for the chair of the Finance Committee, you could have probably given him a few minutes to make his own speech, and I'm really enjoying what he just said. And speaking of which, on the fact, what happened is you're talking about cutting down. we all know that when you have financial difficulty, when you run through a recession, the worst since the first Great Recession, you need to take all the proper measures if you're truly a good manager and a good businessman and a good financial manager. And those measures were taken by our government, our conservative government, in order to fix the economy and come back with a surplus in 2015 and balance the budget. And since the honourable member mentioned balancing the budget, why don't you stick to the old rules, and why don't you read in the books of previous governments on...
I just want to remind the member that he's to address the questions. Order. Order. I just want to remind the member that he has to address his comments and questions to the chair. So we have time for another question, questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the member opposite likes to talk, once again, as the previous member had said, a little bit of fiction. I'd like to remind him of some of the investments that we've made as a government in infrastructure, in billions into innovation, into the Canada Child Benefit, where in my own riding, $5.9 million goes into my riding every single month to help 9,600 families, 17,000 children are going to benefit from this, and all of that money is spent locally in my riding. That's a huge economic impact on my riding. And I'd like to, the member as well, that, every economist keeps upping their growth projections for Canada, going from 2.6% in January to now 3.5%. Are these investments, in his mind, not making that kind of a difference?
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning, he has 50 seconds to respond.
Well, on the reality, what you're calling investment, we call into crazy spending and unnecessary spending. Because if you're really investing, if this really to be called investment, that it should come with some good results on the ground. And we're not seeing those results. The reports from PBO showing that your return on investment is next to nothing, or the return on investment is next to nothing, and therefore is not helping. So the strategy that this government is using, that the Minister of Finance is using, is not the right one, and it's not working, and you must reconsider.
Again, I just want to emphasize, maybe the members shouldn't use the word you. It would be so much easier to address the questions to the comments and the comments to the chair, and then that way there wouldn't be any interruptions. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise and speak to the main estimates tonight and pick up on a theme of the discussion so far, at least for part of the evening, on the topic of the estimates, and particularly estimates reform, and how we could do a better job of bringing financial transparency and therefore also accountability to Parliament. It was a theme of the President of the Treasury Board early on in the mandate. It was something that he reached out to talk to other parties about, and he even presented a briefing package on some ideas that he had for reform and how to address some of the problems which have to do with a number of things. In some cases, it's the alignment, as we've discussed tonight, between the budget document and the estimates documents. There's also a difference in the way that the accounting is performed for each document. So the budget is done under accrual-based accounting, whereas we have cash accounting in the main estimates. There's also sometimes confusion around for parliamentarians, for instance, on some of the line items because they're not attached to particular programs. So these are all issues that were identified by the President of the Treasury Board with some proposals to fix them. What was odd was that when the proposal came for how to move forward, and I would note, along with my fellow Treasury Board critic from the Conservative Party, who noted that actually a lot of these reforms really are things that need to be done administratively by government. They're not things that require a legislative fix. So what was odd was that the beginning of this process and the beginning of this reform, if you look at his reform package as a whole, it's really not a bad package. And I think it's fair to say that if you could adopt it holus bolus, it would move us in the right direction in terms of better financial in terms of parliamentarians and Canadians being able to understand Parliament's financial documents better, and therefore provide more openness and transparency. But the proposal for moving forward ended up being not the kinds of things that government can do administratively that are ultimately required in order for those reforms to be a success. But the first ask was that we change the standing orders to simply allow the main estimates documents to be tabled later. So that in and of itself doesn't provide any guarantee of better financial documents that are easier to read. It doesn't provide a guarantee that the budget and the estimates are going to align. It simply allows the government to take more time to table the main estimates, which may well be used by a sincere, well-meaning government in order to make those documents cohere. But by other kinds of governments that we've seen in this place from time to time, that might be abused. And so it's hard to understand why it is that with a well-outlined program for reform, the only thing that the government seems at the moment to be trying to aggressively advance, and I think in some ways putting the cart before the horse, is the one thing that actually diminishes accountability unless there's a lot of serious follow-up from the government. And I think we have cause to be skeptical at this point in the government's term about their good faith with respect to these kinds of things. And I think the mood here, rightly, is far more skeptical about their commitment to openness and transparency than it was at the beginning of the term. I offer up the example, Madam Speaker, of Glenn McGregor, who's a reporter from CTV, who recently asked under an access to information request to get an itemized list of the number of staff, not the particular staff in the Prime Minister's office, but the number of staff overall in the Prime Minister's office and their salary range. And what he got was a list with every single name blacked out. That's hardly a step in the direction of accountability and transparency. So when you have the President of the Treasury Board come to you and say, hey, we want you to trust us and consent to backing up the date for the tabling of the main estimates because we believe in being more open and we believe in being more transparent, and then you see reporters getting answers that clearly fly in the face of openness and accountability with respect to, in this case, the Prime Minister's own office, just wanting to know how many people are employed by the Prime Minister in his own office and what's their pay range, not the specific people and the specific pay, but how many people and what's their pay range, then I think you have a reasonable cause to doubt the sincerity of the government when they ask for that change. Madam Speaker, this was the same tactic used by the Harper government when they were asked similar questions about the PMO. So we have a government elected saying that they were going to make changes, that they were going to get more transparent, provide more accountability. They're asking us to change the standing orders in a way that without a sincere government would actually just simply reduce time for scrutiny. And then they go and they pull stunts like that, where they're not actually providing, when they easily could, legitimate information about their staffing and what they're spending. So it gets hard to trust them on that. When we talk about transparency and spending, the other thing that this government is becoming notorious for doing is making big funding announcements but back-ending the funding, so that they're out there talking about big numbers like $180 billion invested in infrastructure when it's just a tiny fraction of that that's going to be spent in this actual Parliament, never mind this budget year. So again, you look at the government saying, just trust us, change the tabling date of the main estimates, we're sincere, we want more openness, we want more transparency. And then every day in question period, you've got ministers getting up and misrepresenting the amount of money that they're actually investing. And pick your issue. I mean, they're doing it on defense, they've done it on housing, they're doing it with childcare, they're doing it with a number of other issues, Madam Speaker. I could spend a full 20 minutes just listing the policy areas in which that particular kind of misrepresentation and lack of transparency is being executed daily by this government. So again, it makes you wonder, I think fairly, whether you can trust them when they say, here's the nice big shiny package of reforms that we want to bring in to make the estimates better, but we're just going to do this one little piece that actually helps us out first, and trust us, the rest will come. We heard that from the president of the Treasury Board, again, apparently quite sincerely at the beginning of the mandate. He came to the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics Committee many times to say that he wanted to reform access to information laws in this country, that because he wanted a government that was open by default, and that the Prime Minister shared his view, and that that was in his mandate letter, and that they were going to move forward with that. They were going to do a two-stage process on access to information. Well, incidentally, you don't need any process for access to information reform to disclose the number of staff in the Prime Minister's office and their salary ranges. You can just do it. So we didn't need to wait on reform for that. If they wanted to model the kind of open and transparent government that they foresee by changing the standing orders and changing the law, then they could start doing that tomorrow. In fact, they should have started doing it yesterday and well before, Madam Speaker. But they're not doing that. Not only are they not doing that now, but they're, in terms of the commitment by the President of the Treasury Board to have a two-stage access to information reform, so he made a couple little reforms, nothing in the law itself, but just administrative reforms. We waited a long time. In fact, we were supposed to be debating legislation in this House by now, changes that would change the access to information regime. And we're not, Madam Speaker. And not only are we not debating that now, but we're not going to be debating it anytime soon. That's an announcement made by the Minister himself, that the changes aren't coming. Not anytime soon, Madam Speaker. So again, the reason I raise this is because I think it's important, if you're being asked, if you're being given the just trust us line by a government who wants to change the estimates process in a way that would ultimately reduce scrutiny, unless you had a government acting in very good faith, then as an opposition party, it's your duty, not just on behalf of yourself, but on behalf of Canadians, to ask, can we trust the government on this? So when you take into account their behavior in terms of disclosing information under the current access regime, which they could do much more readily than they actually do, when you take into account their record on other issues where they've said, we're going to do this, and then they renege, I think any right-thinking Canadian would look at the record of the government and go, you know what? No, I think we need to stick with what we got until they're ready to bring in more of the package at the same time, so that some of those other elements that introduce more accountability and more transparency come with the other change. Because that change would be tolerable if the other measures were in place. And what's not tolerable is to move ahead with that alone and expect that somehow we're going to get openness and transparency from this government. I mean, we just saw today a vote on a way to make appointment processes more open and more transparent. And that didn't come out of nowhere. That came out of a catastrophe on the government's part, trying to nominate a candidate to become an independent officer of Parliament and failing miserably to select a candidate that could be that could perform that function. Because in order to be an independent officer of Parliament, you have to enjoy the confidence, not just of the government, but of all the parties in Parliament. And there are ways of establishing processes that would allow you to nominate candidates that could hold the respect of all the parties in Parliament. We suggested one yesterday in our Opposition Day motion, and we watched the government, even after they criticized it and they said, look, here's the one thing that everything else is good, but here's the one thing we can't agree to. And we amended it to solve that problem for them. They still wouldn't support that motion, Madam Speaker. And then again, we hear, just trust us. Just trust us on the estimates reform. We're going to move ahead with this one little tiny piece of the whole package that, again, together actually makes a lot of sense. And you just trust us that we're going to follow up, Madam Speaker. It's not, it's just simply not believable. Well, I mean, on the access to information thing, for instance, we just heard recently that actually the Liberals' first 18 months in government, their track record on access to information is worse than the previous government's track record in their last 18 months of government, Madam Speaker. So it's just, we're just not at the point anymore, I think, where the just trust us line is adequate, Madam Speaker. And it's important to try and understand these documents better because there's significant things that end up happening within the context of the main estimates. When we talk about a lack of transparency, one of the consequences for these estimates in my home province is that the Coast Guard facility in Gimli, Manitoba and in Kenora are going to be shut down. Well, an open and transparent government that was serious about having people understand what it was doing when it came to the finances of the country and the financial decision making and the financial decisions that it's making would have gone out and consulted with people in the community and made it clear. They wouldn't have buried it in a line item in the main estimates or in the budget. They would have gone out and they would have talked to people in the community about why, and it could be that government felt those services weren't effective. That's not what you hear if you talk to people in the community, who, with respect, Madam Speaker, I think know better than people here in Ottawa. I've asked before in this House, and I'll ask again, I'm curious to know how many of the 7 Liberal MPs from Manitoba knew before it was announced that those Coast Guard stations were going to be closed and what they did to lobby to make sure it didn't happen. Clearly, they failed if they made any effort at all, but it would be nice for people back home to know what it is that these Liberals are doing to represent people back home. There's a story that just broke in the Winnipeg Free Press about Canada 150 money that says clearly, a reporter who's followed the money, that Manitoba is not getting its fair share of the Canada 150 funding. Again, where are the 7 Liberals from Manitoba that ought to be advocating for us to make sure that we're getting our fair share? It wasn't until I raised the issue of the Post-Secondary Institution Strategic Investment Fund here in the House that we started to see at least some announcements being made in Manitoba under that fund. So I think it's right to ask, when we're talking about how the government spends its money, where the Manitoba Liberals are on those files and why it is that in a number of cases Manitoba has been consistently underrepresented in terms of its fair share of funding. It's another fair question to say, where is the federal government when it comes to meaningfully dealing with Omnitrax that has been holding, not doing its fair share in terms of the community in Churchill. Omnitrax, after getting a sweetheart deal to take over the railway, has been getting a lot of money in public subsidies, and that money's been going to Denver, Colorado. It hasn't been reinvested in that rail. Now there's a flood. The rail infrastructure is inadequate. The town of Churchill is in crisis because they can't get food and other supplies to a town, and we just haven't heard the kind of quick response that we need to in order to provide assurance to people in Churchill that they're not going to be left out in the cold by this government. So I say again, where are they, and where is it? Where's the money when we're talking about estimates and we're talking about a budget, Madam Speaker? So those are just some of the problems, and I think I appreciate my colleague from the Conservative Party bringing up the issue of estimates reform, because it is an important issue. It is something that we have to tackle. But I would emphasize that for me, what it comes down to when we talk about reform is sequencing that reform properly so that we ensure that all the way along, members of this House that are not in the government have the appropriate tools that they need in order to be able to hold the government to account. Because otherwise, we're in a position of having to trust them on reform. Now, there was an important reform issue this Parliament where the government had made a commitment. It was on electoral reform, Madam Speaker. And I think that speaks quite clearly to the character of the government and why it is that people on this side of the House can't trust that government, because they made a black and white promise, Madam Speaker, that that 2015 would be the last election fought under the first past the post system. And when we talk about money, let's be clear, they spent a lot of money to break that promise, Madam Speaker. A lot of money to break that promise. They struck a special committee. The special committee traveled across the country, took the time of Canadians who weren't paid to go and testify at that committee, who were calling for action. If you had paid them for their time, because their time matters too, the bill would have been that much higher. And they came back and they put that report together, Madam Speaker, and it was tossed aside by the minister at the time. And then they had the gall, I think knowing already they had no intention of keeping that promise, Madam Speaker, to go out and spend literally millions of dollars on a bogus survey that was designed to obfuscate the issue and try and give them an out, because the out they thought they had, which was the special committee, I guess they were hoping that opposition parties wouldn't work together, despite them saying that they want Parliament to be a place where people work together. The opposition parties went out, did that, showed them the way to keeping their own promise. And it's pretty wild, Madam Speaker, when you've got a Parliament where the opposition parties are working harder to keep government promises than the government itself. But that was the situation they had. That was the situation they had. And where opposition parties not only were working hard, but were willing to compromise in order to help the government keep its promise. And instead, they threw that out. They spent millions of dollars on a survey trying to hide the fact that there actually was the potential for consensus if somebody would show leadership, if a government would show leadership. Now, how would you get a government that shows leadership? Well, I imagine the process looks something like having the leader of a party promise during an election that they were going to do something, and then having it in the party platform, and then having candidates across the country repeat that promise ad nauseum, and then get elected to this place, and then actually follow through on the commitment, Madam Speaker. That's how you would do it. And that's exactly what Canadians did. So then to say that there was no consensus, or that there wasn't a government with a mandate to provide leadership on determining how to provide democratic reform was just obviously false, Madam Speaker. Nevertheless, they broke that promise. They let down all the many Canadians that elected them for that express purpose. And then they ask, when it comes to something as important as scrutiny of their spending, for us just to trust them, that they're going to get around to the rest of the program. If we just do this one thing that could possibly reduce the scrutiny of a government if it wasn't acting in good faith, in the face of all of the broken promises and everything else, Madam Speaker, that's what they're asking us to do. They shouldn't be surprised if the answer is no, we don't believe we can. So it's for at least those reasons and more that I haven't had time to get into, Madam Speaker, that the NDP will be opposing the main estimates.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I believe the NDP are being true to form in the sense of opposing, even though what they're proposing is something that is very good for all Canadians. My colleague from across the way challenged in regards to what it is that Liberal MPs in the province of Manitoba are doing for the province of Manitoba. And I could tell the member across the way, as we have a very strong representation coming from the province of Manitoba in ensuring that the issues of Manitoba is in fact being raised at the cabinet table, in the caucus, and on the floor of this chamber in many different ways. Specifically, all I would suggest to the member, and these are the type of things in which the member across the way is voting for. He is voting against issues such as the Canada Child Benefit, in which thousands of children in Manitoba will benefit from it. He is voting against the middle-class tax cut that thousands of Manitobans benefited from. He is voting against the increases to the GIS, which thousands of Manitobans are benefiting by, Madam Speaker, and the list goes on. So when we talk about the main estimates and the type of things that this member is going to be voting on, he needs to be aware that he is taking away through his vote the opportunity for Manitoba to be a part of the national scene in which people are receiving great enhancements. We are doing things such as infrastructure that is making a difference for Canada's middle class and those that are aspiring from it. And the member across the way, along with his NDP cohorts, have made the decision that Canada is not going to have the type of activities that we are proposing within this budget, which will in fact enhance the lifestyle of all Canadians, including those that live in Manitoba. My question is, why is he opposing that?
A member for Elmwood Transcona.
The member's been in the House for some years now. I would encourage him to revise his speaking notes for the budget when he decides to get up and speak to the main estimates, because while it's true that there's a lot of money in the budget for some things, it's all backloaded to 10 years from now. The main estimates actually speaks to the spending this year, and the spending in the main estimates, as opposed to what's projected for 2027 or 2034 or 2058, in the budget is far less, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech and for his passionate work in the House, because he's advancing the cause of democracy by his common sense approach when he comes here and calls it like it is. And you know, my benchmark is from global business. I worked for several multinational corporations, and when it comes to budgets and estimates, you know, it was clear that we were able to go and look and to see all the money that was planned to be spent, to be able to drill down in the line items and know exactly what was going to be spent. And that's not possible in this government, because we have main estimates, we have supplementary estimates, we have supplements that come after the supplementary estimates, and there's absolutely no way for Canadians to understand how their taxpayer money is being spent. And so I would ask the member, how does that represent openness and transparency?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to return to the issue of estimates reform, because you're quite right, and I think that's not just an opinion of opposition parties. In fact, it's an opinion of the government, or at least the President of the Treasury Board, that the estimates process is quite convoluted, and it's shared by many people in civil society who are at the forefront of examining government spending. So then the question becomes, how do you change it? And it was promising initially to see the President of the Treasury Board present a kind of package for how we could have a better estimates process. I said in my speech, and I'll say again, that I think as a whole package, that looks pretty promising in terms of being able to get a better system that's more comprehensible for not just us here, but also for Canadians generally. So then, as always, the devil is in the details. How do you implement that? And so when the government says, here's this great package and it's got a number of reforms, actually most of which don't require standing order changes and would actually advance the cause of transparency and openness more than the simple change to the standing orders, but that's what they want to start with, and they want to start with that alone, then the issue of, do we trust them to follow through on the rest of the package is the question. And then you go to some of the examples I raised in my speech, where they've promised a two-stage reform, for instance, on ATI and not done it, where they promised democratic reform and launched a whole process that came to naught. And that's why you have to assess the character of the government. And when you do it based on the record, you come up with the answer that you can't trust them to go ahead with that one little piece first. You have to have more substantive reform that comes with it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, you know, in the province of Manitoba, they have the estimates. The member would be very familiar with that. I served there, and under the estimates, what would happen is you present the budget, and then shortly thereafter, you start to debate the estimates. Now, I won't be critical of the NDP, who reduced the number of hours from at one point of 240 hours of line-by-line debate down to about 100, and I think they might have reduced it further than that. I'll stay away from that for now. But in terms of, it seemed to be a proper procedure, and I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way would agree that what was happening in Manitoba with respect to having estimates being brought in after the budget is a good principle or not.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
My understanding of the estimates process in Manitoba is that members get considerably more time with ministers to interrogate them about spending than we do here. So, for instance, here, you're lucky to get a minister at committee for an hour or so. In Manitoba, they just went through an estimates process where ministers were before committee for days, they were before committee being asked questions. If the member is recommending that we adopt a model like that here, then I'd be quite interested in hearing more about that proposal. I think there's many members in the chamber here who would love to have a minister before committee for days, because he's quite right that there's a lot of departmental spending. Departments are very large, and it's difficult. So, for instance, Madam Speaker, we're debating the main estimates here in the chamber tonight for 4 hours, and that's the sum total of the main debate on the main estimates. Some committees will have got a minister to examine their spending, probably not much more than for an hour, Madam Speaker. That's not actually a lot of time. So he's right to notice that there are substantive differences between the estimates process here in Ottawa and in Manitoba. Manitoba grants far more access to ministers during that process than is done here. So I take that as a point of interest, Madam Speaker. Perhaps it's something we'll return to.
Comments? The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the words of my colleague from the NDP. He and I have served together on a committee, notably the Ethics Committee, for the better part of the last 2 years, and he brought up some of the issues that we faced on that committee. The committee has actually done excellent work. All members from all parties in this House have actually done excellent work. We've made recommendations on changing several pieces of legislation, the Information Act, the Privacy Act. We're now undergoing a study of PIPEDA as well, and the government actually has stated quite clearly that they have no intention of actually bringing back any of that legislative changes in response to any of the committee reports that we put forward. And my question to the colleague, and he brought it up in his speech, is how can we, in good faith, when the estimates process is again up for debate by this Liberal government as something that they want to change, how can we, in good faith, know that they're going to keep their word when they haven't kept their word on anything? And when they want to change the process of how this House works, they can't even nominate a new commissioner. They can't even get that process right. So I'm wondering if my colleague thinks that they can get any process right.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, you know, I'm a very hopeful person, so I'll hope that they can, and they just haven't yet. But it remains to be seen, and it's up to the government to make good on that hopeful remark. It is frustrating, and I'll maybe just examine another angle of my frustration with the position of the government in respect not just to access to information, but I think it makes the point well. We hear often when it's convenient for the government that they appreciate the work of committees and that they want to send things out to committee and they want to have it studied, and that's a great virtue. I mean, they didn't feel that way about the infrastructure bank because they didn't want to break that off and actually have a committee have more time to look at it. So they kind of cherry pick. They like the work of the committee on Bill S-217, which we voted on earlier. They kind of cherry pick when they like the work of a committee and when they don't. Interestingly, the work that we've done on the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics Committee generated, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but 2 unanimous reports. One on access to information reform, and it was a commitment of the minister that he would bring forward legislation this spring, which he has subsequently changed and not given a new date by which he will bring that information in. And we also had a unanimous report on reform to the Privacy Act. And in no case have they taken that work of the committee, unanimous work, which means 6 Liberals on the committee endorsed all of those recommendations. They haven't even picked one recommendation that they said they'd put into law, Madam Speaker. So again, their word's not worth much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Madam Speaker, after nearly a decade of partisan exploitation by the previous government, we're following through on our commitment to Canadians to build a more effective and less partisan Senate that works for everyone. Canadians elected our government on the promise of openness and transparency, and it's our job to stay focused on those who have put trust in us. The interests of Canadians should always be placed above political allegiances, and our government is committed to restoring and creating a less partisan Senate appointment process. Canadians were clear in the last election. The status quo of the Senate needed to change, and since then we've made major strides to deliver on that promise. Believing that our government should focus its efforts on the priorities of Canadians and not on more rounds of constitutional negotiations, we've implemented meaningful changes that have developed a process to appoint senators that is merit-based and nonpartisan, while also being more open and transparent than ever before. These advances are crucial to restoring the confidence of Canadians in the Senate and to reinvigorating an institution that performs vital functions in our parliamentary democracy. Shortly after taking office, our government announced the establishment of an independent advisory board on Senate appointments in order to provide advice to the Prime Minister on potential candidates to the Senate. This independent advisory board is guided by merit-based criteria in order to identify qualified, hard-working Canadians who could make a significant contribution to the work of the Senate. Additionally, this criteria has helped to ensure that a high standard of integrity, ability to collaborate, and nonpartisanship have become central qualities in every Senate appointee. This new Senate appointment process has also aided in reinventing the Senate's fundamental role in our parliamentary democracy and has done so while staying within the framework of our Constitution. Madam Speaker, our government knows the important role that the Senate plays in our Parliament, so following the announcement of the new Senate Advisory Board, our government moved quickly to appoint 7 new senators These appointments immediately help to reduce the partisan nature of the Senate while also greatly improving the representation that the provinces currently hold, of the provinces that currently hold the most vacancies. Additionally, as part of our government demonstrating its commitment to the new appointment process, we named one of these initial independent appointees, Senator Peter Harder, to serve as the government's representative in the Senate. Born in Winnipeg, Senator Peter Harder was the first independent senator appointed under the new selection process. Coming into the Red Chamber with nearly 30 years of experience in federal public service, in addition to a decade serving as a volunteer in various organizations and as a member of several boards of directors, he also served as president of the Canada-China Business Council. Senator Harder was first appointed as a deputy minister in 1991 and continued with this role under 5 different prime ministers and 12 different ministers over nearly 16 years. This included time in the departments of immigration, public safety, industry, the Treasury Board, and foreign affairs. As deputy minister, he oversaw the legislative process of countless bills and has appeared before the standing committees of the House of Commons and the Senate. And in his current role as government representative in the Senate, he's leading efforts to reform toward a more accountable and transparent institution, while also working within existing Senate rules to ensure Senate business can be effectively coordinated with the government. Over the course of the 3 months leading up to the announcement of these 7 new senators, the Independent Advisory Board for Senate appointments undertook broad consultations in Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec, and provided the Prime Minister with a number of qualified candidates. This process was designed to help ensure the Senate is reflective of Canada's diversity. From that pool of candidates, the Prime Minister selected the 7 new senators to be appointed by the Governor-General. In addition to Senator Harder, this group included the likes of Chantal Petitclerc and André Pratt from Quebec, Justice Murray Sinclair and Raymond Gagné from Manitoba, and Ratna Amidvar and Francis Lankin from Ontario. These senators are not only qualified appointments, but over the past year that they have spent in the Senate, they have embodied the true, hardworking nature that I know all parliamentarians aspire to. As a result, I'd like to take some time to highlight a few of these exceptional individuals. Having served in the justice system of Manitoba for over 25 years, Justice Murray Sinclair represents this hardworking nature. As the first Indigenous judge to be appointed in Manitoba, in addition to being only the second in Canada, he served as the co-chair of the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry in Manitoba and as Chief Commissioner of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. As head of the TRC, he participated in hundreds of hearings across Canada that culminated in the issuance of the TRC's report in 2015. He also oversaw an active, multi-million-dollar fundraising program to support various TRC events and activities and to allow survivors to travel to attend TRC events. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to highlight Senator Ratna Amidvar. Since arriving in Canada from Iran, Senator Amidvar has proved to be experienced in issues that surround immigration, multiculturalism, diversity, citizenship, integration, and minority rights. Recognized in 2010 by the Globe and Mail as one of Canada's top nation builders of the decade, she was also chosen by The Economist magazine in 2015 to be one of the top 10 diversity champions worldwide. Madam Speaker, Senator Sinclair and Senator Amidvar not only represent the true importance of merit-based appointments, but also demonstrate above all the impactful role that a less partisan Senate can have on tackling some of the most important and pressing issues facing our country. The appointment of these initial 7 senators and the introduction of the Independent Senate Advisory Board in the spring of 2016 by our government was followed by the launch of the second phase of the Independent Senate appointment process, which opened up the ability to apply to be a senator to all Canadians. Madam Speaker, in recognition of the important role that the Senate plays in regional representation, the second phase also included the appointment of 8 additional provincial members of the Independent Advisory Board for Senate appointments. The appointments of these additional provincial board members not only improved the representation of all regions across Canada, but also brought more voices to the table to contribute to making these important decisions. Since taking office, our government is proud to say that we've made a total of 27 nonpartisan, independent, merit-based appointments to the upper chamber through the new process. In doing so, we have respected the constitutional framework while also ensuring that our provinces and territories have increased representation in the process. Madam Speaker, our government knows the important and valued role that the Senate plays in Parliament and in our democratic institutions. We greatly applaud the work of the Senate itself has done in regards to transitioning towards a more independent and less partisan institution, and we respect that more senators from all political stripes have chosen to sit as independents, and above all, it is clear that these changes reflect a move towards a more open and transparent institution. Take, for example, the 9 current senators who were previously chosen as partisan appointees but now sit as independents. These now independent senators, many of whom were appointed by previous prime ministers as partisan nominees, chose to put partisanship to the side and instead focus on the importance of integrity, collaboration, and strength in Canada's democratic process. This choice not only respects Canada's constitutional framework, but also represents monumental strides toward a truly effective and less partisan upper chamber. As a result, I would like to take some time to highlight some of these individuals. Appointed in 2013 after being nominated by former Prime Minister Harper, Senator Douglas Black is an example of someone who was originally appointed as a Conservative but chose to drop partisan stripes and become an independent in the interest of nonpartisanship. As one of Canada's most influential lawyers prior to joining the Senate, Senator Black exemplifies nonpartisanship by continuously working with members of all parties and putting the interests of Canadians first. The same can be said for Senator Larry Campbell. A Liberal partisan appointed by former Prime Minister Paul Martin, Senator Campbell has spent his time in the chamber doing valuable work on topics ranging from drug policy to mental health and to Aboriginal issues. Much like Senator Black, Senator Campbell also chose to put the interests of Canadians ahead of political allegiances when he dropped his partisan stripes and also became an independent. Building on this, our government has made clear that our new independent and nonpartisan Senate appointment process will above all respect the independence of senators like Senators Campbell and Black. Madam Speaker, our government has time and again recognized the importance of a truly effective Senate and its fundamental function in our valued democratic institutions. Through its role in representing regional and minority interests in our legislative and democratic process, it establishes itself as a foundational to the framework of our parliamentary democracy. Madam Speaker, the interests of Canadians should always be put before partisanship. Our government has been crystal clear on this fact in our commitment to fixing the damage done by the previous government. We were elected on the promise to change what had become the status quo in the Senate, and to meet the expectations of Canadians, we developed this new Senate appointment process. This new Senate appointment process, in addition to the work that the Senate itself has done to transition toward a more independent and less partisan institution, is crucial to restoring the confidence of Canadians in the Senate and to reinvigorating an institution that performs vital functions in our parliamentary democracy. Furthermore, it shows that a less partisan Senate is possible as we move forward. We can continue to work toward a future in which the Senate can truly be seen to conduct itself as an effective legislative body. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. You know, he's talked a lot about the selection of senators, how wise they are, how qualified they are, and how they're able to bring that independent view that we're looking for. And so I would just ask why the government then is rejecting all the amendments that the senators are bringing.
The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Well, thank you very much for the question from the member opposite. Right now, we are extremely focused on engaging senators and how to improve the workings in both houses. That's the path forward, and fundamental to that is this new process of merit-based appointments that we've put into place. As these appointments continue, we're going to find that we have a Senate that is able to work more and more effectively over time, and government will be working with that place to ensure that government priorities and legislation will proceed through the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Speaker, and while we're talking about the Senate and to continue an earlier theme, I'm just wondering if the government has any plan to achieve gender balance in the Senate, if they have any kind of plan that they care to share with us to make sure that the Senate, as we're replacing members, would of course be 50% men and 50% women. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank the member for the question. We're actually coming very close to gender parity in our Senate appointment processes. Though that's a goal that we all in this House, I think, hold closely. And as we go through this merit-based process based on fairness and accomplishment and even geographic representation, I think we're going to achieve gender parity in the Senate as well. Thank you.
Member for Guelph.
And thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary for Democratic Reform for his presentation this evening. Very interested to look at how the Senate has made a step change in this government from 150 years of history of appointment process and moving towards the more open process and the process of merit-based systems. We now have a mixture of senators, some that are partisan appointments and some that are in the new system of appointment. So could the Parliamentary Secretary expand on the where we're heading in terms of the appointment process and how it will evolve the Senate quickly in the future?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the member for his question and for his hard work on behalf of his constituents. The fact is that as we continue to appoint new senators that are coming to that chamber on the basis of their merit and their ability and their track record of working hard for Canadians, we are going to see a much more productive and effective Senate moving forward. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Madam Speaker, and since we're talking about gender parity, the minister had indicated earlier that she would be moving towards increasing gender equity in this place. However, I didn't hear any concrete suggestions how that was going to move forward, so I was wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary could perhaps elaborate on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, a hallmark, a very fundamental hallmark in the DNA of this government is the goal of achieving gender parity in all of our democratic institutions. That can be taken for granted as written into all of our objectives. And as I've already mentioned, we are on track toward gender parity in the Senate. We have been appointing more and more women in the Senate, and this is a goal that we're going to achieve before too much longer. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
I appreciate the comments from the member from Halifax. It's a very good speech, and I enjoy talking about the Senate because I think the Senate has an incredible value to this country, especially in its current form, where members are there as the members who provide sober second thought. And sobriety doesn't refer to alcohol. The Sober Caucus, on that basis, may not have official party status. But it's about not having to worry about what they're going to do at the end of their career, so their decisions can be objective. So being elected or having their terms limited would completely eliminate any value to the Senate, in my opinion. I wonder if the member agrees with that assessment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the member for the excellent question and the very insightful observation. And yes, at the heart of this merit-based appointment process is that we are going to be welcoming more and more senators into that chamber that come here with a wealth of experience, of life experience, of professional experience, and experience serving Canadians. And yes, very much so. The clarity that comes with not needing to consider what comes next allows for a singleness of purpose on the work at hand that will make this chamber, make the other place stronger and stronger over time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I heard the opening comments from my colleague across the way when he gave his speech about how great the new Senate process has been for the Liberals. And then I thought to myself, well, isn't that interesting? Because the Prime Minister is going to be forced to prorogue at some point in time this summer because the so-called independent senators are gathering as a united party of united independents in the Senate, which means that they're going to have their own agenda. They're seeking committee chairmanships and committee placements. The only way of which those things can actually be done in the current system that we have is for prorogation. We've had numerous pieces of legislation come back to this House that the government has actually ignored. So while they're hailing their new appointment process and they're putting it out there as a spectacle for the Canadians to try and buy, and a bill like C4 comes back into the House where the Senate, including a large number of these independent senators who they vaunt the process and the credentials of which they're put in the upper chamber, yet they don't listen to any of the advice that these senators have sent. So now we're not sure if Bill C4 is going to come back to the House a third time if the Senate is actually going to pass that or accept the recommendations from the House. We now know that the bill, a budget bill, a confidence bill, Madam Speaker, has been split in the Senate. I've been here a long time. I've never seen anything like this before. You see, Madam Speaker, the Liberal government on the other side is all about announcements, fuzzy, good feelings, photo ops, and headlines, with no thought to the long-term consequences of the actions that they are actually doing. And I would like my honourable colleague to stand up and say that he and the rest of his colleagues will actually be accepting the amendments that come from the Senate on future legislation. Otherwise, the whole process is nothing more than a sham.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's curious characterization. Of course, this House has accepted amendments from the other place on numerous occasions, and will continue to do so when those amendments are helpful to Canadians. And C6, medical assistance in dying, was one of several great examples to that. But really, the rest of, I think, what the member was really speculating on is just that, speculation. And let's just sort of keep the conversation in the House today to facts and to what the work that we're actually doing. And that is putting qualified senators into that place and working with them to further the interests of Canadians and legislation through this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Madam Speaker, I didn't quite get the answer I was looking for from the member. It seems to be that the questions on gender equity in the House are all about blaming women for not coming forward, but really it's political parties that are blocking nominations. So I'm wondering again if I could ask for a concrete answer to my question as to what the Liberals are going to be doing to make sure there's more women in the House after the next election. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that question. As I've already said, gender parity is fundamental to our goals for all of the democratic institutions in Canada. We are converging on that goal in a number of ways at all times, and we look forward to working with all members of this House that are interested in sorting out how we can always do better. And I would love to have constructive and forward-looking conversations to that regard. Thank you.
Well done. Good. For a very brief question, une question bref, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, l'île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to speak this evening. There's been a lot of talk about gender equality, so I'd like to know what he thinks about Francophone Anglophone equity. Is that something we might see in the House one day?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the thoughtful and a very important question. As we enter into and start to use this new merit-based appointment process, we must also remember that this is also a process that results in geographic diversity as well, diversity in all of its forms. So this process allows for plenty of room to accommodate diversity in all its forms. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me say what an honour it is to rise this evening to debate the estimates process and the main estimates. I think too often Canadians probably have their eyes glaze over. I'm sure some parliamentarians' eyes glaze over when we talk about the estimates. But the estimates are the fundamental, the foundational role that Parliament plays in this place. The business of supply, or withholding supply, is a fundamental purpose of this place, one that dates back many, many generations before this House was established to our forebears in the United Kingdom. Indeed, it was at Runnymede in 1215 with the great Magna Carta that fundamentally established the power of the purse and the supremacy of Parliament in the business of the supply process. Fundamentally speaking, the government ought not and should not spend a dime of taxpayers' money without the approval of this place. Yet, time and time again, we see this government, this Liberal government, abusing the very supply process of which we are debating tonight. In fact, just a couple nights ago, we were in this place debating the Salaries Act, a standalone piece of legislation to give pay raises to certain Liberal ministers. Indeed, when the Prime Minister tried to establish a gender-equal cabinet, he forgot that he was giving his female junior ministers a lower salary than their male colleagues. So he decided to introduce the Salaries Act. It was a conscious decision by the government to introduce a piece of legislation to increase the wages of certain ministers. Certainly something that is well within the right of the government to introduce such a piece of legislation. But they forgot something. They forgot that this piece of legislation has not yet been passed by this House. Hasn't been passed by the other place as well. So instead of actually passing the legislation, this government decided to abuse the supply process, to abuse the estimates process. And it did not go unnoticed by members of this place or the other place. Indeed, the Senate Finance Committee, the National Finance Committee, reported in its 13th report in March 2017 of their grave concern of the abuse by this government of the estimates process. Indeed, in their report, they stated senators and Treasury Board officials also discussed the larger issues of parliamentary authorities and approval and the proper usage of the supply process. Indeed, they went on to say, however, the supplementary estimates are not intended to be a convenient mechanism for the temporary funding of needs that were foreseeable and could have been planned, particularly in the case where such needs have been of their own source of authority in an Act of Parliament. The Salaries Act for ministers, like the Parliament of Canada Act for MPs and senators, authorizes the payment of ministers' salaries out of Consolidated Revenue Fund and also fixes the amounts of those salaries. They go on to say, in direct notice and speaking to the government of the day, they stated, our committee is concerned about the recurrent practice of using supplementary estimates to pay certain ministers' salaries prior to the enactment of amendments to the Salaries Act, and raises this question in the context of Bill C-24. Now, I know the member from Halifax was just talking about the new independent senators in the other place. Well, this report included independent senators, members of the other place, who expressed grave concerns about the abuse of the estimates process. And we are seeing this tonight as we debate the main estimates. Rather, they encourage this government to fundamentally follow the rules of this place and the other place as well. Indeed, citing the debates, March 25, 1981, the other place recommends a supply item ought not to be used to obtain authority which is the subject of legislation. Yet, in at least 2 occasions, we've had estimates come through this House using the estimates process in place of a piece of legislation. They go on to cite, in paragraph 937, the government may not use an appropriation act to obtain authority it does not have under existing legislation. They go on to cite as well the Beauchesne's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, which cites those statements. Of course, we're all big fans of Beauchesne's 6th edition in this House, particularly on this side of the House. We're very proud of the great insight we have from the Beauchesne's co-editor, Mr. John Holtby, a distinguished member of our team who's always providing us with great insight into the rules of this place. And certainly the estimates are one of those issues. So we have a process, and we have a process that has unfortunately been abused on these issues by the government across the way. And too often, Madam Speaker, I think that the members on the other side forget that, in fact, they are not members of the government. Only the cabinet, only members of the cabinet serve as members of the government. Each and every Liberal MP who does not serve in the government is a member of Parliament first. They may sit as Liberal MPs, but they are not members of the government. Fundamentally, we need to remember in this place that we are members of Parliament first, and it is our duty to this place to properly undertake the review of the estimates process. Now, I was intrigued when I was reading through the estimates process of some of the undertakings, some of the issues that are being recommended and being encouraged. And I happened to turn to page 228 of the main estimates dealing with P3 Canada, Public-Private Partnership Canada. And it's intriguing, Madam Speaker, that in 2015-2016, there was no money spent for investments. Again, in 2016-2017, $267,700,000 spent or allocated, and again in this current main estimates, $267,700,000. Is the government planning to go forward and continuing to fund P3 Canada? We don't know. In fact, we don't even know what's going to happen to the infrastructure bank. As we speak in this place, the other place is debating the infrastructure bank. Indeed, the government could have used the provisions through P3 Canada where they have money, where tonight we will be voting on $267 million for P3 Canada. That we could get that money out the door, enhance public-private partnerships, reduce the risk on the taxpayer. That money is in the main estimates, and yet in the other place they are debating splitting it out. Indeed, just hours ago, the Honourable Joseph Day, Senator from the Liberal caucus, in fact he's the leader of the Liberal caucus in the Senate, gave an impassioned speech in the other place about this very issue. And indeed, I want to quote from the Blues from this date. The analogy that occurred to me as I read the bill is that Bill C-44 is like one of those Ukrainian dolls. You open up the first doll, and there's another doll inside of it. And you open up the second doll, and there's another doll. And you keep opening and peeling off the onion skins. As you open one, another is revealed underneath, and another, and another, and another. But while that may be fun as dolls, it is absolutely no way to present legislation for proper study. That's coming from a Liberal senator. And I know the member from Halifax was just speaking about what he called the improved Senate, the improved process. This is one of their Liberal senators who is concerned about this. And of course, another issue that we see coming forward is the issue of taxations. The issue of an automatic escalator in the taxation. And in the other place, again, Senator Joseph Day, a Liberal senator, the leader of the Senate Liberals, said, and I quote, "The effectiveness of the taxes, how much is raised, I would suspect, is the effectiveness. Those are the words of the government official, not mine. Colleagues, that is certainly a rationale for government coming forward in a budget bill and asking to increase the applicable exercise tax rate. But I fail to see," he said exercise, I believe he probably meant excise, "but I fail to see how it is a rationale for allowing future rate hikes without parliamentary scrutiny or approval. When the officials were asked for precedents of such an extraordinary position, they pointed tax brackets for personal income taxes, which rise automatically with inflation. But colleagues, that indexation works to the taxpayer's advantage. If a tax bracket goes up because of inflation, we pay less tax. That is nothing like the automatic excise tax increase. Indeed, in this budget bill, in the budget bill that's being debated in the other place right now, there is an automatic tax increase without ever, again, having the approval of this place or the other place. It is fundamentally contrary to some of the basic principles of the power of the purse in this place. And it shows the degree of respect that the government across the way has lost for members of Parliament. Indeed, if we look back in the not-too-distant Canadian history, in the 1970s, now granted it was well before I was born, but in the great recent past of Parliament. In 1975, again I'm quoting from that great Liberal Senator Joseph Day, he said, However, parliamentarians felt that they needed more time to debate the borrowing itself. So in 1975, the borrowing authority was broken out of the supply process and set up in its own dedicated process. In fact, in 1975, the Speaker in the other place, this place, ordered a borrowing clause struck from a supply bill related supplementary estimates on the ground that under the House of Commons rules then established, its inclusion in a supply bill virtually precluded discussion of the borrowing provisions. After that, every year the government would have to come to Parliament and request, in a borrowing authority bill, the authority to borrow a stated amount of money for that year. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is a fundamental power of this place. And I think too often we forget that. It wasn't too long ago, as a perfect example of the disrespect that the government has for this place, the recent botched, boggled, failed appointment of Madeleine Mayer as Official Languages Commissioner. Fundamentally, Parliament was not involved in that process. Members of this place were not involved in this process. They were not consulted. They were simply told in a letter dated nearly a month after Madame Mayer was informed that she would be the successful candidate. That's not consultation. Officers of this place belong to this place. Officers of this place ought to be chosen with fundamental consultation by members of this place. Now, the estimates process, the business of supply, gives us the opportunity to pass judgment on the continued confidence of the government in office. The confidence convention means that the cabinet, in this case the Liberal cabinet, is accountable to this House and confidence can be withdrawn on a number of provisions, including the supply process, including a vote on the main estimates or the supplementary estimates, for that matter. And in this case, our opposition does not have confidence in the government. And we will be voting against the estimates because of that lack of confidence. And on one matter in particular I want to highlight is our national debt and ongoing deficit spending. We will all very vividly recall in the last election, the then leader of the third party, now the Prime Minister, promising Canadians, giving them his solemn word that he would run teeny, tiny, $10 billion deficits for 3 years, and only 3 years. But by 2019, in time for the next election, we would be back in balanced budget. Well, that quickly went out the window with the Minister of Finance's very first budget. And now, over the next number of years, we will see continued deficit spending. In fact, the Department of Finance's own numbers, their own numbers show that we will not return to balanced budget until 2055. 2055, Mr. Speaker. Let me put that in context for you. My one-year-old son, he just turned 1 on June 1st, Bennett. By the time the budget is balanced, Bennett will be 39 years old. He will be older then than I am now. And that's pretty old, Mr. Speaker. My daughter Ainsley, currently just about 3 years old, she'll be 41 by the time the budget is balanced. We are putting on our children's generation the debt, the spending, and the mismanagement of this current Liberal government. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable that by 2055, we will have $1.5 trillion in new debt, or in total debt. Debt that will be paid back through the continued interest charges of future generations. It's completely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. And it's completely unacceptable that this government has given no plan for the return to balanced budget. In this House, our friend and colleague, the member from Louis Saint Laurent, our finance critic, asks the Minister of Finance on a very regular basis, when will we return to balanced budgets? And each and every time, the Minister of Finance waffles and fails to answer the question. I know in my riding of Perth-Wellington, my constituents work hard. They are hard-working Canadians. They balance their checkbook each month. The small businesses balance their books each month. But each and every month they find it harder and harder to continue to survive in their business because of the concerns and the issues being placed on them from this Liberal government and the Liberal government in Ontario. I spoke to one business owner not too long ago who saw their hydro bill triple in the time that the McGuinty when Liberals were in office provincially. And now we're seeing at federal level the imposition of a carbon tax, which will only see the cost of running a business increase. And it's not just businesses who are seeing their costs increase. It's families. It's families who are seeing their dollars stretched farther and farther each week because of this Liberal government. Now, I recall their very first bill brought in the House, C2, was what they called the middle-class tax cut. But no one making under $44,000 a year got a cent out of that tax cut. And in fact, those making between $100,000 and $200,000 were getting the biggest tax cuts out of that. But those making under $44,000 got nothing in that bill, not a dime. And then in the first budget, we saw them take away the fitness tax credit. We saw them take away the arts tax credit for families who decide to put their children in arts programs or in fitness activities to improve their health. We saw them get rid of the textbook and education tax credit. I was just at Carleton University earlier today talking with current students and former students and the importance of fundamentally helping our young people survive. But yet we see again this Liberal government making it harder and harder for Canadians to get by. And I want to say another issue, Mr. Speaker, and I know my time is starting to wind up, but I want to talk about home ownership for a minute and the changes that this Liberal government has been placing, the burdens of buying a home for the first time. We should be encouraging and working and helping Canadians buy their first home for the first time. A strong society encourages home ownership, encourages Canadians to buy that first home, rather than discouraging them from doing so, as we're seeing in the recent changes. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to close on where I started, about the fundamental importance of the supply process and the estimates process. This is a process that belongs to this House, belongs to this Parliament. The power of the purse, the ability for parliamentarians, each and every member of this Parliament, whether they are a government MP, because they're not members of the government, or an opposition MP. This is our opportunity to pass judgment on the confidence that we have in this government. Mr. Speaker, I have no confidence in this government, and I will be voting against the main estimates when they come to a vote later this evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the member from Perth-Wellington. And just let me say this on the record, Mr. Speaker. I think, it's great to make speeches in this place, but for heaven's sake, let's have them at least some semblance of reality. And the member talked about, yes, this government going into deficit, and I admit we are. Because as any business that's going to do anything and remain in business, they have to invest in the future. They have to invest in innovation. They have to make that investment so they're efficient and productive in the future. But I do want to come back to what the member said about the debt, and let's look at some reality. In 1984, after the Pierre Elliott Trudeau years, the debt of this country was $135 billion. After the Mulroney years, a Conservative government, and Conservatives have very seldom ever balanced the books. It's always Liberals that have dealt with the tough decisions to balance the books. In 1994, after the Mulroney years, the debt was $478 billion. In 2005, it went up a little bit after the Martin Chrétien years, but there was 8 surpluses, and they paid down some of the debt over those years. And then, of course, the Harper government. They added another $170 billion to the debt. So I think the Conservatives on that side should look at the reality, look at the figures, and it's the Conservative Party that has always driven this country into debt. And why, Mr. Speaker, we are moving with some deficit.
No, we are at a 10-minute question and comment time, but we do have to leave some time for other members. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think I could debate this issue all night long if the member from Malpeca wanted to do so. But he talked about having some semblance of reality. And he cited a business investing in their future. Well, any business investing in their future would pay off their debts in order to survive and continue to be in business. No business can constantly spend more than it takes in on a regular basis, and that is what is happening with this Liberal government. Now, I have to remind the member from Malpeque, because he was in this place in the previous Parliament, that it was $30 billion that we paid off as a Conservative government prior to the greatest fiscal recession, global recession since the Great Depression. And for 2 years, a year earlier, under the leadership of the Honourable Jim Flaherty, we saw a return to balanced budget. We committed to that in the 2011 election, and we returned to balanced budget a year early, which this Liberal government has no commitment in doing so until 2055.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since we're on the topic of deficits, our government believes in making strategic investments into our country so that we can become more productive and so that we can move more people into the middle class that are working so hard to get there. And if you look at the billions of dollars, $184 billion being invested into infrastructure, if you look at the billions of dollars being invested into innovation, if you look at the Canada Child Benefit that on a monthly basis puts $5.9 million every single month into my riding that is assisting 17,000 children, and it's being spent locally to benefit the economic development of my riding. This has now generated growth that has gone from every month is being estimated higher and higher and higher to now up to 3.5% growth rate this country hasn't seen in all the years that Harper was in power. And it's going to, and so as we get back into a surplus position, as every Liberal government has done in the past, and before you guys get your hands back on again, how many years is it going to be before you put us back into a deficit position? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from Hastings, Lennox, and Addington for his question. Well, I'll tell you one thing for sure, Mr. Speaker. There'll be much before 2055 that we will return the government or the budget to balanced budget. In fact, our leader has committed to 2 years from the time of the next election, and I look forward to that time. But let's talk about the record of our former Conservative government. The strongest job creation in the G7. The strongest to come out of the largest global recession since the Great Depression. 1.3 million net new jobs under the strong leadership of Minister Flaherty and the Prime Minister. And most of those jobs were full-time private sector jobs, not government jobs that the members across the way seem to enjoy creating through government coffers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. La députée de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was great. I also heard what the people opposite said. After 18 months at the head of a government, you eventually have to stop pointing the finger at others. Right? It's time to take responsibility. I think the Liberals, and perhaps I'd like to ask my colleague this question, whether you create jobs for the middle class, does my colleague, since these jobs have been created, has my colleague noticed that many of the best jobs have gone to Liberal cronies? The honourable member for Perth Wellington. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the honourable member for Beauport Charlevoix. Ile d'Orléans for her question. And I should thank the honourable member also for her work with me on the Official Languages Committee, her good work fighting the appointment of a Liberal crony to Official Languages Commissioner.
Would like to see strong middle-class jobs. And I recently met with a local business person in my riding, a very innovative robotics company. And what he would like is to see the government get out of the way of his business. He is a true innovator. Yeah. He talked about having an innovative culture within his business. That's what we need to create strong middle-class jobs, to enable and encourage that innovative culture. Not the Liberal government spending money, throwing it out the window, hoping it'll stick somewhere. Right. Spending it on government bureaucrats. That's not what we do to create innovation. We spend it wisely, but more importantly, we get out of the way of private innovators and we allow them to do what they do best, create jobs, innovate for the future, innovate for the new economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. La députée de l'Or-
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Conservative record is their description of it. In over a century, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have never managed to take us from a deficit to a surplus. So I'm really getting a little bit tired of hearing this lecture. They tell us how great they're at financial management. Virtually all the debt we have in the country, and by percentage, is from them. They can't manage their way out of a Tim Hortons. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I will take my direction from the Tim Hortons and from the grocery store and not from the cocktail circuit like the members across the way, to paraphrase our new leader, the member from Regina Capel. But let me just remind the honourable member, he wasn't a member here, and neither was I, but it was under the strong stewardship of Joe Oliver and before him Jim Flaherty that we saw a return to balanced budget under Prime Minister Harper a year early. We saw it the second year in a row, and unfortunately, despite because of the government across the way spending like drunken sailors in the last month of the fiscal year, they turned a conservative budget or conservative budgetary surplus into a deficit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently and would like to ask my honoured colleague, can he think of any examples where the Prime Minister and the Liberal government have actually kept a promise? I mean, the norm in this House and in Canada is they say one thing and do something else. And it's time. I could spend hours giving examples. Can he think of any example where the Prime Minister has kept his promise other than the marijuana legislation?
Honourable member for Perth Wellington. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think I can think of one. He did say he was going to do appointments differently. And it's certainly differently when he appoints a long-time Liberal donor to be an independent officer of this place. But I do want to say one thing briefly as well. I want to thank my colleague from Langley Aldergrove for his question. And he actually serves as our opposition's official critic for seniors. This Liberal government has failed to appoint a minister for seniors. Our former minister, the member from Richmond Centre, did an exceptional job serving the seniors of our country, the fastest growing demographic, demographic that has unique needs. This Liberal government has failed to have a person at the cabinet table dedicated to representation of seniors in Canada.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable member for Brossard, Saint-Lambert.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have a speech all prepared, but I'd like to begin by saying that if irony created floods, we created water, we'd be in a flood right now. Listening to my colleagues opposite, it seems to me that their memories are quite peculiar, but I'll stick to my speech.
This evening to identify some of the upstanding Canadians that our reformed Senate appointments process has produced. Since taking office in 2015, our government has appointed 27 Canadians to the Red Chamber who come from diverse backgrounds in law, community activism, the arts, journalism, environmentalism, and public service. This evening, I would like to identify a few of these individuals, Mr. Speaker, to illustrate the diversity of viewpoints that our appointments process has brought to the Senate. The Honourable Gwen Boniface, appointed to the Senate November 10, 2016, is one of Canada's trailblazing female police officers. Senator Boniface earned a Bachelor of Arts from York University in 1982, after which she completed her Bachelor of Laws degree at Osgoode Hall Law School in 1988. She entered into the Ontario Provincial Police Force in 1977 as a constable, worked as Superintendent Director responsible for First Nations and Contract Policing and Chief Superintendent Regional Commander for Western Ontario, before becoming Commissioner of the OPP in 1998. Boniface was the first woman to be named as Commissioner of the OPP, serving from 1998 to 2006. After stepping down as Commissioner, Senator Boniface worked with Ireland's Garda, and I won't dare to pronounce it properly, my son-in-law wouldn't like it, the United Nations Police Division, and the United Nations Counterterrorism Integrated Task Force. Senator Boniface has worked tirelessly to repair relationships with First Nations communities, initiating many reforms to promote Aboriginal policing. As a consultant on policing and justice issues, both internationally and domestically, she provided services to universities, municipalities, government and non-profit organizations in areas of human rights, policing and justice. Finally, Senator Boniface was invested into the Order of Ontario in 2001 in recognition of her service for the province and her work with First Nations communities. She also received the United Nations Peacekeeping Medal and was awarded an honorary doctorate of letters from Nipissing University in 2006. Senator Boniface's record of work to improve the standing of marginalized groups in policing and her title of first female commissioner of the OPP certainly made her a worthy appointment to the Red Chamber, where she will be empowered to continue the work she has done for Canadians during her lifetime. Another very good appointment, Senator Wanda Bernard, comes from a very different background, though the work she has done over the course of her lifetime is no less impressive. Born in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Senator Bernard has devoted her life to social work and community activism. She has been a professor at Dalhousie University School of Social Work, where she has been the director for a decade. Upon receiving a full professorship, Senator Bernard became the first African Nova Scotian to hold a tenured position. Dr. Thomas Bernard has worked with provincial organizations to bring diversity to the political process in Nova Scotia and teach community members about Canada's legislative process and citizen engagement. She is a founding member of the Association of Black Social Workers, which helps address the needs of marginalized citizens, especially those of African descent. She has served in an advisory capacity to ministers, helping them craft frameworks for gendered violence and health equity. She has also served as an expert witness in human rights cases and has presented at many local, national, and international forums. Senator Bernard has received both the Order of Nova Scotia and the Order of Canada, amongst other awards for her community service. Senator Bernard was appointed to the Senate in November 2016, where she will bring her perspective to Parliament and have the opportunity to give a voice to marginalized Canadians in the country's highest institution. I would like now to bring your attention, Mr. Speaker, to the appointment of another unique but equally deserving Canadian to the Red Chamber. Senator René Cormier is a proud Acadian and community leader from New Brunswick. He has a strong background in the arts, earning a degree in music from the University of Montreal and in theatre from l'École Internationale Jacques Lecoq in Paris. Monsieur Cormier has worked in a variety of roles over the past 40 years and has advanced arts and culture degrees in Acadian and Canadian society. His resume includes positions at Radio-Canada, artistic and general direction in theatres, and management of the États généraux des arts et de la culture dans la Société acadienne au Nouveau-Brunswick, within the Association acadienne des artistes professionnels du Nouveau-Brunswick. Additionally, Senator Cormier has sat on a number of boards of directors, including that of TV5 Québec Canada, the Canadian Conference of the Arts, and the Atlantic Visual Arts Festival. Beyond his interest in the arts, Senator Cormier has advanced the interests of Acadians through his work with the Société nationale de l'Acadie, both within Canada and internationally. Senator Cormier has been the recipient of numerous awards, both related to the arts and to community engagement. His appointment to the Senate will certainly bring greater character and diversity to our upper house. Another remarkable Canadian, Senator André Pratt, was one of this government's first appointments to the Red Chamber in April 2016. A distinguished journalist, author, and proud Quebecer, Senator Pratt's experience in the media and advocacy for Quebec bring a distinct perspective to the Red Chamber. Senator Pratt worked for 35 years as a journalist, and from 2001 to 2015 was editor-in-chief of La Presse, Montreal's largest circulation newspaper. In 2007, 2008, and 2010, he won the editorial category of the National Newspaper Awards. Pratt has voiced his support for federalism in Quebec, defending the position of his newspaper. Along with Lucien Bouchard and 10 other Quebecers, Pratt signed the 2005 manifesto entitled Pour un Québec lucide, outlining a vision for Quebec within Canada. In 2009, Senator Pratt created the Federal Idea, a nonpartisan think tank devoted to studying federalism and the place of Quebec in Canada. In addition to his public advocacy and journalistic career, Pratt has published 8 books, his most recent being a biography of Wilfrid Laurier, published in 2011. As an accomplished Canadian and distinguished Quebecer committed to federalism, Senator Pratt will be able to contribute to the Senate in the future as a place of diverse perspectives and ideas. The next senator I would like to bring to the attention of this House, Mr. Speaker, is Senator Rosa Galvez, again from Quebec. Born a hemisphere away in Peru, Senator Galvez earned both a Master's of Science and PhD in Geotechnical and Geoenvironmental Engineering from McGill University. Senator Galvez is one of Canada's leading researchers on the effects of pollution, specializing in water and soil decontamination, waste management and residues, and environmental impact and risk assessment. She has worked in the private and public sector, offering advice and consultation to companies and communities. After the Ragel disaster in Lac Mégantic, Senator Galvez carried out a study on the environmental impact of the spill. Senator Galvez has also done work internationally in the U.S., Europe, and Asia. She is a member of the Ordre des Ingénieurs du Québec, the Canadian Society of Civil Engineers and Engineers Without Borders, and has been a professor at Laval University in Quebec City. Senator Galvez will bring important expertise on environmental protection, which will be ever more important as parliamentarians will have to address the challenges of climate change. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to the appointment of Senator Tony Dean of Ontario. Senator Dean was appointed along with some of his previously mentioned colleagues in November 2016. Mr. Dean made his career in the Ontario Public Service, rising to the position of Secretary of the Cabinet and head of the Ontario Public Service from 2002 to 2008. Senator Dean also served as Deputy Minister for 2 departments, working with NDP, Progressive Conservative, and Liberal provincial governments. After his retirement in 2008, Senator Dean became a professor at the University of Toronto School of Public Policy and Governance. His hard work earned him a senior research fellowship at the Harvard Kennedy School, praise from former Premier Dalton McGuinty, who described him as the ultimate public servant, and the Order of Ontario in 2009. Dean has written extensively on public sector leadership in both the Toronto Star and The Guardian, and co-authored a Mowat Centre report on fiscal sustainability in Canada. Senator Dean has decades of invaluable public administration experience and a considerable record of success in public administration. His expertise makes him a valuable addition to the Senate, where he will have the opportunity to continue his life's work of improving governance for Canadians. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, his perspective as a distinguished public servant will enable Parliament as a whole to better craft legislation and policy that impacts the public service. Mr. Speaker, each of the new senators I have mentioned today represent the best of what Canada has to offer, and together form a diversity of perspectives and backgrounds. These leaders in their respective communities will be better able to represent the diverse views of Canadians and help build a better Canada. Each of these individuals was selected and appointed through our government's new approach to Senate appointments, which is up for debate this evening. By selecting senators through a nonpartisan, independent, and merit-based appointment process, our government is changing the composition of the Senate. Gone are the days of appointing partisan bagmen and party hacks, Mr. Speaker. a practice which resulted in the deterioration of Canadians' trust in our upper chamber. By making appointments based on merit and considering a diversity of perspectives and identities, our government is remaking the Senate into a place of non-partisan, sober second thought that it was intended to be. The Senate as an institution provides an opportunity to include the voices of groups that might not be represented in Parliament. The Senate of the past was worthy of criticism, though it was not reflective of the potential of the institution. Mr. Speaker, our government believes in the potential of a non-partisan Senate that serves the interests of Canadians and is worthy of their trust. The reformed appointments process our government has undertaken is a step towards this future and remaking the Senate for many decades to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her speech on the new senators. I mean, obviously, we're here to talk about the main estimates, but there's nothing good to talk about in them, and clearly the member agrees. And, there's no way to defend it, so it's better to talk about senators anyway. So my question for the member is, she's talked about how capable these new senators are, how qualified they are to do the right thing for Canada. So why is the government refusing each amendment that the senators bring?
The honourable member, la députée de Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, that's just not true. We do accept amendments that the senators bring to bills that have been discussed and debated and looked at by the Senate. We don't accept them all, but we accept many of the amendments that have been made. I don't know what the member is referring to.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Perth-Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And like my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton, I greatly enjoyed hearing the member read the Senate biographies from the Senate website into the Hansard. That's always great. And I appreciate, particular, the member from Brossard-Saint-Lambert's commentary and glowing words for Senator Pratt. Senator Pratt, certainly a new senator in the other place, and who's actually currently in the other place amending the budget bill, amending it to take the infrastructure bank out of the Budget Implementation Act. So I appreciate the government and their strong support for the new independent senators. And am I right to assume, giving the glowing words from the member from Brossard-Saint-Lambert, that they'll be accepting the Senate's recommendation and Senator Pratt's recommendation to split off the budget bill and break off the Budget Implementation Act for the new infrastructure bank?
The honourable member for Brossard.
Mr. Speaker, I obviously cannot presume what Cabinet will decide. As you so rightly pointed out, I'm not Cabinet. I'm a member of Parliament. So I won't make that decision, and I will let Cabinet come to that decision.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to thank my member from Brossard-Saint-Lambert for her great intervention. And also, I'm glad that she brought up about senators and the whole nomination process, Mr. Speaker, because it's so funny to hear the members opposite that they don't want to talk about the nomination process for the Senate. I'm certain my honourable colleague can discuss why. Let's talk about the quality senators that we've appointed. I'm glad that my honourable colleague brought up the issue of Senator André Pratt, who came up with a very reasonable change to our budget bill in last year's budget, which was accepted by this side of the government upon reflection. They fulfilled their role of sober second thought and provided us with an option. I'm just trying to wonder if the honourable member can enlighten me as to what type of sober second thought, perhaps, that the opposite previous government had named in terms of Senator Mike Duffy, or I can continue on with other senators. What type of reflection and contributions did they make to the legislative process from the other place?
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert, Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk about what's good on our side and not get back on a more somber past of the Senate. I think that the value of what all our senators are doing right now, including Senator Pratt, bringing forward amendments to be considered. We saw it with the Citizenship Act, and we accepted some amendments, 2 out of 3 of them. We will have constraints as a government, that may not align with what the Senate is proposing, but we do take into account what is proposed by the House of sober second thought, and that's why we have two chambers in this Parliament. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it certainly was very fascinating, maybe is the word that I'll choose to use, to listen to the member opposite talk about the Senate and do really nothing more than simply read the biographies off of the internet. Look, we're here in this House today, we're talking about the estimates, which really comes down to us taking taxpayer money and allocating it into different services, different provisions made on behalf of the Canadian people. My question is simple. Why does the member opposite not feel that it's necessary to speak on behalf of Canadians and take this process seriously?
Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why we're not taking the process serious. This is part of the estimates that we're discussing. And in terms of the Senate, I am not reciting a speech by rote. I actually believe what I just said. I believe in our Senate. I believe they have a very important role to play in our Parliament. They are part of our Parliament. And I actually believe we have extremely qualified senators on all sides of the chamber. It's not just the independent senators, Liberal senators, Conservative senators, independent senators. They do a wonderful amount of work, and they have a very, very important position in our Parliament.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. Honourable Secretary of Parliament.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Take this opportunity to thank my colleague for actually giving us a really good overview in the background of the qualified senators that we have. I know in my riding of Moncton Riverview and Dieppe, and as a member representing the province of New Brunswick, I was extremely pleased this year that we had two senators that were appointed. One that you mentioned was Senator Cormier, which really represents the Acadian population so well in my riding. In being a French-Acadian girl, I was extremely proud when he was appointed to the Senate because we've seen the amazing work that he has done. Also near my riding, Nancy Hartling, who was another trailblazer that you didn't mention today, but she as well has really a phenomenal background, has done wonderful work when it comes to violence against women, a strong feminist, a strong activist, and we are just so proud of her. I'm just also wondering if my colleague could just talk about perhaps the benefit of the independent process that we have and how these independent senators really benefit our House and our laws.
The honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the process that has been put in place by Cabinet, by the Prime Minister, has proven to be extremely non-partisan and really producing a choice and a chamber that is fulfilling its main role, which is providing us with a very sober second thought on legislation. I think by choosing people who have achieved great success in their careers and in their lives, we are precisely voicing what Canadians have done with their lives and what has made this country so absolutely magnificent and admirable throughout the world. So yes, I absolutely think the process is the right one and has taken away a lot of the partisanship of naming senators, contrary to the previous government.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently, and it was a very interesting speech, not quite on topic. We're here to be talking about the estimates, but I did find it interesting in her perspective on and acknowledging the high quality and the appointments to the senators. What baffles me and a lot of Canadians I've been asked, why are these truly independent senators? And if they are, why is the Prime Minister's office and ministers encouraging and encouraging the senators to vote in certain ways? As she said, she's going to be waiting for her instructions from Cabinet, how she's going to be voting. And we see something very similar with the senators. So why are they coaching these independent senators to vote in certain ways?
Honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Mr. Speaker, I don't even know how to begin to answer that question. I never said that I'm waiting for Cabinet to tell me how to vote. I have proven in this House that I vote as I see fit, and I will vote in the estimates as I see fit. That's not the question. I did say that it is up to Cabinet to decide what amendments to accept to a bill. It's not to me to decide if I accept an amendment or not. That is the Cabinet's role. And again, if the independent senators weren't so independent, they wouldn't be bringing us back amendments that we don't necessarily agree with. So I think that proves their independence. Thank you.
I think we've got time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We saw in the past election campaign ideas put forward by various parties on what to do exactly with the Senate. The NDP wanted to abolish the Senate, which would have pushed us as a country into constitutional negotiations for the better part of a decade. In a difficult economic situation that the Conservatives have put us in at the time. That would have been very difficult to pursue. Mr. Harper wanted to stop appointing senators, which would have presented constitutional issues in and of itself. We're pursuing a different path, a merit-based process. I wonder if the honourable member could comment on that, the utility of that, and the fact that this is quite realistic, quite prudent, and in fact matches with what constitutional experts across the country have talked about and advised. Thank you very much.
The
honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Can I thank my colleague for the question, because it is very much what we see in terms of what constituents are telling us. I think that they appreciate this new process, they appreciate the transparency that we're doing it, with which we're doing it, and they appreciate the fact that the senators that have been named so far really do prove to have incredible merits and represent very well the successes of our country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Real pleasure to rise in the House again tonight, and I will be splitting my time with the member from Sarnia-Lambton. I appreciated the speech I just heard, Mr. Speaker, and before I get into my remarks, my colleague from Public Accounts Committee, the Vice Chair, very good comments, very much confidence in the Senate, and so one will wait to see what this government does with the budget bill that they will send back with all these amendments. We'll see if she is bragging the members of the Senate then. But it is good to follow the member from the Liberal Party. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak during the debate on the main estimates and this government's mismanagement of the Canadian economy. The main estimates are one of the publications from the federal government of Canada that details the Liberal economic plan and how it has failed and how Canadians are the ones who are ending up paying for it. Most disappointing is that we can see item by item, line by line, that the main estimates are telling us that this Liberal government's only solution to the problems that they're facing the only solution to the problems is to try to manage on behalf of Canadians by borrowing more money, by spending more money, by putting our children and grandchildren into a bigger debt. The biggest problem with this borrowed money, again, Mr. Speaker, is it affects long-term Canadian workers, families, and jobs. Economic forecasts suggest that it could be by the year 2055 before the government again has a balanced budget. Unless, of course, Canadian voters decide to elect a Conservative government as soon as possible to stop the skyrocketing debt that the Government of Canada is piling up. On May 30th this year, a few days ago, the Parliamentary Budget Officer released a report entitled Following the Dollar, Tracking Budget 2016 Spending and Tax Measures. This document is an important document because it provides Canadians with an analysis, an independent analysis of the Liberal government's finances. In the annual federal budget, the government outlines its fiscal plan, including additional spending for ongoing programs, new spending initiatives, and changes to taxation. And I want to highlight some of the findings in this document of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. For example, the Parliamentary Budget Officer says, and I quote, "Many spending measures had more funding or less funding in fiscal year 2016 that was indicated in the budget, 31% difference," unquote. The people of Battle River Crowfoot, the investors on Bay Street and around the world, the middle class, and I guess as they would say, those trying to join the middle class, are disappointed that the Liberals were 30% wrong in their budgetary calculations. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, 31% of the Liberal budget was wrong in its projections. In the private sector, accountants, number crunchers, forecasters, chief financial officers, and other executives would be in serious trouble if 1/3 of their facts and figures were wrong. They might be fired from their jobs for such a 30% error. Small businesses around my constituency and across our country cannot survive and stay in business if they're 1/3 wrong on their budgetary estimates. Obviously, poor managers and those businesses would undoubtedly lose business. But the Liberals are confident that if things go off the rails, even by 30%, they can simply borrow more money off the backs of taxpayers in the next federal budget. The budget officer also found that 8% of the Liberals' spending measures, and I quote, were not provided funding through the supplementary estimates, unquote. Now, this is important because it means that 8% of the budget was never funded. These budgetary announcements, and announcement being the key word, were never paid for. They don't exist. The middle class and those trying to join it have been shortchanged by the Liberals by almost 10%. Is this another tax? Simply withhold 8 to 10% of what they promised? Is this another way of saying something, promising something, and then not actually delivering on those things and hope no one notices? Well, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer noticed, and we noticed, but the Parliamentary Budget Officer report says, and again I quote, that is, they were not implemented as stated in Budget 2016, unquote. The Liberals promise, and then they break the promise. You know, this government should get an A for announcement and a D for delivery. They should get an A for making those wonderful promises to municipalities and wonderful promises to Canadians. But when it comes right down to delivering, the budget officer says they're failing. I hope the Canadian electorate tires of this talking the talk but not walking the walk. And I hope that voters do something in the very next election. The Parliamentary Budget Officer is so very diplomatic in the way that he makes these comments, much like our Auditor General. As Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, I've learned that Canada's Auditor Generals, including our current Auditor General, are for the most part very matter-of-fact when they comment on the government's performances. Parliamentary Budget Officer, another officer of Parliament, carefully says this, and I quote, "This which suggests that the government may need to improve its funding processes or its estimation methodology for spending measures included in the budget," unquote. So what makes this credibility gap that the Liberals are the architects of even more tough is, and I will again quote the Parliamentary Budget Officer report, quote, and listen carefully, Mr. Speaker, moreover, there is no clear line of sight from budget announcements to their implementation. The different presentation, wording, and accounting methodology makes it challenging to align budget spending measures with items included in the estimates. And it is not possible to track spending on most budget measures beyond the first year or what was actually spent on specific measures. It is thus very difficult for parliamentarians to follow the dollar and hold the government to account for implementing its fiscal plan as outlined in the budget, unquote. Now, this would be brilliant if it wasn't so scary or so nefarious. It almost makes one wonder if this is some type of plan, devious plan, concocted by our finance minister, and Treasury Board President's here tonight, we can throw him in there too, both of whom should know better. An alternative explanation would be simple incompetence. Canadians do not want to believe that those in charge of Canadians' fiscal situation are so incompetent that the facts and the figures they present cannot even be traced or linked to reality. That's according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. And yet Canadians do not want to believe that the books are cooked to the point where even an accountant has a difficult time following the money trail left by this government. Worst of all, we parliamentarians are supposed to be able to examine what has been done by this Liberal government and debate these things during main estimates debate, for example, like we're doing here tonight. Canadians rely on us to spend the time going over these books, the budget, the estimates, the supplementary estimates, and even the public accounts of Canada. And they should be able to depend and believe that these expenditures by the Liberal government are what they say they are. So what do the Liberals do? Well, they present this House with a budget that reads like almost like a plate of spaghetti. And then they challenge the members of Parliament to follow each noodle of their expenditures of taxpayers' dollars and make political and policy decisions on the success or failure of these expenditures. So the Liberals make it as hard as possible to follow the expenditures. The average member of Parliament has very great difficulty following the promised expenditure to the actual expense. Liberal backbenchers, they don't really have to read or study this. They just accept, what the finance minister says. They're basically told, oh, don't bother about that. We'll give you your talking points. It's too hard. You're new. Over years, you'll learn how to do this. But, Mr. Speaker, even the parliamentary budget officer says that it's the methodology of working through this is difficult. So I've concentrated my comments on the work of the parliamentary budget officer. The Liberal government is scrambling. Of the facts and figures that we're debating tonight in the budgetary main estimate borders, I believe, on dishonesty. The budget officer tries to withhold the frustration of that office, and the PBO gently calls for a more streamlined reporting of the budget process, a little more transparency, a little more methodology so we can follow your time. And speaking of time, Mr. Speaker, you tell me that my time is up. But I do want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity on behalf of Battle River Crowfoot to stand and to bring forward some of the concerns that obviously we have with this government, with the main estimates, and with their spending.
Questions and comments. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to rise in this House tonight and participate in this debate. I found it curious, however, that the honourable member who had been a member of the previous government has a very selective memory when it comes to the fiscal record of that government. That government, the Harper government, inherited the best fiscal situation of any incoming government in Canadian history, a $13 billion surplus. During the good times, Mr. Speaker, that government not only eliminated that surplus, but they actually put Canada into a deficit before the 2008 financial crisis. Then they went on to add $150 billion to the national debt, and all we got out of it were a few gazebos and a fake lake. Mr. Speaker, we also had the worst growth record under that Harper government that we had had since the Great Depression. Mr. Speaker, we are making investments. We are implementing progressive tax cuts. We are providing Canadian middle-class and low-income families with the help they need right now, and that is working. That is why we have the best growth in the last 6 months that we've had in 10 years in Canada, the creation of 250,000 new jobs. Why is that honourable member opposed to the kinds of important investments that can actually move Canadian families forward, build more livable communities and a more competitive economy, and get our...
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I love the rhetoric coming from the President of the Treasury Board. Make no mistake, when our government came to power in 2006, he's correct. There was a surplus, and almost a $9 billion surplus. They had undoubtedly did like former Prime Minister Martin did in overtaxing Canadians. There was no question. There was no recession. That was in very good times. But in 2007, 2008, the world went into a recession. Canada was the last to go into the recession. And, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party and the NDP Party were begging for this government to spend, spend, spend like drunken sailors. We know how drunken sailors spend. We can see how they're doing it today. But, Mr. Speaker, we had paid down $40 billion in debt. Yes, we went into deficit while the whole world was going into deficit to kickstart the economy. What we see today is not. When we left power, We were not in a recession. We balanced the budget, and we told Canadians that as long as there was a growth in the economy, we would balance the budget. We'd keep our spending in line. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that is forgotten, we encourage Canadians to save through things like tax-free savings account. There are no options like that brought forward in a budget, nothing shown in the estimates. Mr. Speaker, this government only cares about spending, doesn't care about seniors, doesn't care about the average Canadian. Mr. Speaker, it's a shame. We'll solve it in 2019.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to come to some of the comments of the Treasury Board Minister to follow up on what he said. But first, the member opposite said, talking the talk but not walking the walk, accusing this government of that. If there was any experience in that kind of talking the talk, not walking the walk, it was the previous government. Cuts to the RCMP, cuts to services, cuts to EI, cuts to the public service, cuts to prisoner, everything known to man, Mr. Speaker. But let's talk about the progress that this government is making, Mr. Speaker. In today's Globe and Mail, here's a quote. The Bank of Canada sent out more signals Tuesday that it's moving closer to an interest rate hike as the economy continues to strengthen. Quote from the Governor of the Bank of Canada. The economy is gathering momentum, and not just in certain spots, but across a much wider array. End quote. Mr. Speaker, that's because of the things this government is doing. That's because of some of the things that the Treasury Board Minister talked about. This government is talking the talk and walking the walk, and we're investing in Canada.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, they are not walking the walk. Mr. Speaker, the whole point of this is they're following along. They're caught in the wake behind the United States economy. That's the fact. Mr. Speaker, when we went into the global downturn, the United States, every G7 country went into that downturn as well. Canada was the last to go in. Why? Because we paid down our debt by $40 billion. We'd lowered our taxes. We'd lowered the GST. We'd lowered taxes to every Canadian. The average family in the time that the Conservative Party was governing, they had $6,600 more in their pocket than they have in their pocket today. Mr. Speaker, we were the very first to come out of the recession, last to go in, first to come out. Why? Because we had said to international investors, they understood. They are going to get their house in order. Those same investors today, why are they going to China? Why are they selling off all our goods to China and to because hard to find investors here in Canada that believe that this government in the long term has the economy in mind. So, Mr. Speaker, this government fails. It spends, but it isn't concerned about balancing budgets and fiscal management.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what a surprise it is to be here in the House and to have more than 3 government members here tonight at this time, and to have them so passionate about the debate on estimates for that matter. As usual, I'm going to try not to say the same things that everybody else has brought to this debate. I'm going to try to add a few different perspectives. And so, first of all, I want to talk about, in my past experience, I was a global leader in multinational business. And so we had a budgeting process. We had a process where we looked at estimates. And the process that we used, we had some things that we wanted to accomplish. The first thing we needed to be sure of was what were the desired outcomes that we were hoping to accomplish. So that's the first question. And then how much do we estimate that the plans that we need to put in place to achieve those outcomes, what do we think those will cost? And then can we afford to do them all? And if we can't afford to do them all, how do we prioritize them, or what are the most important ones? And then once we have that plan and the estimates associated with it, how do we track that as we go along to see how our spending is happening? Is it happening as we planned or not? And so that ought to be the goal of this estimate discussion here tonight. We should be looking at the estimates, and we should be able to see what the desired outcomes are, what the plans are, and how much each of those cost, and what the priority are, so that we can then track them. But while I would say there's not a lot of disagreement about the desired outcomes of the budget, you know, we've heard what they are because it's the rhetoric we hear all the time. And I think everybody wants the middle class to do well. I think everybody wants to raise people out of poverty. We want to help our seniors. We want to help our veterans. We want to defend our country. We want to help our families. I think everybody in the House is on that page for those desired outcomes. But when I look at the estimates, it's very convoluted as far as how much are we really spending and when are we really spending it and how do we really track that. So I think there's some room for improvement there. The other thing I would say is that if I look to the gender part of the budget 2017 and the estimates that come from that, you know, as the chair of Status of Women, we certainly devoted a lot of time to coming with a very detailed report on gender-based analysis plus. And there were recommendations in there that were accepted by the government that they were to implement, but so far none of them have been implemented. And so although apparently these estimates were developed with GBA Plus in mind, there's no transparency from the government on what analysis was done, what exactly came out of that, what changes were actually made. That's not clear to me, and I'm sure if it's not clear to me, it's not clear to other Canadians. Now, the other report that we did out of Status of Women that was really critical was taking action to eliminate violence against women and girls. And so 1 out of 3 or 1 out of 4 women in Canada will experience violence. This is a huge issue. But you know, you look to what's in the estimates and you see that the government's planning to spend $100 million over 5 years. That's $20 million a year to handle this very serious violence against women that affects 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 women in Canada. And so, I mean, just to say, how does that relate to other priorities? Well, they're going to spend more than 3 times that amount to collect statistical data. So that's how important eliminating violence against women is. It's more important to collect data than to do that. So again, when it comes to the priority that we see in the estimates, I do take some exception there as well. Another subject that I'd like to talk about is pay equity, because of course I also was able to serve on the Pay Equity Committee 3 times a week for about 3 hours a night to make sure that we, in a hurry, came with recommendations for the government. We did come with recommendations, and again, there's nothing in these estimates to address that. There's no progress on those initiatives. And so while the government claims to be a feminist government that is about gender equality, I really have to question. I don't see that reflected at all in the estimates. I know that there has been a lot of discussion in our current study. We're studying how to improve the economic status of women in Canada. And so as part of that study, one of the things we're looking at is what are the barriers to women improving their economic security? And one of them, of course, is childcare. And we saw earlier this week that the government had come with an announcement on that. But, you know, they're talking about maybe 40,000 spots, which is like 100 per riding, 120. It's really totally inadequate for the need. And you know, they're counting on the provinces to do the right thing and to implement that in a way that will actually come with spaces. And we see from places like Quebec that, you know, has a child care that's subsidized. There are issues with not only the quality of the care that's being received, but the flexibility of the hours of the care, and also there's a huge waiting list. It's still inadequate to meet the needs. So I think what's in the estimate certainly doesn't reflect what needs to happen there. The other thing I would say about the budgeting and estimate process that the government has, in the real world, you come with your estimates and you don't have any more money to spend after that. But there seems to be a philosophy here that if you come to the end of your money, you just go and get a supplement. And so I sit on the liaison committee and I watch continually as they come with the estimates of what they're going to spend, and then they spend that, and then they come with supplementary estimates of what else they want to spend, and they approve that, and then they go again. This is not the way that Canadian taxpayers want us to be managing their funds. We need to be responsible with their funds. We need to put our plans in place. We need to stick to our budget, and that's how it should work. I think that one of the things that makes the process even more difficult, in addition to the lack of transparency or ease of putting together how the spend is actually happening, the government makes it worse by giving Canadians messages that they're not open and transparent. So when they hide information, when we've asked for information on the carbon tax and it's been rejected, or when people give a misrepresentation of facts here in the House of Commons and it's proven later, it erodes the credibility of the government. And so when there's not clarity in the estimates, then people will say, well, they've been a little bit non-credible in some of the other areas. Can we really believe that the money is really going where we think it's going? And so I think that is something also that needs to be addressed. Now, of course, on the subject of deficits, I think that Canadians were clearly supporting a small $10 billion deficit from this government. But then it's gotten way out of control, $30 billion, and it's going to be nearly $30 billion again this year. And the problem with that is that eventually you're going to be paying $10 billion a year on interest payments on the deficit that you've racked up, and especially with the interest rates that may go up. So I don't see that is well reflected, and I certainly am concerned about the ongoing sustainability of that. I would expect that also I need to comment about the science budget, because I'm the critic for science, so I should have something to say about the estimates and what's happening there. And what I would tell you is that the most important review that's been happening is the review done in the Naylor report. Take a look at what's happening in science and how we should change some of the things there. And they've come with 32 recommendations. The report came in December, but it's not reflected anywhere in the estimates. And so I think that's something that's missing. We know that the value of what we're going to do there is not zero. So there shouldn't be zero in the estimates, right? There should be something. Some plan, some amount of allotment that the government would dedicate to that, because there's some very worthy recommendations in the Naylor report. And, certainly I'd be happy to take a speech another day and give you the dissertation on that 300-page report. But I won't do it here. Now, the other thing I would say is the estimate should reflect the legislative priority as well, but I don't see that there really is a legislative priority. The government seems to be spending a lot of time discussing things that have already happened. I was here talking about C-24, which is a bill to address the salaries of the ministers and make the junior ones equivalent to the senior ones, and to eliminate 6 economic ministers. And those actions have already been taken, but we spent all kinds of time in the House talking about it after it was already done. So obviously, we're not reflecting the priorities of the government. And there's only been 19 pieces of legislation passed compared to the previous government of 52, and out of those 19, 10 of them were budgetary. So I really think that in terms of the estimates, we need to make sure that once again, we come back to what they do in the real world. We know what the desired outcomes are, but we have to get clarity about what are the plans and how much do those really cost so that we can track them. And we also have to give consideration to, can we afford them all? And sometimes you can't afford to do everything you want to do, and you have to draw the line. And I would encourage this government to be more fiscally responsible and not to say yes to everything, but to have priority and do what's important for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for her speech here today. Mr. Speaker, we are making important investments with which I believe the Honourable Member would be in agreement. Investments in public transit and green infrastructure, that is part of these estimates. Investments in, she mentioned the Naylor report, investments in post-secondary institution strategic infrastructure, the SIF fund, which is specifically investing in post-secondary research infrastructure across Canada. She mentioned women, well, investment in social infrastructure to help families, including social housing. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we actually have provided to low-income and middle-income families through the Canada Child Benefit a remarkable boost, helping, in fact, a low-income, a single parent making $30,000 a year would be $6,000 better off under our plan. Mr. Speaker, we are investing in a lot of the priorities that she states she supports, and I take her at her word. But, Mr. Speaker, she's not talking about those investments. And I urge her to let's get back to talking about some of those specific investments we're making. But I do have a question for her. She's talked about making the budget and estimates process more transparent. I agree with her, and that's why we are moving forward with purpose-based, and in fact, we've implemented purpose-based budgeting, and in some departments we want to do more. Reconciliation of cash and accrual accounting to make it easier for not just parliamentarians but Canadians broadly to understand the process. Results-based reporting for departments, including a new departmental results framework which focuses on what the departments are investing in and what they're seeking to and actually accomplishing, but also the sequencing of the main estimates. She mentioned we should be doing things more like other governments, and perhaps she was referencing the private sector. In no other environment does it really make sense to have the main estimates before we have the budget. So one of our proposals is that we have the budget and then we have the main estimates actually following the budget, such that we can actually have it reflect the priorities of the government and have a legitimate debate in this House about the main estimates and have the main estimates really mean something. And I would ask her, would she support that kind of change?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, I'd like to thank the President of the Treasury Board for his comments and for his questions. I do want to correct him on one point, and that is that there are no estimates that have to do with the Naylor report in this particular main estimate discussion, because those will come in the supplementary probably later this year. Now, with respect to his question on infrastructure, I don't think we should confuse infrastructure press releases with actual infrastructure projects happening, because of the 1,200 projects that are out there, I understand that there are between 5 and 10% of them that actually have shovels in the ground. And in fact, construction industry has decreased 16% in the country. So that's of concern, because while I think we intended to implement infrastructure spending to get the kind of economic growth that we wanted to see, we really haven't seen the infrastructure projects move along as well as they could. In terms of the transparency of the budgeting process, I absolutely support the President's comments that we need to get estimates before budgets. That makes sense with what's done elsewhere. And then also to make sure that it's more transparent, so you can actually say, this is what I intended to do, and then here's how much money I really actually spent. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Project, my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton. You know, in Saskatchewan in 2008-2009, the global recession hit. You know, it was really interesting to see how this government, the Conservative government at the time, reacted, and the decisions that were made, and the transparency, and how that infrastructure flowed out to the communities, and how all that money got spent, and actually did water systems, did treatment plants, did roads, sewers, did infrastructure projects that was really vital for the people of Saskatchewan and right across this Canada. She talks now about transparency in the estimates, and I think it's very important that we look at the transparency part of it, because when she was in Ontario in 2008-2009, I think it was a totally different picture. So can you tell me how transparency would relate in the fact that you want to see exactly the same mistakes, the mistakes that they made in Ontario, not repeated here in Ottawa?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question, and certainly, you know, Ontario has had a troubled past, especially under the Wynne Liberal government. But with respect to the rollouts, you know, we spent a lot of money on power projects, renewable energy projects, that were 86 cents a kilowatt hour compared to what we were seeing 4 cents in coal and 8 cents in nuclear. And this drove the cost of electricity up, which is now something we're still struggling with in terms of our small businesses and our ability to attract industry to us. You know, under the Conservative government, my riding received a lot of infrastructure money and put a lot of projects in place to address wastewater and you know, city sewers and roads and a lot of the things that got the construction business going. But currently, under this government, I've been looking for $12 million of infrastructure money to create 3,000 jobs in my riding for an oversized load corridor, and it's been 2 years, and we're not really anywhere yet.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Government House Leader is rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to advise that an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sure, the House appreciates the notice on the part of the Honourable Government House Leader, and now we'll go to resuming debate. And the Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening to draw to the attention of this House the background and merit of certain recently appointed senators selected under this government's reformed appointments process. Unlike the previous government, Mr. Speaker, we have made it a priority to only appoint individuals who have a record of contributing to Canadian society in their own unique ways, and who have succeeded in making life better for Canadians. It is these qualities that we look for in our new senators, Mr. Speaker, a refreshing change from the past. Our new appointments process is remaking the Senate. By creating an independent appointment process, we are choosing individuals who represent Canadian communities that otherwise might not have a voice in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring to your attention just a few of these individuals that this government has appointed to date. Appointed December 6, 2016, Senator Dan Christmas is one of our government's latest appointments to the Red Chamber. Born in Sydney, Nova Scotia, Senator Christmas is a Mi'kmaq of the Membertou First Nation. Senator Christmas has been very active in the Membertou community. He served as band manager for the community of Membertou and for 5 years before moving to the Union of Nova Scotia Indians. There he worked for 15 years, 10 of which he spent as the director. During his tenure, Mr. Christmas helped the Membertou First Nation grow and become a thriving community. Through his work in his community and outside, Senator Christmas has amassed extensive expertise and knowledge of issues relevant to Indigenous communities in Atlantic Canada. His experience extends to the fields of Aboriginal and treaty rights, justice, policing, education, health care, human rights, adult training, business development, and the environment. By having such knowledge of important issues, Senator Christmas will improve the Senate's overall capacity to make informed decisions considering the best interests of First Nations in Atlantic Canada. Another outstanding Maritimer, Senator Nancy Hartling, was appointed to the Senate on November 10, 2016. Originally from Tatamagouche, Nova Scotia, Senator Hartling earned a bachelor's degree from Norwich University and a master's degree in adult education from St. Francis of Xavier's University. During her career, Hartling devoted herself to promoting social change, focusing on families and social issues. In 1982, Hartling founded Support to Single Parents Incorporated in Moncton, serving as director until the organization closed in 2016. During its more than 30 years in operation, Support to Single Parents provided single parents with affordable housing. Her long career working on social issues has given her extensive knowledge of mental health-related issues, poverty, violence against women, and economic development. Mrs. Hartling's record of achievement in community service, in organizational leadership, and in advocacy have been recognized with several awards, such as the Governor General's Award in commemoration of the person's case, the Community Spirit Award from the United Way of Greater Moncton and Southeastern New Brunswick, and the Order of New Brunswick. Senator Hartling is a direct beneficent of our government's new Senate appointments process, as she applied directly under the new process introduced in 2016. Senator Hartling's experience working on women's issues will bring the voice of an underprivileged group in Parliament. Another November 10, 2016 appointment, Mr. Sarabjit S. Marwah, comes from a very different background. Born around the world in India, Marwah immigrated to Canada after pursuing studies in Calcutta, Delhi, and Los Angeles. He joined Scotiabank in Toronto as a financial analyst in the bank's finance division in 1979. Over the course of his career, Senator Marois rose through more senior positions, becoming Chief Financial Officer in 1998 and a Senior Vice President in 2002. Prior to his appointment in 2016, Senator Marois had been the Vice Chairman and Chief Operating Officer of the bank since 2008. Outside of his professional life, Senator Marois has been particularly active in his community. He currently serves as Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees of the Hospital for Sick Children in Toronto and is on the Board of Directors for the Toronto International Film Festival. Senator Marois is Sikh and is a founding member of the Sikh Foundation of Canada, representing the Sikh community in Canada. Sabi has been recognized with several awards, including the following: Professional of the Year Award from the Indo-Canada Chamber of Commerce in 1994, the Suwa Award on 2 occasions from the Sikh Centennial Foundations, Queen's Golden Jubilee Award, Words and Deeds Award from the United Jewish Federation in 2009, and the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Award in 2012. Mr. Marois' record of community service and success as an immigrant in the business community reflect his ambition and success, which will serve the Senate and Canadians well with this new appointment.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Perth Wellington, rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I seem to notice the member reading from a prepared document, seems to be reading the Senate biographies from the other place. Perhaps we could speed this up and ask for unanimous consent to simply table the website from the Senate of all the Senate biographies and move things along despite discuss issues that are actually relevant and matter to Canadians, such as are contained in the actual main estimates.
I'm not clear. Is the honourable member seeking unanimous consent for the member to table the document that he has in front of him? Yeah. Does the honourable member for Perth Wellington have unanimous consent of the House to propose such a request? Not seeing any agreement there for unanimous consent. We'll go back to the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Meagy exemplifies just what our government's merit-based appointment process is aimed at. Canadians with diverse backgrounds, compelling qualifications, and bold contributions to Canadian society. A member of the Order of Canada, Senator Meagy's career encompasses more than 35 years as a family doctor and nearly 30 years as a university professor and mentor to young Canadians. Since being appointed by the Prime Minister last November, she has proven her mettle on the Senate Committee on Social Affairs, Science and Technology, the Committee on Official Languages, and the Committee on Aboriginal Peoples. Senator Meagy has provided her quiet strength to the Red Chamber in a way that inspires and honors Canadians and encourages us all to meet the standards she sets for parliamentary excellence. The Senator not only embodies the hard work and integrity that the Upper House requires, but she embodies a vision for the future of Canada and proves to young women of colour what they can be capable of if they work hard and believe in themselves. This kind of representation, where Canadians of all backgrounds can see themselves represented in their leaders, is paramount to the strength of our democracy and the engagement of young Canadians. Every day, the Senator gives her focus and energy to this country, to advances the interest of Canadians, using her expertise in health and education to help Canada find its way forward. Our government is committed to achieving a less partisan and more independent Senate with merit-based appointments. And in the time that Senator Meagy has dedicated to Parliament, she has proven that those efforts are working. And I believe that this process will prove to be a new era for accountability and efficacy of the Senate of Canada. Another member of the group of senators appointed November 10, 2016, Lucie Moncion, has an outstanding record of leadership in her field and represents a unique community in Canada. Originally from Ottawa, Senator Monsion earned her Bachelor of Business Administration from Laurentian University and an MBA from Moncton University. She has extensive knowledge of the cooperative financing sector, was the first woman in Canada to be appointed as head of the Caisse Populaire Federation, and served as the President and Chief Executive Officer of l'Alliance de Caisse Populaire de l'Ontario for 16 years. Active on various corporate boards of directors, she has chaired the Audit and Governance Committees of the Groupe Media TFO. She was Vice Chair of the Nipissing University's Board of Governors, Treasurer of the Direction Ontario Board of Directors, Chair of the Circuit Champlain and Coalition of Credit Unions and Caisse Populaires working groups, and a member of the Board of Directors for Collège Boreal. Aside from her professional experience, Senator Monsion has extensive knowledge of the Franco-Ontarian community. Over the course of her lifetime, she has developed an in-depth knowledge of Northern Ontario, its economy, business clients, needs and communities, and has recognized experience in the cooperatives and social entrepreneurship sector. In the Senate, Senator Monsion will bring her knowledge of business, entrepreneurship, and cooperative financing, but also an understanding of one of Ontario's social minorities. Senator Monsion's experiences will help the Senate build a better future for all Canadians. Another esteemed parliamentarian, Senator Pate, demonstrates the strength of this appointment process. Senator Pate is a nationally renowned advocate for women and youth issues and has for 35 years been a voice to the marginalized, the victimized, and all those that society has failed. Her work on the prison system, feminism, human rights, immigration, Indigenous affairs, and mental health, as well as her legal expertise, make her contribution to the Senate something that few can match. Her progressive wisdom, temerity, and single-minded quest to bring justice and compassion to the voiceless is evident to all parliamentarians, and this government knows she will bring that record of excellence to the Senate. We are tremendously lucky to have someone with her heart on Parliament Hill. To quote Senator Pate's maiden speech, I have...
Order. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I guess I fail to understand how reading word for word a senator's biography has anything to do with the main estimates. Perhaps, I know we, as speakers, often remind us there's wide latitude, but reading from the biography of a senator from a website word for word, I guess I'm struggling to see how that's actually contributing to the debate on the main estimates.
I thank the Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope for his intervention. As he alluded to, the main estimates affords even, I would say, probably the greatest of latitude with respect to topics before the House, because it frankly incorporates just about every aspect of the ministry's responsibilities across government, including that of appointments. So I appreciate the Honourable Member's intervention, but of course it is the member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington's time, and he's able to incorporate in that the subject that he wishes and believes is relevant to the issue that's before the House. The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To quote Senator Pate's maiden speech, I have often found myself driven by either rage or despair as I've tried to address that which I could not and will never accept. The entire chamber rose to applause of her fearlessness. After delivering this speech, her journey fighting injustice in Canada's prison system was featured in the Globe and Mail, where she was described as having braved a numbing world that tests the souls of all who touch it, filled with the extremes of apathy and barbarity. It is incredible to me that the Senator weathered this storm and yet still has so much to give to Canadians. And I am humbled that she chose to join the ranks of parliamentarians. Like all her colleagues I have discussed, she presents a new standard of excellence, not just for our team on Parliament Hill, but for all Canadians. Her example teaches us to raise our voice, sharpen our minds, and commit to always opening our hearts. Mr. Speaker, the appointment of these individuals and 21 others through our government's new appointments process is remaking the face of the Senate. Once a house of patronage appointments with little credibility as a democratic institution, we are striving to change the Senate for the better. Our government is filling the upper house with qualified Canadians who represent diverse backgrounds and unique communities in Canada. These community leaders will represent the interests of groups whose representation might otherwise be overlooked by Canada's democracy. It is the belief of our government that by reforming the Senate, the Red Chamber can be refashioned into an institution that enhances the quality and representativeness of Canada's Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. Sorry, there was a change. I apologize.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Perth Wellington, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to rise in response to the biographies offered by the member from Hastings, Lennox, and Addington. And that's really what it is. It is word for word, in most cases, reading the biographies off the Senate website. And again, certainly there is wide latitude provided to members of this House to debate on different matters related to the main estimates, but to simply read word for word from the biographies of the website, I think it brings this process into a grave area when we should be debating the most important issues that are before us. But I want to ask him something about their independent senators that I asked another honourable member. Currently, Senator Pratt, an independent senator appointed by their new process, is working in the other place to split off the infrastructure bank from the main budget bill. And if they're so proud of their new senators, I would like to ask the member whether he will be supportive of that measure, or will he have to wait, like his other member colleague did, and wait for the cabinet to tell him how to vote?
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I am very supportive of those members in the Red Chamber doing the work that they're doing, and it's actually a testament to their independence, the fact that they have come back to this House with outstanding amendments and recommendations on different bills. In fact, the bill on the assistance in dying, they came back with some very thoughtful, provocative, carefully thought out amendments that this government did accept. So no, I would agree, member, that this is actually, it totally validates why we have made the changes that we have made to the chamber, and will continue to do so, because it increases the level of diversity of thought, the different life experiences that these senators bring, allow us to actually send bills to the Senate chamber that we know will come back after careful thought and deliberation. So thank you so much for that question and giving me the opportunity to provide that answer.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Chilliwack.
Chilliwack Hope, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I'd like to ask the member, following up on the question from my honourable colleague from Perth Wellington, the excellent work that this member was reading verbatim Senate biographies to show the excellent people that have been appointed. They've also decided in the Senate, they've taken great umbrage to the fact that this government has tried to raise taxes year after year after year into the future for as far as the eye can see, without ever coming back to this House to ask for the permission of the elected members of Parliament on things like an escalating beer tax, escalating wine tax, escalating spirits tax, escalating camping fees, escalating all kinds of user fees, without ever coming back to the House and asking for the House to vote on that. So does he agree with the Senate, the independent, fiercely independent senators that he read verbatim biographies for, that they're doing good work by opposing the tax increases that this government is trying to bring in by stealth?
Honourable member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Well, once again, I would like to thank the member for giving me the opportunity to talk about the outstanding backgrounds that these senators do bring to the chamber, whether it's finance or dealing with Indigenous issues, women's issues, Sure, tax issues, all of them. I think that once again it adds to robust debate in both chambers that we can have and we can respect and we can agree on in some cases like we did with assisted dying and not agree in other cases. I think it's up to the chamber to do what they feel is the right thing to do because it's the right thing to do. And then bring that to this House and we will determine whether we agree that that's the right thing that's going to benefit all Canadians after this chamber has had its ability to debate the same issues. So thank you very much for the question.
Questions and comments? The member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his wonderful speech tonight in the House, the member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington. And I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, if he would enlighten us by telling us what he thinks about the current process for nominating senators versus perhaps another process that we saw on the eve of the election of appointing numerous numbers of political appointees by the previous government. How does he think that our new process measures up to that?
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox, Addington.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his excellent, outstanding question. And it does really allow me to shine a light upon this really outstanding process that has selected, highly respected, well thought of experts in their fields that are now a part of this Senate. That would never have happened previously, especially in the previous government. We saw what happened under the previous government and the absolute mess that they created, the toxic environment that they created within the Senate. And I am just so grateful that we've had the opportunity to actually bring these incredible senators now to the Red Chamber that are going to benefit all Canadians moving until actually for many, many years to come. So once again, thank you so much for that great question.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Much, Mr. Speaker. And the member, in response to a previous question, said that they'll accept some of the amendments from the Senate. They'll reject others. It might depend how the cabinet feels that day. But, Madam Speaker, wouldn't it be more appropriate if the government actually listened to the elected members of Parliament, the elected members in this place who have the electoral endorsement from the population, listen to the amendments that we bring forward in committee? That we bring forward at the report stage rather than the unelected other body, which is still regionally unbalanced, which still doesn't have term limits, and still doesn't have an electoral mandate from the people.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I had it right the first time. And once again, I thank the member for the question and the opportunity to address that question. I mean, I would remind him of the benefits of the Westminster style of a democratic system that we have here in this great country, that we do have a chamber that provides that sober second thought. And once again, it's by appointing such qualified individuals as we have under this new process that enables that chamber to actually be able to provide that sober second thought to the elected officials where the final decision is made. And so that is what is of utmost importance, that the large decisions the Canadians have elected us as members of this House to make are being made and will continue to be made. But as long as we continue to appoint highly qualified senators that can come with different areas of expertise that maybe some members of this House may not have, it only makes our system that much better, that much stronger, and that will continue to benefit Canadians for generations to come. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to follow the member. We've been having some fun here after the member read quite a few biographies into the record. But in all seriousness, there is a real threat here to the government that the Senate will completely stall the agenda. You know, it's an agenda that I don't happen to agree with, but the government does have a mandate at least from
39.
The elected people of Canada. They've been elected by people to implement an agenda, and now they have, because there is a independent Senate that they've put into place, they're jamming up the government's agenda. Does he not see that by doing this half half-baked idea of Senate reform without actually reforming any part of the Senate, just putting people in who now believe they have a mandate to jam up government legislation, that down the road, or even with his own government, that this could be an absolute train wreck that will have perhaps constitutional ramifications. Does he not see the writing on the wall with how things are going already with this beautiful process that he's been so happy to endorse here tonight?
Answer from the member for Hastings, Lennox, Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, I thank the member for the question, the opportunity to address it. I think he misses something very important, and I have to say I'm very disappointed in his negative, cynical view of the Senate and its ability to be that chamber of sober second thought. We have created an incredible democracy in this country, and the Senate is an integral part of that democracy as long as it's not a rubber stamp chamber as existed under the previous government, right? When it's actually there and it's enabled to do the job that it was meant to do under the original Constitution that was framed in this country, it serves a tremendous, tremendous benefit to all Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time today with my colleague from Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek. And I'm pleased to rise today to talk about the main estimates. There's two topics I'm going to cover tonight. First is the Treasury Board's president's, I believe, misguided and rather cynical attempt to change the estimates process. Solely, it appears, by the way, to prove that he's actually doing something, anything at all. And second, to talk about some of my favorite spending plans from the estimates, a rogues gallery of waste. Now, Paul McCartney wrote, "You never give me your money, you only give me your funny paper. And in the middle of negotiations, you break down. But oh, that magic feeling, nowhere to go." And that's where we are with the estimates. No reform, nowhere to go, just a discussion document that's funny paper at best. And when the government can't get the opposition to agree to changes in the standing orders and negotiations break down, well, this is where I'm going to switch to a Judas Priest quote, ram it down their throats. Now, last year, the president of the Treasury Board brought forward his solution to the issue of the budget and the estimates not aligning. This was supposed to be a solution to the issue of the estimates being difficult to understand. Now, despite the government having proved completely unable to fix their own internal administrative processes, the president of the Treasury Board decided the solution is to take away 2 months of parliamentary oversight of the estimates. Yes, changing the standing orders to allow the government to move from tabling the estimates from March 1 to May 1, leaving parliamentarians just 1 month before the estimates are considered reported. Allow the opposition party just an hour or two to review the estimates before being required on the same day to name the 2 departments for committee of the whole, and take away supply days. Because we are told moving the estimates from March 1 to May 1 will allow the government to ensure more of the budget is in the estimates. Now, we asked the Treasury Board president about these concerns in committee, and we were told not to worry. We'll just change the standing orders for a couple years. Trust us, we'll get around to changing them back when we've got it fixed, don't worry. And we're also told, well, we really don't have an answer about the committee as a whole, and we'll all work out the supply days, just trust us, we'll move ahead. We're told not to worry about having only 3 sitting weeks in May to review the estimates because we guarantee ministers will show up to all committee meetings regarding the main estimates. Well, I accept that the current Minister of Public Services is off on leave looking after family, and I respect that. But I also note that the fill-in minister and the parliamentary secretary both no-showed for estimates in the ILGO committee. We asked the Treasury Board president if there was an alignment issue, why not just move the budget up to an earlier fixed date, as was recommended in the all-party 2012 ILGO report on the estimates. And we were told that parliamentarians didn't want to be bothered with unproductive, busy work. Well, I, for one, do not believe that the role of Parliament, the oversight of spending, is just busy work. It is the reason we are here. And it's not just me who thinks the government is completely out of touch here. The PBO noted following that before agreeing to changes proposed by the government, parliamentarians may wish to revisit the core problem that undermines their financial scrutiny, the government's own internal administrative process. He states moving the date would have little to no effect on aligning the internal processes if budget and spending approval are not reformed. The PBO proved this point by pointing out in their supplementary estimates analysis by noting how many new budget measures are in each supplementary estimate document. In the 2016 SUP-As, 70% of new spending announced in the budget was in the SUP-As. A year later, with this government, after this government's commitment and hard work in improving the alignment, we get a total of 44% in the 2017 SUP-As. Now, in response to the failure, the TBS president said it was progress. Dropping from 70% to 40% is progress. Maybe in the Superman Bizarro world it is, and that's maybe something that he has to hang on to. Now, I asked the minister to share his plans to achieve alignment and reform the internal process, and he refused, referring instead to a general aspirational document on where he wants to go. He said his plan was to make progress, with no details on how to get there. And it's clear they do not have a plan. When asked if he'd allow parliamentary tradition, or if he'd follow parliamentary tradition and make no changes to the standing orders without unanimous consent of the opposition parties, he said, well, actually, he didn't say. It was like the PM's infamous performance when he refused to answer how many meetings he had with the Ethics Commissioner. I asked the Treasury Board Secretary President, the chair asked repeatedly, and we got nothing. Now, Kevin Page, respected former PBO, said in the minister's plan, with great respect to the TBS president, the specific proposals in the report do not go far to strengthen Parliament's financial control. The current PBO says of the proposed estimate changes, with respect to delaying the main estimates, the government indicates that the core impediment in aligning the budget and the estimates arises from government's own sclerotic internal administrative processes, rather than parliamentary timelines. The PBO further notes the Secretariat is further away from going the right direction in 2017 rather than closer to it. This raises a significant question on whether the government's proposal to delay the main estimates would result in meaningful alignment with the budget. And what was the minister's response to these learned experts? He said that he didn't agree with every utterance from the PBO. Yes, he actually said that PBO's well-thought-out concerns were mere utterances. Now, to finish on this issue of estimates reform, I want to quote from William Gladstone, formerly Chancellor of the Exchequer and four-time PM of the UK. He states that the House of Commons, by any possibility, loses the power of the control of the grants of public money, depend on it, your very liberty will be worth very little in comparison. Well, with this open by default government, Canadians would be well advised to worry. I want to look at examples of why the government wants to suppress oversight of the estimates and not empower parliamentarians. From the estimates, I call them my greatest hits. And I appreciate all the talk on the new Senate appointments. We have a new Senate appointment system where we appoint or hired a secretary's assistant to support the advisors. Last year it was $1.4 million of taxpayers' money. Basically, we asked in committee, and they basically said they don't do the selection process, they don't weed out resumes, they merely print the resumes and forward them on to the advisory committee. $1.4 million. This year, it's $1 million for support staff to basically print resumes. Unbelievable. Here's a couple of the titles. We have a senior policy advisor for printing resumes. We have a team leader selection processes. We have a senior recruitment and selection officer for printing resumes, and an administrative assistant to assist the senior recruitment and selection officer, the team leader selection processes, and the senior policy advisor to print resumes and then hand them on to the advisory committee. Now, here's the great thing. It's $1 million this year. We looked at the website for the Senate Selection Committee, or for the Senate where you apply, and applications are closed until Christmas. So for about a 10-month period, we're not taking resumes for Senate. So I asked the government, why are we spending $1 million when it's closed? Oh, well, we're still selecting senators, but the website's closed. Silence. Well, we'll move on. This website for selecting the senators, $400,000 we were told by the government. I act in shock. $400,000, are you serious? And they're busy patting themselves on the back. They're saying, yes, we saved so much money because we use an existing template. Good Lord. Other spending in the estimates. Here's one of my favorite. $800,000 last year, $1.8 million for grants to foreign recipients for participation in international organizations supporting agriculture. We asked the government, why are you spending money to send foreigners to foreign conferences? Would you not send Canadians? The answer, well, we believe in multinationalism or something, but $1.8 million to send foreigners to foreign conferences. $18 million to write off a loan to Cuba. So here we have the Castro who have stolen billions of dollars, and the government of Canada, which just last week voted saying no, $19 million for autism research over 4 years is too much, gave $18 million. We asked the government why. The response was, we had no choice. We were forced into it by our allies. Another fun thing, $600,000 plus for website support for the Prime Minister, to have people 24 hours around the clock sitting there to update the website, maybe just in case he changes his socks and needs to show new socks, or perhaps he's got a photo op. These are just some of my favorite, just a small part of the huge amount of government waste that this government just turning a blind eye to and happily trying to suppress oversight in order to get away with it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Madam Speaker, and I appreciated my colleague from Edmonton West's comments and some of his greatest hits. And I wonder, for 1.4 million, does the member think that perhaps we could all collect one intern from each of our office, maybe 2 or 3 of them, to help the government print off resumes? I'm sure I've got a few hours on the weekend. I could maybe between constituency events, print off a few resumes for them, just to try to save 1.4 million for the assistance of the government.
Member for Edmonton West.
Well, it's a great question, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question and his hard work on the file. We asked pretty much the same question last year in the estimates. How many resumes? It was like 68, and I said, well, are they collating? Are they making sure that they actually qualify to be a senator, make sure from the right province and this? No, we just print and send it on. And I commented, well, I could do that in the afternoon over a pot of coffee and write a poorly done speech like I just did. The government's oblivious to it. But one of the things, like the $1.4 million, that is double. Actually, they could probably renovate a minister's office for that. But it's also double. We're talking about double what the government's invested in shelters for women escaping abuse last year. $1.2 million to renovate the minister's status of women's office. $1.4 million for secretarial support. $700,000 to actually support the women out who actually need it. It just shows the ridiculousness of the government and their out-of-touch spending. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Kamata, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, I find it interesting the member wants to highlight a couple of points. And, it's interesting, when I sat in opposition, I would see not 1 or 2 million, try about $750 million spent nothing on propaganda from the Harper government. Purely on ads, economic action plan, they called it, Madam Speaker. What about $1 million plus so that the Prime Minister would be able to have a card that he trusted in India when he makes a trip to India? I'm wondering if the member is absolutely confident in terms of that every dollar spent by the Harper government was a dollar well spent, because I suspect there's 35 million plus Canadians that would disagree with the member.
For Edmonton West.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I find it mind-bogglingly ironic for this party, the party of Gomery, the party of scandal with advertising that stole money from taxpayers to funnel into their own party, would dare...
Where's the money? Remind the member that he can't be insinuating that someone stole something. So the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Party affiliation. But the party that misdirected money from taxpayers...
Where's the money?
Well, they did. $40 million still unaccounted for, that he would dare stand and ask about advertising. The party of Gomery here asking about advertising. I find it very ironic and a very cynical question from my colleague across the way.
Honourable member for Bhopal-Limoilou.
My colleague from Edmonton West on the UGO committee, and I had the privilege to be with him, and we fought against this estimate reform. And one of the biggest reasons why we did it is because the oversight, as he said, the oversight of opposition MPs and the oversight of the overall Canadian society on the budgetary spending of the government is one of the core principles of our democracy and parliamentarism. So I would like my colleague to expand more and to explain to all the MPs here what would happen if we lose 2 months of possibility of oversight over the spending of the government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton West has 1 minute to respond.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague. It is a pleasure to serve with him on OGO. Basically, the Westminster system exists, can be very well argued, exists for oversight of spending. Goes back to the Magna Carta time, we exist to oversight and approve spending. It's not for photo ops, it's not to stand here in the House and pontificate, it's oversight of spending. If the government has its way and just walks in any time and changes the standing order to take away the ability to oversee spending, it's an insult and it's an attack on parliamentary traditions, and it's an attack on taxpayers and our ability to hold the government to account. And that's exactly what this government is trying to do by changing the standing orders without unanimous consent of us in the NDP. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We are here tonight debating the main estimates because, unfortunately, the Liberals have decided that working collaboratively with all parties is something they are no longer interested in doing. While studying estimates is normally done in committees, the Liberals seem intent on making it difficult for the opposition to properly scrutinize government spending in this forum. I am a member of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, and one of my ongoing frustrations is how little time has been set aside for the consideration of the estimates of the two departments and the many Crown corporations that fall under the committee's purview. During our scheduled meeting for the main estimates and supplementary estimates C on March 23, 2017, the committee meeting was cut short because of a time allocation vote in the House. Consequently, 10 committee members didn't even get 15 minutes to ask questions to representatives from the 8 Crown corporations that were present. The Canadian Air Transport Security Authority was being allocated $584 million. PPP Canada was being allocated $279 million. Jacques Cartier and Champlain Bridges, Inc., $331 million, and Via Rail Canada, $221 million. None of these organizations were rescheduled to appear at a later date. When the Minister of Transport and the Minister of Infrastructure were invited to appear on their department's main estimates, they came together on May 9th for a maximum of 1 hour. I can't think of another example where 2 ministers of different portfolios appear together at a committee. The Minister of Infrastructure is not the Minister of Transport's associate. They should not appear at committee as such. And because that meeting was also cut short, the official opposition got less than 10 minutes to inquire about issues such as the Navigation Protection Act, the sale of Canada's airports, the Infrastructure Bank, or the pipeline moratorium in BC. What's worse, Liberal members had been assuring us that this meeting was going to be the opposition's opportunity to ask questions of the government. On May 2nd, my colleague, the member from Alfred-Pellan, pointed out to us that, and I quote, "I can tell you that the Minister of Transport will be with us here on May 9th. You can ask all the questions you desire. I'm sure it will be the Minister's pleasure to respond," end quote. Members of the official opposition received less than 10 minutes to ask 2 ministers representing 2 different departments questions on billions of dollars in spending. Now, unfortunately, this isn't a one-off. On November 17, 2016, when the committee considered Supplementary Estimates B, the Minister of Transport was present for the first hour, and his officials, along with representatives from Crown corporations, were scheduled to be present for the second hour. The second hour of our meeting was cut short due to another vote, and the committee ended up voting on hundreds of millions of dollars of funding in the Estimates B after barely 25 minutes of scrutiny. The lost time was never made up. I remember back when the Transport, Infrastructure and Communities Committee was first struck in this 42nd Parliament. The Ministers of Transportation and Infrastructure each came for 2 hours to discuss their mandate letters. Fast forward, and it is clear that this Prime Minister and his caucus see the opposition as an inconvenience rather than fulfilling an essential function in Parliament, with members of Her Majesty's loyal opposition barely being given any time to scrutinize billions of dollars in spending. There was a time when transport and infrastructure were part of the same department because infrastructure was seen as a facilitator for trade and transportation. Now that Infrastructure Canada has moved more in the direction of the social realm than the trade and transport realm, the Transport, Infrastructure and Communities Committee should no longer be hearing from the two ministers as though they manage the same file. The fact remains, the Liberal mismanagement of the House has trickled down to committees. I guess it speaks volumes to the character of this government that they believe having to listen to the opposition is cumbersome. How this meshes with sunny ways is beyond me. The new operating procedure of the Liberal members in the Transport, Infrastructure and Communities Committee, when presented with reasonable motions, is to sit quietly, say nothing at all, and then vote them down. Now, if they become irritated, one of their members will usually move to adjourn debate on the motion. This is a convenient course of action for them, as these motions to adjourn debate on a motion are non-debatable, so the Liberals don't have to justify their actions. When we do try to resume debate on these motions, the Liberals do not provide consent, thereby essentially voting down the motion by putting it into permanent limbo. Here are some of the motions that the Liberals have voted down without providing Canadians any justification. A motion inviting the newly appointed director to the Hamilton Port Authority to appear at committee for 1 hour. If the committee never reviews the qualifications of government appointments, there isn't much point they be referred to committees. We still don't know why they didn't agree to that. A motion by the NDP asking for documents relating to the sale of Canada's airports. The committee was asking for documents. The Liberal members refused to speak to it. If these documents weren't available, it's for the government to say why, and not for these ministers on the committee to say no to a request of this nature. If this government and these members are truly proud of their record, they should do more than sit quietly and wait out the clock whenever the opposition challenges their actions. But returning to this government's complete mismanagement of Canada's public finances, it seems that the Liberals' overarching priority is to continue raising revenues to fund their misguided plans. There is no other reason why popular tax breaks for public transit, childcare spaces, or gifts of medicine to charities were taken away. Municipalities and public transit agencies had even taken it upon themselves to advertise the public transit tax credit in order to incentivize more Canadians to use public transit. Unfortunately, making public transit more affordable for Canadians who may not own a car or share one with their spouse was considered less important than raising revenues to pay for Liberal pet projects. This government has fallen into a negative feedback loop where the optics are more important than the policy. As policy becomes less important, more emphasis is placed on optics, and round we go. For the first time in history, the Government of Canada is doing regular polling to gauge the popularity of the Prime Minister. Taxpayers are paying for the Prime Minister's office to conduct this polling. For a government that claims to be interested in evidence-based public policy, it's hard not to think that the overwhelming consideration for anything they will do will be the result of current and future public polling. By design of the PMO, Canadians know more about the Prime Minister's interest in cupping than the $330 billion in overall expenditures he is making with their tax dollars and the nearly $30 billion deficit. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, everywhere I go, I hear about the incredible frustration with this Liberal government. After a year of being hit with an increase like the increase in mandatory CPP premiums or the federally mandated carbon tax, or cuts like a 50% cut to the tax-free savings account and the end of tax breaks for children's soccer and piano lessons, Canadians were hoping that the Liberals would be done with raising taxes. Unfortunately, this Liberal government continues to try and squeeze every single penny out of the pockets of Canadians and is doing its very best to shield itself from parliamentary scrutiny by attempting to change the standing orders and avoiding debate in committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Tills.
I have the pleasure of serving on the Transport Committee with the honourable member, and by my recollection, if there was inadequate time to question officials, they might want to look back at the number of times they filibustered while while we had witnesses there waiting to make their testimony and were sent back without having a chance to do so. If they haven't had time to debate a number of other spending measures, they may want to look back to the whole week it took them to deal with the issues of two people who had trouble getting to the Hill on time because their bus was held up. And there have been many other things. If you look at their Opposition Day motions and some of the things that they put forward, perhaps they would like to have some of that time back to do some real substantive work in the House instead of pursuing jump the shark type projects. So I asked the member, you know, if she could have some of that time back, what would she prioritize?
The honourable member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for that question. I believe it or not, do enjoy working with him on the Transportation Infrastructure and Communities Committee. His interventions are often very interesting. I think one of the issues that I would highlight when he asks me about what time that I would like to gain back, I don't think that's possible under the guidance of this current government to gain back the time that we have lost under their mismanagement. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. What I draw from her speech is that she's concerned about good management of public funds, and that's a concern that I share. I also share the feeling that if we want to truly be able to work for the citizens we represent, then we have to have respect for our respective roles on both sides of the House. I represent 25 municipalities that are very concerned about government spending in infrastructure. And we heard about the lack of time spent in committee to be able to put questions to the Minister of Infrastructure. I'd like to know if she could expand on that. I'd like to know if she could tell us if we had more time. Obviously, this evening we don't have enough time, but if she did, what questions she would want to put to this government.
Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. You know, the fact of the matter is, since the Liberals took office, 94% of announced infrastructure projects have failed to start construction. I think in committee we might ask why that is the case. This means that jobs are not being created and the economy is not being stimulated as they like to declare is happening. And instead of coming up with a new plan that actually builds infrastructure and creates jobs, the budget that they put forward this year doubled down on an existing infrastructure plan and contained no new infrastructure spending. I think these are the kinds of questions that we would have liked to pose to the minister responsible for infrastructure.
Short question. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
And I want to thank my honourable colleague for her comments tonight. I particularly was interested in her comments on committee work and how important it is and how she feels that her work in committee has been blocked. My question to my honourable colleague is that right now there's a study before the Immigration Committee on something that's vitally important to Atlantic Canada, yet members of the Conservative Party and the NDP have been blocking that study that every member of this House voted in favour of. Could she please talk to her colleagues and make sure they stop filibustering that committee? Thank you.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek has 50 seconds to respond.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for her question. I don't think it's up to me to demand of anybody in this House that they spend their time in a particular way, whether on committee or in this, whether in committee or in this House. What I would tell you is that I believe that at the beginning of this Parliament, we came to this place ready to work with members of the governing party because certainly the chair of our committee stated very clearly that she thought we could do some very meaningful work. As it's been demonstrated, they have not been true to that suggestion. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and talk about an important issue. We're talking about the main estimates. I've enjoyed a lot of the discussion thus far. I wanted to reflect on the Minister of Democratic Reform who introduced the debate by spending a great deal of time talking about election fairness, our Senate, but I also want to maybe take the opportunity to respond to a few other issues related to the budget that have also been brought up this afternoon. Let me start off by recognizing the Public Service Week. Unlike the Conservatives across the way, we saw it during question period today with the Prime Minister, where here we need to recognize the valuable contributions that our public service puts in and day out. In fact, Madam Speaker, our public service is held in such high esteem that you will find that services around the world, experts, civil servants from around the world will often come to Canada to get a better understanding of why it is and how it is that we have been so successful at attracting some of the brightest individuals and that sense of commitment to serving the public that our public servants do day in and day out. And this is something in which, the Prime Minister today himself earlier recognized just how important it is that as elected officials that we listen to our public servants. And I can assure that here during the Public Service Week, not only to commend our public service, but also to clearly let them know that we do listen in terms of what it is that they have to say, and we appreciate the fine work that they do day in and day out, Madam Speaker. Now, I've heard a lot about the Senate. A number of my colleagues, in fact, brought up the biographies of numerous senators. And, it was really encouraging because it wasn't that long ago that we heard from Stephen Harper while he was Prime Minister, even before he became a Prime Minister, about what it is that the Conservative Party wanted to be able to do with the Senate. Being from Western Canada, the propaganda that stemmed from the Conservative Party was overwhelming at times, just talking about how they wanted to reform and make changes to the Senate. Madam Speaker, the only real thing that they were able to accomplish was the fact that they put such a dark cloud at one point over the Senate that it really motivated Canadians to say that we need to see something happen on the Senate file, Madam Speaker. And I would love to compare the types of appointments that were made under the previous Harper government, where it was based strictly on politics, where the Prime Minister made the decision, chose the individuals that he believed were the ones that needed to be in the other chamber. And, Mr. Speaker, we saw some of those individual appointments. Some of my colleagues have thrown some names at me, and I'm sure that many Canadians are familiar. Probably one of the more popular appointments that the Harper government made into the Senate was probably Mr. Duffy. Mr. Duffy, in many ways, along with a few others, ultimately raised a great deal of concern about the Senate. It was a hotly debated issue, even prior to the current Prime Minister becoming the leader of the Liberal Party. Well, you had the Conservative Prime Minister saying, well, this is the best that we can do. We had the NDP saying abolish the Senate. Both answers coming from the Conservatives and the NDP back then was that in order to justify reform, you had to change the Constitution. When the Prime Minister, today's Prime Minister, became leader of the Liberal Party when we were in third party, he took a very bold move. And that bold move, Madam Speaker, was to say that to be a part of that Liberal caucus, you needed to be an elected member of Parliament, that he wanted to see the Senate operate in a more independent fashion. And, Madam Speaker, with that statement, we saw more in terms of reform to the Senate chamber than Stephen Harper ever did in 10 years. And that's when the Prime Minister was leader of the third party. There was actually a genuine attempt in order to say that, look, we can make changes without having to change the Constitution or bring up the Constitution, because we know that that is not something in which Canadians want us to focus our attention on. It was important that we actually move forward on making changes to the Senate that could be done without having to change the Constitution. And I have really been encouraged by the way in which we have seen senators being appointed today. We have some incredible senators, individuals that have been following the debate. We'll listen to some of the bios that have been expressed about those independent senators. And we look forward to having a relationship in which we see a Senate continue to do better, Madam Speaker. And there are so many signs of that. I won't go into all the senators' bios, but I will talk about one. Well, as many would like, I have a favorite one, I must admit, Madam Speaker, and that's our Senator Mulcair. Mulcair.
Who's your favorite?
That's what they call a Freudian slip, if you ever said one. Senator Sinclair, Madam Speaker. Senator Sinclair is a former judge and played such a critical role as the chair of reconciliation. And I can tell you that many Manitobans felt very proud that we had a Prime Minister that kept his word in terms of ensuring that we were going to depoliticize the Senate. And the type of work... Absolutely. Madam Speaker, you can sense the enthusiasm from within my caucus on that particular issue. Imagine the enthusiasm of Canadians recognizing that this is just one of many promises that this Prime Minister has kept, Madam Speaker. And the types Madam Speaker, there is so much more that we could be saying about the Senate, but we've had a very busy minister responsible for democratic reform. And when she introduced the debate today, I wanted to highlight a couple of those other things. Imagine we now have a government that recognizes that it's good to get more people to vote in elections. That's a good thing. Well, Madam Speaker, many Canadians will remember the Unfair Elections Act that the Stephen Harper had brought in. Well, we have a minister that has recognized the many faults inside that legislation and has brought in some real good stuff. Let me suggest to you a few of those things. What about the voter identification card? A card that everyone was actually issued. When I asked the question of the minister earlier today, she said, that there was in and around 200,000 individuals that might have actually not had that same opportunity to vote
because of not being able to use the voter ID card. Well, good news, Madam Speaker. The voter identification card is going to be something that's going to count in the next federal election because of this government. Madam Speaker, we want to see more young people engaged in the elections. And what is a good way to get young people engaged? Through the legislation that is being proposed by this government, we're saying to individuals that if you're 14, 15, 16, 17, you can actually register with Elections Canada, Madam Speaker. Again, this is going to get more young people engaged at an earlier age so that they're on the voters list. That is a positive thing, Madam Speaker. We're going to see more young people getting engaged on this issue. Madam Speaker, we all know that Canadians are a trustworthy group of people. We know that if, in fact, when the Conservative Party said, no, we don't trust vouching at poll stations. Well, that was just the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. Back when we were in opposition, we said no, that we trust Canadians, and it's good enough to accept a Canadian vouching for another Canadian, Madam Speaker, and this minister has brought in legislation that's going to enable Canadians once again to vouch for other Canadians to vote, and that too will increase voter participation in the next election. And the good news, Madam Speaker, and the good news doesn't stop there. You know, as I said, we have a busy Minister of Democratic Reform. We have reform in our election financing laws, Madam Speaker. After this legislation passes, not only will we have more robust legislation, Madam Speaker, but we will have some of the, if not the strongest legislation on election financing in North America, and that's something in which we can all be proud of, Madam Speaker. And we're saying, and Madam Speaker, what we're doing is we're highlighting the fact that whether not only if you're the Prime Minister or you're the Minister, but also if you are a leader of an officially recognized party, that there is an obligation to actually report those individuals that are contributing more than $200 in order to attend an event. What does that mean, Madam Speaker? It means more transparency and more accountability for our leaders, our political leaders in Canada, and that's a good thing, Madam Speaker, and we look forward to this legislation passing, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, we've heard a great deal about the estimates and the reforms on estimates. We've got a government House leader that has really gone out of her way to get opposition members on side. The President of Treasury Board trying to educate and encourage members to understand that we need to move forward in making changes to the House of Commons. And let me, Madam Speaker, share with a couple of those ideas. One of those ideas is, and this really makes a whole lot of sense, Madam Speaker. You know what? This is what we actually did in the Manitoba legislature. The Minister of Natural Resources and I served in the Manitoba legislature, where in fact you presented the budget, and after you present the budgets, you have the main estimates, Madam Speaker. What's wrong with that? And that is something in which the President of the Treasury Board has talked a lot about. And it is something in which we should all get behind. Why, Madam Speaker? Because it makes sense to do that.
What a great speech.
Madam Speaker, across the way, the Conservative Speaker just in addressing this issue, she talked about the importance of ministers, their responsibilities, and the need to be transparent and accountable. Well, Madam Speaker, you will recall that when we not only the Prime Minister appointed a gender-neutral cabinet, but a part of that, Madam Speaker, is that he provided every one of those ministers a mandate letter that went public. Unlike Harper, unlike the former Prime Minister, we recognize that each minister has a responsibility, and that responsibility is dictated in the mandate letter. Unlike the member that had previously spoke, we see that as a good thing, Madam Speaker. It's interesting how the member across the way said, well, you know, we were a little bit disappointed because the government actually interrupted a committee where we had a minister meeting and the minister did not come back. Well, Madam Speaker, you know, I've had and heard many members inside this House talk about the importance of making changes that would actually benefit all Canadians. And one of those changes was the need to change the way in which we have some of those votes. And I say this because the previous speaker made reference to it. What she had talked about was how unfortunate it was that, in fact, we had the bells going during the committee, which broke the committee. Madam Speaker, there are dozens, hundreds of individuals that are brought to Ottawa under the pretense of making a presentation to a standing committee. And unfortunately, we have, and there are at times needs for votes, but the number of dilatory motions brought in by the official opposition and the interruptions that have been caused as a direct result. So when you get members of the Conservative Party that are talking about changes and wanting to see changes that are going to have a positive impact on the flow of business inside the House, they need to reflect on some of the behaviors that they participated in that ultimately caused the disruptions that, in fact, they're opposing today, Madam Speaker. That there are many different ideas. Now, having said all of that, I want to get to the core of the main estimates. That's really what we're talking about, Madam Speaker. And there is so much good news. I take Budget 1 and Budget 2, and I say this is all about Canada's middle class, Madam Speaker. And for those that... Madam Speaker, well, now we'll try to do some justification for the applause, Madam Speaker. You know, for those Canadians that appreciate and want to see Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it to really move forward, this is a budget estimates that people need to get behind. Look what it is that we've been able to accomplish in such a short period of time, Madam Speaker. Let me name a few of those things, Madam Speaker. You know, the Prime Minister often talks about, well, the extra tax on the 1% wealthiest. Remember, that's the tax the Conservatives voted against, Madam Speaker. Then what about the tax on, or the tax break for Canada's middle class? That was hundreds of millions of dollars put into the pockets of Canadians, which is going to be helping our small businesses, which I know makes the minister responsible for small businesses very happy, Madam Speaker. We put tax breaks, gave the cash to Canadians in the very first budget, Madam Speaker. And this is just a continuation. Again, the Conservatives, believe it or not, voted against tax breaks, Madam Speaker. Let's talk about seniors. You know, when we look at some of the actions for seniors, we had the wonderful reversal of the Stephen Harper approach on retirement. Remember Stephen Harper, he increased the age of retirement from 65 to 67. I remember it well. I did petitions, we did emergency debates, you name it, to try to point out to Mr. Harper that it was a bad decision. We made a campaign promise to reverse that decision, and we did just that, Madam Speaker. Canadians will have the opportunity to retire at the age of 65. Then, Madam Speaker, we could talk about the guaranteed annual income supplement. Substantial increase, lifting tens of thousands of seniors in every region of our country out of poverty, Madam Speaker, because of a good idea, an idea that the Harper government never acted on, Madam Speaker, which is most unfortunate. One of the best things that I believe that this government has done is it has recognized the importance of investing in Canada's infrastructure. Madam Speaker, by investing the billions of dollars, record amounts of money going into Canada's infrastructure, that is good for our economy, it's good for Canadians, it's going to enrich, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, all of those that get behind this project because it will make a difference. And this is the type of thing in which we are here for, to look for good, solid policy ideas that are going to have a positive impact on the everyday Canadians. And day after day, we are seeing decisions being made by this cabinet, by this government, and by the caucus to ensure that Canadians will be better off as a direct result of this Prime Minister and the wonderful things that we are doing. And I can tell you, to quote the Prime Minister, I can say that we can always do better. And that is something in which we take very seriously as we go and consult with our constituents, knowing full well that we have a government that wants us to come back with the ideas that are being generated from our constituencies to share with our caucus colleagues so that those ideas will be reflected in the government policies that are going to be being developed over the coming years, Madam Speaker. So I think it's a good day for Canadians. Members should get behind this particular budget and vote for it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you.
A very brief question.
I would suggest that maybe in the future the Liberal lobby implement a 2-drink maximum when we are having these late-night debates. But I did want to ask, there is a quote from Senator Joe Day, who was appointed by Jean Chrétien, who said, if we pass Bill C-44 in its current form, we are the ones who are knowingly removing parliamentary oversight. Parliamentarians certainly have the procedural and legal authority to abdicate even more of their oversight responsibilities if they want, but I am, for one, am profoundly disappointed that this government has decided to ask... Oh, you don't like Joe?
Point of order. The honourable member for Cape Breton.
Madam Speaker, I know my friend and colleague across the way is an honourable member, and I know that he would never want to impugn the reputation of another member in this chamber. I know for a fact, my colleague, my friend and colleague,
I'm sorry, this is debate.
Is a non-speaker, is a non-drinker. So he would never want to
the
impugn
honourable
his
member
reputation.
for Cape Breton-Canso. This is debate. I'm sorry, the time is up, and I will allow 2 seconds for the member, for the parliamentary secretary to say a response.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I appreciate that, and as the member said, I don't drink myself. Having said that, one thing about the Liberal caucus is we're not afraid to work, Madam Speaker. We're here to work hard for Canadians, and that's what we plan on doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. It being 10 p.m., it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. Call in the members.
The first question is on the opposition motion in the name of Mr. Nicholson relating to business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moved. Shall I dispense? No. I have some no's. Yes, we should dispense? Okay, we're going to read it. No, no, no. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moved that the House A, acknowledge that Bill C-26, Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act, received royal assent on June 18, 2015. B, acknowledge that through 2 federal budget cycles, the current government has failed to fund and implement this act, as passed 2 years ago. C, agree on the public safety importance of a publicly accessible, higher-risk child sex offender registry database. And D, reaffirm that Canadian citizens have the right to know about dangerous and high-risk child sex offenders living in their community and neighborhood for the purpose of protecting their children, families, and loved ones. Accordingly, the House call upon the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness to fully implement Bill C-26, Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse, Légitimé-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse, Légitimé-Lévis.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Van Kester.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lauzon, Chanteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chavans.
Ms. Cesar Chavin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemedy.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs.
Ms.
McCrimmon.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissino. Mr. Boissino. Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. De Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dirio.
Monsieur Durio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West
Mr.
Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kang.
Mr. Kang.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masque, Fraser Kent.
Mr. Sidhu. Mr. Masqui, Fraser Kenwright.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganash.
Monsieur Saganash.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 91, 91. Nays contre 215, 215.
I declare the motion defeated. I wish to inform the House that motions numbers 2 to 104, 106 to 167, and 169 to 245 will not be put to the House as the notices of opposition or the opposition were withdrawn by the member for Portage-Lisgar, the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
The next question is on vote number 1.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Gourd, move that vote 1 dispense. Thank you. Is it the pleasure of the motion to adopt, House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Okay.
All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Trudeau. Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chavans.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms.
Petitpas-
McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine-Smith.
Mr. Erskine-Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon la Métis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon la Métis. Madame Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengaman.
Mr. Spengaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed, the motion will please rise.
Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lévis. Lévis.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Thompson, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Godou.
Ms. Godou.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lozan. Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Grecian.
Mr. Grecian.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Kimmich.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Nautel.
Monsieur Nautel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Ms. Weir.
Ms. Weir.
Correction. Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
And then Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Madame
River.
Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 137, 137.
And the motion is adopted.
The next question is on opposed vote number 105. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that vote 1 in the amount. Shall I dispense? It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
And Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne, Chantal, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavans.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Shifke.
Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Essarts.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et le Dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Betty Pot-Taylor.
Ms. Betty Pot-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Brusson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Ziorio.
Mr. Ziorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Khalid.
Mr. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Maloney.
Mr. Massey Avignon la Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. Massey Avignon la Métis et Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Ouellette.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Ms. Schultes.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Sea-Doo Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission Masqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Zaid.
Mr. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blaney Belchasse Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Belchasse Lévis.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt. Meek.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Godou.
Ms. Godou.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Abultayev.
Abultayev.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Warawa.
Warawa.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Geniter.
Mr. Geniller.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Harder.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mrs. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nautel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stutsky.
Mr. Stutsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Salut Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 137, 137.
Declare the motion carried. La prochaine mise au voix porte.
The next vote is on vote number 168. Mr. Jason, moved by Ms. Gould, moves that vote 1. May I dispense? Yes? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lausanne, Enchanté, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Enchanté, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chavans.
Mr. Cesar Chavin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. De Brusen.
Ms. De Brusen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Santon.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Barra.
Mr. Barra.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blenny Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blenny, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Aboutaif.
Mr. Aboutaif.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins. Stevens.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Liepert.
Mr. Liepert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Mrs. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Aubin.
Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mrs. Ramsey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Ms. Weir. Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stutsky.
Mr. Stutsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Oh my goodness.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 138, 138.
Declare la motion adoptée.
Declare the motion carried.
The next question is on the motion to adopt the main estimates. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Duclos. Shall I dispense? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. These are pretty loud. In my opinion, the nays have it that time. All those in favor of the motion will please rise. Monsieur Trudeau. I know it isn't volume.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Striking.
Striking.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavans.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Goldman Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr.
Mr.
Duguid.
Miller, Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest des Sarts.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldig.
Mr. Aldig.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangre.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Bataway.
Mr. Bataway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinn, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Zaid.
Mr. Zaid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to please rise. Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévy.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévy.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lawson Storman Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Luzon, Storman Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Abu Saif.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Janice.
Mr. Janice.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Nader.
Mr.
Mr.
Nader.
Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quay.
Mquash. Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Boudria. Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 138, 138.
Declare the motion carried. Monsieur Bryson, appuyé par
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moves that a bill entitled An Act Granting to Her Majesty Certain Sums of Money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018 be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Mr. Bryson, appuyé par Mr. Duclos, propose.
Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moves that Bill C-53, an act for granting Her Majesty sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018, be now read a second time and referred to the plenary committee. The Honourable Government House Leader.
That if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote.
Excellent idea.
Unanimous agreement. Does the member have unanimous agreement to approve the motion? The House has heard the terms of the motion. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
You still have to announce the results.
Not ready to do that.
You still have to announce the results.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 138, 138.
I declare the motion carried. Therefore, accordingly, this bill stands referred to a committee of the whole. I do now leave the chair for the House to go into committee of the whole.
Order. We're in Committee of the Whole on Bill C-53. The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
And the President of the Treasury Board.
I thought we were voting.
Assure the House with utmost confidence, in fact, with absolute certainty, no election-style promises, please, that the bill is in its usual form.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for Brantford Brant for his continued interest in my figures. The form of this bill is, in fact, the same as that passed in the previous supply period. It is a very fine form indeed, as solid as the last time he asked.
Wonderful. Okay then. Shall Clause 2 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 3 carry? Carried on division. L'article 4.
Shall Clause 4 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 5 carry? Carried on division.
6 carry? Carried on division. Shall Schedule 1 carry? Carried on division. Shall Schedule 2 carry? Carried on division. L'article 1.
Shall Clause 1 short title carry?
Adopté avec.
Carried on division.
The preamble.
Shall the preamble carry? Carried on division.
Le titre était.
Shall the title carry?
Adopté.
Carried on division.
Bill carry. Carried on division. Shall I rise and report the bill? Agreed and so on. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-53 and has directed me to report the same without amendment.
I thank the Deputy Speaker for his usual excellent work. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moves that Bill C-53, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018, be concurred in at report stage. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Yes, point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote on the motion for second reading to this vote.
Excellent.
Is it agreed?
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 138, 138.
The motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moves that Bill C-53, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018, be now read a third time and be passed. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I think you will find unanimous consent for the result of the preceding vote to apply to this vote. Is there unanimous consent to proceed in this manner?
D'accord.
Agreed.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 138, 138.
I declare the motion carried.
Sur ce projet de loi.
The next question is on the motion to adopt the supplementary estimates A. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moves that the supplementary estimates A for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018 be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? The Honourable Government.
that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote.
Is it agreed? Agreed.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 138, 138.
Déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Duclos. It isn't working? There's a problem with the audio? Okay. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moves that Bill C-54, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? The Honourable Government House Leader, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the result of the previous vote to be applied to this vote. Is there unanimous consent? Agreed.
Yeas pour 169, 69. Nays contre 138, 138.
Declare la motion adoptée.
Declare the motion carried.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
En conséquence,
accordingly, this bill stands referred to a committee of the whole.
je quitte maintenant le
I do now leave the chair for the House to go into committee of the whole.
Okay. Order. We're now in Committee of the Whole on Bill C-54, Projet de loi C-5.
Bill C-54.
For Brantford Brant.
Go on, Phil.
Oh, once again, can the President of the Treasury Board give absolute assurance
This time. More
that the bill is in its usual form?
Can assure him that Bill's in great form, actually. I thank the honourable member for his ongoing interest, particularly at this hour. He can rest assured that the form of this bill is in fact the same as that passed in the previous supply period. Thank you.
Okay, à l'article.
Shall Clause 2 carry?
Adopté.
Carried. On division. Shall Clause 3 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 4 carry? Carried on division.
5 carry. Carried on division. Shall Clause 6 carry? Carried on division. Shall Clause 7 carry? Carried on division. L'annexe 1 est-elle...
Shall Schedule 1 carry? Carried on division. Shall Schedule 2 carry? Carried on division.
Short title carry? Carried on division. Shall the preamble carry? Carried on division. Le titre est-il adopté?
Shall the bill carry? Carried on division. Carried.
Support the bill. Agreed. Monsieur le Président, le comité...
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-54 and has directed me to report the same without amendments.
Mr. Bryson, appuyé par Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Bryson moves that Bill C-54, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
If you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote on the motion for second reading to this vote.
Est-ce qu'il y a le consentement unanime?
Is there unanimous consent?
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 138, 138.
Declare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now.
Duclos moves that Bill C-54, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2018, be now read a third time and do pass. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to apply the results of the previous vote to apply to this vote.
Is there unanimous consent? Agreed.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 138, 138.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Chef de gouvernement.
The Honourable Whip for the Government. Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to see the clock at midnight. Unanimous consent. Agreed.
Alors,
Order, please. Any honourable members who would like to continue their conversations are asked to please leave the House and take their conversations outside the House.
À ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise today and speak at this late hour in the House. It's never too late to do good work. As members, we're here to represent our constituents in our ridings, and the citizens of Drummond expect me to work hard to represent them, and that's why I rise today. It's almost midnight, but I'm going to continue to put questions about the obligation of the federal government to comply with the Official Languages Act. Today, we had the opportunity to see the Minister of Immigration at the Official Languages Committee. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to put a question to him that I wanted to regarding the French language tests. French language tests are not as accessible in French as they are in English. I'm talking about the French skills test when someone is applying for permanent residency in Canada. When you put in an application for permanent residency, you have to do a French skills language test. That's well and good. However, the French tests are not very accessible, and at times they're twice as expensive, Mr. Speaker, as the English test. So imagine there have been individuals who saw this, who wanted to apply, for example, in Toronto. There are citizens who decided, or individuals rather, who decided that they wanted to become permanent residents. They wanted to do their language test, and they realized that the French language test would be much longer in providing a result, an answer, and it would cost twice as much as the English one. And therefore, they decided to take the English test. And so what we see here is that there isn't the same equality of access in the official languages. So there were complaints. I supported these complaints to the Official Languages Commissioner, and the Official Languages Commissioner concluded that, yes, in fact, these complaints were receivable in order, and therefore there was an evaluation of this case. And we asked that improvements be made. Now, currently, no assistance has been provided for those who are applying for their permanent residency. Nothing has been done. There are tests. However, nothing has been done regarding this complaint. So just to sum up, I'm going to quote from a letter that I wrote to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. In this letter, I said that my complaint was the fact that the French test was more costly and less accessible than the test in English. And therefore, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada was not complying with some of its obligations under Parts 4 and 7 of the Official Languages Act. A little later, I add, the Official Languages Commissioner has concluded that the department is not respecting equality of both official languages, and yet the department has not taken any steps to deal with these obstacles for Francophone immigrants who want to live in minority official language communities, and therefore this has an effect on the vitality of these communities. So this is a very serious issue, Mr. Speaker. Our current goal is 4% for Francophone immigration in official language communities, but we haven't been able to meet that goal, Mr. Speaker. On the contrary, we are far from that. The best numbers are about 1.4%, whereas the goal is 4%. Now, if we can't meet that goal, Mr. Speaker, then unfortunately the percentage of minority official language communities will go down compared to the rest of communities, the Anglophone communities. And what this does is undermine their vitality, and it undermines their ability to obtain services. So this is just a vicious cycle that continues, Mr. Speaker. So this is what I want a response to, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking the member for Drummond for his question. This is a very relevant one, and I want to thank him for his work on the committee. I can assure the member that our government is very committed to meeting our obligations under the Official Languages Act. And like him, I am also Francophone, I'm Acadian, and I take this issue to heart. So I'd like to thank him for speaking tonight. I'd like to speak to him about the issue he has raised with respect to the test. And I also want to address Francophone immigration. Mr. Speaker, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada has an Official Languages Secretariat to ensure that all aspects of our work follow the Official Languages Act. Our settlement branch also has an official languages team working with all parts of the department to support our work in meeting our target for Francophone immigration. The language tests the member asked about, Mr. Speaker, are used by those who wish to apply for certain economic permanent residence programs. We are aware that there is a difference in the average price of French language tests when compared to the English language tests. These organizations offer the same language test to a variety of clients, and it takes into account a number of criteria, including demand. Once the client receives their test results, they can use them for many purposes, including to apply to immigrate to Canada, to immigrate to other countries, or for career or employment opportunities. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, the organization sets the fees that can vary from one location to another. The Government of Canada has verified that these tests are consistent, accurate, and fair. As such, they are the only evidence of language proficiency accepted by the Department for Economic Immigration programs. And currently, there are 2 English and 1 French language testing organizations which are designated. Now, to come back to Francophone immigration, Mr. Speaker, I know that the member raised the goal of 4% that we want to achieve, and what I can assure the member of is this, Mr. Speaker. Since we have been in government, we have put a lot of focus on Francophone immigration. I have met many Francophone groups, Mr. Speaker, since I have held this position as Parliamentary Secretary. We had a good meeting in Moncton in March with the ministers of immigration throughout the country, as well as the ministers in the territories, the provinces, and the minister responsible for Francophonie. So we agreed that we would continue these meetings, Mr. Speaker. We decided to meet yearly rather than every 2 years. We also have a committee set up and made up of officials that will meet soon to examine how we can improve Francophone immigration in the country, and we are determined to make Francophone immigration a priority. Now, in terms of the 4% target, we want to achieve that target. We want to even to exceed that target. And all the groups I met have the same goal. That is to make sure that we increase Francophone immigration in the country. And we have made changes in our countries. For example, the Express Entry program. We put more points, add more points for those who are fluent in French in their application. And so that gives them a supplementary advantage in immigrating to Canada. This is something that groups asked us to do. Their associations that have spoken to us, many people have said very clearly that this is an important program and a program that they're pleased that they'll be able to count on it that will help increase Francophone immigration in Canada. And very recently we've seen that the percentage has increased based on recent numbers. So we're going to continue in that direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my Honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his comments. In fact, the return of the program Avantage Francophone is a good step on the part of the Liberal government, and I congratulate them for having done this, because this was something that communities had been asking for. However, the Parliamentary Secretary was present today in committee when we heard from the Minister of Immigration, and the Minister refused to offer what everyone is asking for. The whole Committee of Official Languages, including Liberals, and all the people from these communities. They're asking that there be one person responsible for Francophone immigration for official languages communities. And unfortunately, the minister said, no, I'm the one responsible. And someone was saying, wow, someone said on the committee, boy, you're giving yourself a lot of work on your shoulders, because that's a lot of work to have to be responsible for all immigration and all Francophone immigration. He already has a lot of work. So could the Parliamentary Secretary tell us why there's been refusal to meet that request on the part of the whole Official Languages Committee, not just the NDP, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite. And, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you once again that Francophone immigration is a very important issue within the department, for the minister, for myself, and for all of us. As you know, the Francophonie in Canada is a vibrant community, and we want to make sure that the rights of Francophones are respected. And we are working on many different options. As I mentioned, I have met with all these groups. We have all kinds of possibilities for solutions. We want to collaborate with these groups, and I can assure the member opposite they will be working in that direction. And it gives me great pleasure to tell him that I will also want to work with him, because I know that this is very important for him too. It would give me great pleasure to sit down with him and other groups to make sure that we increase our targets in the Francophonie immigration, Francophone immigration.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in debate tonight to follow up with a question that I raised some months ago with regard to ongoing and sustained support and the government's plan to be transparent around refugees coming to Canada. Today, given that it's the start of, or we've started to mark Pride Month, I think it's very timely that we talk about the fact that the government has yet to commit to extending or making a program regular that was implemented under a former Conservative government, which would see ongoing and sustained support for groups that are seeking to protect some of the world's most vulnerable people, and that is LGBTQ refugees or people that are persecuted from that community from different parts around the world. We certainly know that there are countries in which state-sanctioned violence and persecution of members of this community occur. Regimes such as Iran, for example, see a regime where there's actually state-sponsored and state-sanctioned persecution of members of these communities. Right now, in Chechnya, we understand that there are gay men that have been rounded up and put in concentration camps simply because of who they choose to love. Mr. Speaker, this is wrong. This is abhorrent. And while we certainly have a lot of work to do at home here in Canada, and we talk about protecting the rights of members of this community in our country, we also have a moral obligation and an imperative to use Canada's position as a human rights leader to protect those that find themselves in situations such as this. To date, the government has not yet, and our parliamentary committee, the government members on the committee have not chosen to. I would like to see the report on the study that we had there become accelerated and hopefully tabled in this place before we rise. To date, that has not yet happened. There's no report tabled in this House, and that's of great concern to me, given specifically the situation that's unfolded in Chechnya and the fact that we are seeing escalations of violence against the members of these communities in countries such as Iran. It's one thing for the Prime Minister or the Minister of Global Affairs or any member of the government committee to, stand for a photo op with the pride flag as it was done today. It's a very different thing to move forward an agenda that would protect members of these communities who are some of the most vulnerable in the world, and we have not seen that. The government has an opportunity to, prior to this House rising for the summer, government members on the Parliamentary Committee for Citizenship, Immigration and Refugees have the opportunity to table a report which hopefully has cross-party support for recommendations which would see regular and sustained funding for the pilot program that assisted members of this community coming to Canada. We heard from civil society groups that this is something that was very much supported. This program has been absolutely successful, yet we have not heard anything from the government, and I think it's shameful. So my question is simply this: when will the government commit to ensuring that there is a regular, ongoing funding for the pilot program started under our former Conservative government to accelerate and protect the needs of LGBTQ refugees from around the world? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the member for Calgary-Nose Hill knows perfectly well that she's raising a question that was not at all the question that she was going to raise. The question she was going to raise had to do with the resettlement of Syrian refugees, and it's the answer to that one that she will get tonight. Mr. Speaker, when refugees arrive to Canada from a terrible civil war, especially those with limited language skills or education, Mr. Speaker, it takes time for them to become fully contributing members to our labour market and society. Mr. Speaker, in addition to adapting to their new life in Canada, resettled refugees must frequently deal with significant trauma. It's important to remember that our resettlement program is first and foremost about saving lives and bringing people to safety. It is not expected that all refugees will be able to fully support themselves right away. after having lived only 1 year in Canada. We have to give them time to adapt to their new lives. That being said, this government is committed to ensuring that these new permanent residents are provided with the tools they need to succeed. Mr. Speaker, this fiscal year, in total, IRCC is investing over $690 million to support the settlement needs of newcomers outside of Quebec. This includes over $93 million in supplementary funding for the Syrian refugee effort. Preliminary findings from a survey indicate that more than half of privately sponsored Syrian refugees are employed. We know that there have been challenges in fully addressing language training needs, and we have added classes, and where waitlists exist, our service providers prioritize these clients. Over the past year, Mr. Speaker, the department has added nearly 7,000 new language training seats across Canada, outside of Quebec, to meet the needs of Syrian refugees. When federal income support ends, it is normal for some refugees in need to transition to provincial or territorial social assistance support. As that support falls under a provincial or territorial jurisdiction, it would not be appropriate for me to comment on exact costs. Generally speaking, however, the amount of income support provided by the federal government via the Resettlement Assistance Program is aligned with provincial territorial social assistance rates, and each case varies depending on individual circumstances. Eligible refugee families also receive the new and enhanced tax-free Canada Child Benefit, which has been available since July 2016. The federal government works closely with IRCC-funded service provider organizations to ensure that refugees who may require financial support beyond their first year are connected with appropriate provincial resources and are informed of the process to apply for social assistance. Mr. Speaker, we encourage all refugees to access as many settlement support services as they need to help them succeed. And these services are available to refugees and indeed to all permanent residents at no cost until they become a Canadian citizen. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to assisting these people, and we will continue to do that. We want to make sure as a government that these refugees are able to settle into our society.
Reno's Hill.
Mr. Speaker, for those listening, I would like to remind people that my colleague opposite holds a government appointment. He is the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Immigration. So he should be able to answer this very simple question, which I put to him earlier. And that is, after the government spent the day raising the pride flag on Parliament Hill, will they commit to either tabling the report on LGBTQ refugees and what the government is going to do to support it, or very simply tonight, commit to extending and making regular the pilot program funding that was introduced under our government to support the most vulnerable people in the world, LGBTQ refugees, in coming to Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, for all those Canadians listening at home, I'm going to read the question that the member submitted. Mr. Speaker, we know that this month the funding for resettlement has now run out. We know that more than half of these refugees, or less than half, have succeeded in finding jobs. Does the government know how much the provinces will have to pay because the Liberals do not have a plan to help the refugees settle into Canadian economy? Mr. Speaker, that is the question I answered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you. It is almost midnight, and I'm going to rise in the House to say that on the last of March, 8th of March, I rise to speak about penalty-free amnesty deals. And the purpose of my question was to find out when the government would act to end this unacceptable practice. The Liberal government has invested approximately $500 million for the CRA to tackle tax evasion, and I congratulate them on that. However, it is obvious that they have some serious methodological errors, and they're not tackling the problem at its roots. What's the point in fighting against this when our own legislation makes it possible? So it's first of all on the legislative level that we have to act. We have to tighten up our tax laws, and we have to punish immoral behavior that involves tax evasion so that everyone pay their fair share. And with that income, we could then invest in infrastructure, fight against poverty, or even create good jobs. So we have to reestablish tax fairness. We have to review our rules, and we have to revise treaties that allow big multinationals to bring back to Canada the profits from these tax havens without paying taxes. It's not fair that it's often the wealthiest that are exempt from paying their share when they also use the roads, hospitals, and schools that are paid by everyone's taxes. Every year, we lose billions of dollars that could actually be invested in our communities, whether that be in education, health, social programs. There are organizations in my riding and throughout the country that need that money that is so important for our communities. This situation is unacceptable. The government needs to undertake serious legislative and regulatory reform in order to tighten up their laws for these who are using these kinds of schemes to avoid paying that are clearly immoral. In 2015, wealthy Canadians invested $186.5 billion in tax haven. That's 25% of foreign investments that year, or rather investments abroad. That's more than investments that were made in China or in Europe, whereas these tax havens have very small populations. So these investments certainly weren't to fund true activities or investments, but rather to avoid paying taxes for a minority of people who feel that they are above the law. This money has to stay in Canada so that it can be invested in our infrastructure and in our public services. But unfortunately, because of the government's lack of action, billions of dollars continue to leave the country. Last February, I held public consultations where hundreds of individuals participated. Citizens in my riding are concerned by the issue of tax evasion, and they often talk to me about it. Like my New Democrat colleagues, I have received hundreds of emails about this. The NDP therefore tabled a motion in the House to call on the government to deal immediately with tax havens and to end this practice that provides these penalty-free pardons to fraudsters. So what I'm saying today that is wrong are these tax treaties that our country has signed with tax havens. Some taxpayers use these very flexible tax laws and very questionable schemes to avoid paying their fair share. Thanks to these tax treaties, the wealthiest can avoid paying taxes. And when they've done a little too much and they get caught, then they still have the possibility to just pay for tax lawyers in order to get a good defense. So at the end of the day, they always win. And yet Canadian men and women are penalized when they make the smallest mistake on their income tax files. So we have this two-tiered system, and that really is disgusting. Will the Canadian government continue to favour the wealthiest? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for raising this extremely important question, and I welcome the opportunity to speak to my colleague about the actions that the government and the Canada Revenue Agency have taken to crack down on offshore tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. Mr. Speaker, court records show that it is through the efforts of the agency that the KPMG offshore tax avoidance scheme was discovered and that many of its participants have already been identified. Mr. Speaker, on November 29th of 2016, the federal court dismissed with cost a KPMG motion challenging the judicial order allowing the Minister of National Revenue to request client information from KPMG. It remains the government's position that all participants in this tax avoidance scheme must be identified and brought into full compliance with their tax obligations. Mr. Speaker, the confidentiality provisions of the Income Tax Act prevents the CRA from discussing the details of specific cases related to a particular individual or group of individuals beyond what is already on public record. But what I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that the litigation uses significant financial and judicial resources with no guarantee of achieving a desired outcome. The CRA takes all steps available to meet its obligations to recover all taxes owed to the Crown and resolve issues before the court in a timely manner. In addition, Mr. Speaker, it is well known that audits and investigation can take months or years to complete, depending on factors such as the complexity of the cases, the number of taxpayers involved, the availability of information and evidence, cooperation from taxpayers, and the various legal tools necessary to establish a case. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, our government continues to ramp up its actions to crack down on offshore tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. Our government has committed close to $1 billion in cracking down on tax evasion and combating tax avoidance. By focusing resources in the areas of the highest risk, both domestically, Mr. Speaker, and internationally, and with the increased information gathering capabilities, the CRA now has access to more information than ever before. Using intelligence gathered through these tools, Mr. Speaker, and using experienced audits and investigations teams, the CRA has a robust system in place to tackle tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance on many fronts. Mr. Speaker, that is what Canadians expect of their governments, and that's exactly what we'll continue to deliver for them. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary secretary said that they're continuing, but last week we found out that they continue to sign new conventions, a new convention with another tax haven in the Cook Islands. It will heretofore be possible to bring back profits tax-free according to the Canadian tax system. This new tax convention is far too flexible and largely favors the richest. It will generate more tax evasion than we already have. We're not just fighting what's there, they're adding more. Even if the government recovers money by investing in the fight against tax evasion, it continues to lose even more by signing these conventions. It's a paradox. How can it claim to fight tax evasion and do the opposite? Why track down tax fraudsters and give them the tools necessary for their schemes by signing such conventions? I'm thinking of CRA employees who see their work become more complex with each new convention. When will the government really attack the root of the problem and take action to review tax convention signed with tax havens?
Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to thank my colleague for her question. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the CRA is currently reviewing its policies around making a voluntary disclosure. People applying to use the program who have used it before may find that door is now permanently closed to them. Tax cheats are running out of options, and it will only become harder for them to going forward. And I want to close by informing this House that settlement agreements are not the soft landing that many believe them to be, and they are in no way an amnesty. When the CRA enters a settlement agreement, it will assess tax retroactively going back as many years as possible, which is often a decade or more. Taxpayers who have reached a settlement agreement must accept CRA's calculation of the tax and compounded interest on all taxes owed, and they waive their right to appeal or object this calculation. Mr. Speaker, our government continues to go after every dollar that is owed by the high-wealth individuals and has more resources than now ever before. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is what Canadians expect of their government, and that's exactly what we'll continue to deliver for them. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.